Lee Hansu's dull life began on a hospital bed where he immersed himself in video games. That year he reflected on his life. Ever since I was a child, I've loved games. I had to be hospitalized often, so back then I just played games. Gaming had become a large part of my life. He stared intently at the phone screen. Hansu shouted in frustration when the screen displayed game over. Damn it. He was so angry his face flushed. He even cursed the character in the game. Who's so stupid? Why didn't you heal earlier? But obviously, if you do something for too long, you start to feel tired. Sure enough, bored to death, Hansu threw his phone aside after a bland ending, complained, and tossed it away. One day, gaming was no longer as fun as before. It wasn't the types of games he played. The problem was that the games released each year were garbage. He criticized modern games. Others on his phone agreed. The plots and game design are too familiar and boring. It's no different from the game that came out last year. Just a different UI and background, but the exact same story. They only have a few basic characters copied straight out, no depth at all. He propped his hands on the table and sighed in boredom. Are there no original games left? That's when he discovered a game. A strange game appeared on the screen with a notable description. Dungeon and Stone. What's this game? With its retro interface, Hansu assumed Dungeon and Stone was an indie 2D pixel RPG. A rare find these days. Hansu glanced at this unusual game absent-mindedly. What's the rating? Is it only in English? It didn't look exactly like my favorite type, but since it was free, he thought he'd give it a try. There were just so many classes and professions. I probably won't play much, so I'll just pick a character at random. The old-school interface filled him with nostalgia. It's been a long time since I played a side-scrolling game like this. This is probably what I need. At first, he sat there listlessly murmuring that the illustrations were nice. But by the afternoon, he was still engrossed in fighting in the game. When he looked at the clock, Hansu was startled to realize it was very late and shouted, "How is it this late?" I became fascinated with Dungeon and Stone. He glanced at the game's rating again. What made it so good? Dungeon and Stone has many charms, some unique, some terrible. First, having an NPC teammate is essential. When the character dies, everything becomes complicated. You have to start from the beginning. He noted that at first it was fun, but the process was so challenging it drove him crazy. Damn it, I died because of that stupid priest when I was right there. The nurse angrily reminded him, please keep quiet in the ward. Hansu took off his headphones and embarrassedly replied, yes, sorry. Then he put his headphones back on and continued playing. Up 3, left 4, down 1, there's a trap here. And then I tried to beat this game. Hansu was pissed. It's a crappy game with no guidance, whether in Korean or English. But he was determined to beat it no matter how long it took. From then on, from playing in the hospital, to preparing to do community service work, to being discharged, returning to university, graduating, interviewing, getting hired, and both at work and at home. He continued to play Dungeon and Stone, but the result was just poor. You kept dying over and over, again and again. Before he knew it, 9 years passed, and Hansu smiled in triumph. At last, in the boss room, he shouted in delight, "Did you guys see that? Bastards, has anyone else reached this point?" Hansu suddenly recalled all those years of hardship. He had sacrificed his entire 20s to this game for 9 years. Hansu suddenly recalled all those years of hardship. He had sacrificed his entire 20s to this game for 9 years. "Will you enter the boss room?" He answered without hesitation. Of course. The system asked again, "You will never return. Do you still want to proceed?" He was excited. "Is this the final boss room? That sounds strange, but there's no way I'm not going in after coming this far." He decisively pressed that he had chosen yes. He placed his hands behind his chair and waited calmly. He wasn't expecting to win on the first try. I'll gather as much information as possible to form a strategy later. See how many details there are, what the attributes are. There must be something else at the end. What if I beat the boss on the first try after preparing everything? He waited impatiently. It's over already? Unconsciously, Hansu felt regret. This is why. You have gone to the abyss. I was out of step. Tutorial complete. The computer displayed confusing lines. This is why I was out of step. You have gone to the abyss. Tutorial complete. He stared in bewilderment. Tutorial. Wait, this is Korean. I thought Dungeon and Stone only supported English. Hansu grabbed the computer in shock and screamed, muttering curse words in anger as a light emanated from the screen. I'd studied diligently to understand this game for nearly a decade. The system announced, player check complete. What? A blinding light appeared. He clutched his head in pain, feeling his whole body burning. Groggy, he didn't understand what was happening. What the hell is this? In an instant, Hansu was pulled inside. The system notification began to shift, and he lost consciousness. A voice echoed, "Congratulations, young warriors." Hans wondered who was speaking so loudly and in his subconscious. He realized when he opened his eyes again that a tall old man was shouting, and they had become real warriors. He found himself facing an unbelievable scene. Hansu looked around and wondered, torches instead of lamps. Everywhere were robust, savage-looking people. Some odd people were speaking. The old man shouted a command. "Choose a weapon that suits you." Hansu spun in confusion. Weapon. What is he saying? This must be a language I've never heard before. But how do I understand it? And why am I here? Calm down, he told himself. He rubbed his chin and began to analyze the situation. If this is the introduction to a super hard game, what do I need to do? Understand the situation and gather information, he said, looking at his hands. He suddenly noticed his body. Rough hands, armored, muscular, and even bearing tattoos. He could move freely. Hansu tried to control it. His whole body had become some kind of savage. What happened to my body? Is this me? Hansu still couldn't believe it. The old man spoke again. Those who are called stepped forward. Hansu was stunned as the chieftain began to read the name. The third son of Van Karak. He stood before the elder and casually picked up a double-headed axe, raising it high with vigor. The elder praised him. "A fine double-headed axe. The third son of Van Karak. You are now a warrior. The second daughter of Fenelin Einar, please step up here." Hansu suddenly realized, wait, this scene is too familiar. The young warriors chose their weapons. A blonde woman stepped forward. She chose a sword. The next person chose a spear. The old man said, "A weapon fitting for someone clever like you, recognized as a warrior." The old man excitedly declared that for the young warriors, the blessings of the god Rafdonia would always be with them. A magnificent city suddenly flashed through his memory. At that moment, Hansu was stunned to realize that this was definitely Dungeon and Stone. Hansu recalled the beginning of his play. He's sure that when he chose the person, Mandy was the character, and that was exactly when the game began. Yes, the Mandy tribe, I'm playing as them. He was astonished. How could this be happening? Suddenly, a stranger beside him groaned in panic. No way. The red-haired guy, shocked by the scene, stammered in panic. This is Dungeon and Stone. What the hell is this? Why am I here? He was terrified, trembling all over, Hansu guessed, eyes confused, an expression of fear. He was different from the other Mandy. I'm not the only one playing this game. He must be like me too. Hansu was considering. When the old man shouted, "Who just spoke?" He flinched, sensing murderous intent. The old man's eyes narrowed coldly, and he looked up. I saw him standing there. "Since when?" The old man asked suspiciously, "Is it you?" Hansu went along with the situation and, trying to appear strong, shouted, "No, sir." Having said that, he glanced at the other guy and glared in annoyance. "It's all because of that idiot. Is he really that frightened?" The old man glared at him. "Is it you?" The man was vaguely terrified. Did he mean this is Dungeon and Stone? Before he could finish speaking, a heavy stroke severed his head from his neck instantly. Hansu watched in utter horror, unable to utter a word. He could only panic inwardly. What the hell is this? Seeing the old man's gaze, he immediately stood at attention, steadying himself calm. "I'll die if I show any expression." With a cold face, he declared to all the Mandy present that the son of Kadua Orm had been possessed by an evil spirit. "Everyone, erase from your memories whatever that evil spirit said." Having given the instruction, he turned away. "We will continue the coming-of-age ceremony." Now that Hansu almost understood the situation, he summed up briefly. "I get it. Info 1. People like me who play the game here will be regarded as evil spirits. Info 2. You will be killed if you're discovered. Don't believe number 3. My head will roll on the ground. Conclusion. I need to get through this without being detected. There's a small problem." He was bewildered and extremely flustered. The elder spoke sternly. Next, the fourth son of Senek Serum steps up. The crowd fell silent. No one dared make a sound. Hansu thought to himself. The call of death rang out. Next. He didn't know his own name. He screamed in anguish inwardly. This damn game could at least tell me my name. Doesn't it have a window or anything? I can't know what my life will be like. Next. Each time the call sounded, Hansu grew tenser, both fearful and cursing the game. Cornered, he made a decision. Though the chance was slim, this was his only option. Next, he clenched his hands, calculating that he would move 2 seconds after his name was called. It might be the name of some evil spirit, but he'd rely entirely on luck this time. The elder shouted, "The son of Jandal Bjorn." He began to count. Hansu watched the line of people, 2 seconds from when a name was called. If no one stepped forward, and he carefully observed, decisively moving step by step, then that name must be mine. Perhaps so, the chieftain's firm voice resounded. "The son of Jandal Bjorn." He tensed up and stepped forward solemnly under the eyes of the whole Berserker clan. The chieftain's cold gaze swept over him, inspecting. Bjorn also frowned, his expression resolute as he faced him directly. The chieftain laughed loudly, gestured, "Young warrior, choose a weapon for yourself." He inwardly rejoiced, trying to burn that name into his memory. Center focus. The son of Jandal Bjorn, that's my name. He clenched his fist and breathed out calmly. All right, now I must make the second important decision, compensating for the lack of magic talent. The Mandi are very strong physically. He carefully scanned the pile of weapons, considering upgrading his Mandi into a melee damage dealer from the start. And after 7,749 reasons, he resolutely reached for the rack. So this is the weapon I'll choose. The chieftain pondered, furrowing his brow as he examined a shield. His face tightened like a drawn bowstring, satisfied. Yes, this is the optimal choice I can make. The chieftain announced, the son of Jandal Bjorn, with this you have become a warrior. At the same time, in the silent space, beeps sounded repeatedly, the synchronization complete, and lines of text automatically appeared on Hansu's computer. Bjorn reflected, when Mandi first played the game, I chose a greatsword, because it looked cool, but I died too often. Many times he screamed, nearly smashing his computer in frustration. Died again. The gamer's lingering question was how to build the character to survive longer. Battle Axe Maul Dugai. I've tried different weapons and tested them all. They were all in the Berserker meta. The game was unstable because I rarely survived fights. And one day I thought like this, must the Mandi always be the primary damage dealer? He questioned life. The Mandi are a hardy, powerful race. Though not as good at damage mitigation as a dwarf, they possess the basic capacity of a tanker. At that point he recklessly tried it, despite disliking the approach because the combat style required much practice. But otherwise it would ruin all the research he'd done so far. Just try it, see how it performs in a fight. Unexpectedly, the destructive power exceeded the bitch Sir Bap level. His in-game character, Bjorn, personally sent a giant monster, packing the moment it appeared. Hansu was stunned. What the hell? Seeing the quest completion message, he twitched at the corner of his mouth and exclaimed, truly a character with terrifying stats. This decision is solid, I'll stick with it. Back in the present, Bjorn was resolute. I won't regret this. After a while, the coming-of-age ceremony ended. The chieftain shouted the order to open the gate. The heavy iron gate was drawn up, joined by the excited cheers of all the berserkers. Bjorn nervously followed the crowd. From his memory, the Mandi complete the rite of passage by entering a labyrinth. I will enter a city within the maze. Right now, he and these people are being led to the slaughter, a dangerous place full of traps. Chief Yer turned to give instructions before they left. Warriors, embark now. Your fate lies within, he shouted proudly. Immediately, the entire berserker clan seemed pumped with energy and enthusiastically responded. Charge. Bjorn merged into the crowd. I'll run with them. After running a long way, he began to feel a painful unease as he watched the lead men flail about, lost. But do they even know where they're going? Once inside the capital, Karek shouted a signal to stop, his face stiff with bravado as he announced, I think we're lost. The berserkers ganged up to accuse him, shouting that Venom Kazak's third son had led them the wrong way. He isn't fit to lead us. He must be held accountable. Bjorn was speechless, sneering and exposing the truth. Seriously? Isn't everyone following him because there's no one better? Kazak sighed sadly. All right, stop. I admit I'm not skilled enough and I will resign command. Einar stepped up and patted his shoulder consolingly. Then boldly and confidently she volunteered, I'll be the guide for everyone. The berserkers cheered, ecstatic as if they'd struck gold. Feneline's second daughter, Einar, is very clever. She might lead us the right way. She curled a pleased smile, enjoying the brothers' praise. Bjorn watched her tensely, a bad premonition growing inside him. Ah, I figured as much, he thought. A moment later she panicked, her face going pale. I admit I think we're lost. Bjorn confirmed it wasn't her either. The berserkers erupted again, screaming that they had to reach the labyrinth within the allotted time. Einar isn't fit to lead us. The group descended into chaos, frantically arguing. We must find someone else. The next guide will be the second son, Tatran Jin. I disagree. I think Bjorn rested his chin, calm amid the storm. He looked at the speechless crowd. Are these people brainless? If this continues, we'll never reach the maze. I don't want to stand out. After thinking it over, Bjorn finally came up with the best approach he could. He quietly walked over and tapped Einar's shoulder. She reluctantly looked up. Son of Jandal Bjorn, are you here to scold me too? He put a finger to his lips to signal for order, then whispered, I'm here to show you the way to the labyrinth. Einar was stunned, shaken. Really? How? He pointed to a group of maze conquerors passing by and asserted confidently that she only needed to follow them. Those people were also heading to the labyrinth, sneering and looking down on the noisy berserkers. The Mandi are gathering over there, he said. Those muscle-brained types. They can't be wandering around in battle gear at night like this. Einar brightened with realization. I get it. Okay, I'll try. She immediately jumped to the others and joyfully announced, asserting her competence. I found the way to the labyrinth. The berserkers, swept up by the wind, forgot all prior quarrels and celebrated, praising her non-stop. Really? You're so clever, Einar the Wise. Bjorn massaged his aching head, standing in a corner watching the farce. He was speechless at these people as they shouted across the city, "Follow me." When they arrived, everyone saw a purple spatial circle gradually opening, a powerful surge of energy emanating from it. The berserkers marveled. That's the labyrinth, I can see it. The sacred space of the battlefield. Only Bjorn was taught as a drawn string, doubting and thinking, damn, is it really a labyrinth? Was entering here the right decision? He fell into contemplation, swept along by his inner flow. Honestly, I don't think anyone would notice if I left the group now. Not only because I've been sickly my whole life, but I'm also just an ordinary person. Someone with no experience whatsoever in hitting anyone with my fists. Could there be someone like me who can fight and defeat monsters in the labyrinth? Is there truly no other way to pay Year's tax besides entering the maze? Speaking of which, there's another nagging issue. Damn it, taxes. It's one of the impactful systems in the game Dungeon and Stone. All city residents must pay taxes from age 20 and they'll be executed if they can't. There are several ways to earn money, but the most common is 1. Enter the labyrinth and fight monsters. 2. Work places like taverns in the village. The problem is I'm a Mandy. Ordinary people hold prejudices. Frankly, they're disgusted by the Berserker clan. A Mandy? We don't hire those savage types. No way would we let you destroy our property. We don't have jobs for savage fools. Bjorn unconsciously frowned. In this game, a Mandy can't do any ordinary work. Therefore, the Mandy profession is the only clan that receives a weapon from the start. Otherwise, there'd be no need for me to fight monsters. An urgent announcement. 10 minutes remain before the entrance closes. The biggest problem is the labyrinth opens only once a month. Bjorn stood rooted, lost in tangled thoughts. If I don't enter this time, I'll have to survive out here for a month. What if I truly can't get any job the game design allows? Even if I survive on the rations the chieftain gave, what will I do after a week? He gritted his teeth and so on. Even if I somehow survive a month in the village, I'll fall into the worst state. If I'm going in, this is the best time. Bjorn closed his eyes, nauseous, but couldn't lift his feet because this isn't a game. It's real life. Son of Jandal Bjorn, he turned startled. It turned out to be Feneline's second daughter, Einar. She added confidently, correction, I'm the second daughter. By the way, other warriors have already entered the labyrinth. It's just the two of us left. We must hurry, we're late. A maid shouted, 5 minutes left before the entrance closes. The gate is actually shrinking. Bjorn hesitated, you go in first, I'll follow after you. Einar nodded trustingly. All right. Einar nodded trustingly. All right. She immediately stepped forward. Before entering, Nud didn't forget to smile and thank the son of Jandal Bjorn for helping her just now. He nodded, no need for thanks. Suddenly, Einar remembered a big nagging question and raised it. I have a question. What should I do to become as clever as you? I've never seen a Mandy as quick-witted as you. I want to be like you. The seasoned veteran who got hit screamed, you need to be reborn. But in reality, that answer is hard to say, so I'll reply vaguely. Bjorn seriously advised properly, you must think before you act. As soon as he finished, Einar nodded immediately. I understand. She beamed with excitement. Thanks for the advice. I'll repay you if I can return from the labyrinth. Bjorn was momentarily stunned. Impressive if she can return. In the game, the Mandy are a fearless clan. It's not much different in real life. He looked her straight in the eyes, seriously asking, Einar, are you afraid to die? She froze in surprise. Einar met his gaze firmly and replied, isn't that obvious? I'm very afraid of death, but I was born a warrior. I'll die if I don't fight. Same for you, right? Bjorn bowed his head to hide his eyes and replied thoughtfully, yes. Now I understand. They're just like me, aren't they? Bjorn bowed his head to hide his eyes and replied thoughtfully, yes. Now I understand. They're just like me, aren't they? He nodded as if sealing a promise. He figured that might be why the Mandy learned to overcome fear and move forward. He tightened his grip on the shield. I'm a Mandy too. 1 minute remained before the entrance closed. Bjorn planted his foot and pushed off. He clenched his teeth. I'm scared, but I have no choice. He rushed toward the labyrinth gate at breakneck speed, as the maid shouted frantically. The labyrinth will close soon, someone warned in terror. It's dangerous, please step back. But it was too late. Bjorn blinked away and sped through like a bolt, charging straight into the gate. I'm not only a strong Mandy, but I also have knowledge gained from leveling up thousands of characters. I'm sure I can survive here. In the dark space, Bjorn could clearly hear the drip of water. He had entered a stone cavern. In the dark space, Bjorn could clearly hear the drip of water. He had entered a stone cavern. What is this? Where am I? To summarize my achievement, I'm an expert at playing Dungeon and Stone. This is why I came to that conclusion. If I combine the sturdy body of a Mandy with my gaming knowledge, I can survive. That's what I thought at the time. Back in reality, Bjorn sighed, his head aching. Damn it. This place is dark. He couldn't make out anything. Other brothers had gone in, so why was there not a single soul here? Bjorn pondered carefully. Based on the game's terrain design, torches aren't needed because there are glowing crystals on the walls of the first floor of the labyrinth. He thought silently, and then a vague realization surfaced. Wait, am I in a dark zone? This place is at the outer edge of the first floor labyrinth, a rare area without light. Bjorn panicked. How unlucky to end up here. But dark zones aren't usually starting points. He shook his head to reassure himself. No, this is reality, so nothing's certain. Since starting points are random, unlike the game, it's possible a player could begin in a dark zone. He was a little eager to test his abilities. The status window wasn't responding. Bjorn thought he'd summoned it wrong and tried switching to the equipment window. Character info, stats, inventory, skills, login log. A terrifying silence followed. Bjorn swore in anger, but nothing worked, just as he'd expected. He had to rely on himself, groping through the dark. Nothing here helped, so he'd try wandering aimlessly. Bjorn cautiously descended each step. He worried impatiently that he might be moving too slowly. Crawling might even be faster, but he had to be cautious just in case. Before he could finish the thought, a sharp pain and a sense of danger surged. Bjorn screamed in pain by instinct. It was a Goblin trap. He had stepped on a Goblin trap and breathed raggedly in pain. He gritted his teeth to stifle the cry. He told himself he had to endure this pain. He needed to calm down. He kept reassuring himself, repeating it to encourage himself. He mustn't make a sound. Goblins are creatures that use traps on the first floor. The Goblin that set this trap must be hiding nearby. Bjorn looked around cautiously for a while, then exhaled quietly. There was no sign of movement. Maybe it's not nearby. He told himself that perhaps it had left some time ago. If so, he was lucky. But my survival instinct screamed a warning. Such relief is the most dangerous. I must assume the worst-case scenario if I can't be certain of the current situation. Bjorn gritted his teeth, forcing himself to analyze clearly. If its trap is here, then it must be nearby. If a Goblin hears my scream and finds me trapped, it will wait in the darkness for me to exhaust myself. That's why he must not make a sound. That's dungeon and stone. In this situation, you must do what needs to be done first. He quickly disabled the trap, prying the sharp teeth free from flesh. This trap contained a paralytic toxin. Damn berserkers. I wish they'd given me a boss weapon instead of these useless sandals. Bjorn gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and acted. What good is complaining now? Stop whining and move. If I have to fight, best to strike fast and finish it. He stood, limping forward. The dull pain radiated to his brain like an alarm. The poison seemed to be spreading. His right foot had gone numb. He blackened his face and shouted, I know you're hiding, so come out quickly. Bjorn felt clearly that the fear nerves were also being numbed by the toxin. Maybe that's for the best. Damn it, why is everything so quiet? Come out here now, you wretched Goblin. He screamed wildly, but after a while there was still no sound and he began to panic. Could this all be a hallucination? Is there no Goblin here at all? Even if I'm being stupid, Bjorn panted, growling, hide if you want. I'm leaving. Be dumb if you must, as long as you survive. That stuff doesn't matter right now. He spat angrily. Your mother is a Goblin. Your father is a Goblin, your sister is a Goblin, so you're a Goblin too. Bjorn staggered along, danger pressing in, blood flowing non-stop. Was his mind clouded from blood loss? He felt drunk. At the same time, a Goblin silently stalked him from behind. Fortunately, he immediately noticed the sound of footsteps. It moved. Bjorn taunted, what's wrong? Can't stand hearing me insult your whole family. At the same time, he listened warily, footsteps behind him. Perhaps because I was far away, it's closing in. Pitch black, bottomless. Though he knew it was there, he couldn't see it. He had to run now. He immediately dragged himself and picked up speed. The Goblin clung close in pursuit. While running, Bjorn suddenly stopped to listen, and the surroundings were utterly silent. He roughly pictured the cunning Goblin's plan. It chased but kept its distance. When he stopped, it stopped too, hearing a chilling, muffled giggle. He guessed it was enjoying watching its prey bleed to death. Maybe it was waiting for him to die in terror while it laughed. Truly a vile creature, now it won't even lower its voice. He decided, all right, time to change the plan. Bjorn ran with a panicked crash, but his wounds tormented him and blood kept leaking. He fell deliberately, wincing as he played the bait. There, you've got your prey collapsed just as you wanted. The Goblin behind was puzzled. Before it could strike, this human was already dead. It inspected the body dumbly and thoroughly. It picked up small stones and threw them at him to test the corpse. Bjorn, furious, clenched his fists and glared. It just threw stones at me, checking if I'm dead. Clever bastards. They're a lot smarter than the Mandy. The footsteps grew louder. It was coming. The Goblin pranced forward, hopping and skipping. As it reached to strike, A murderous glare swept past. Tiu Tin recoiled in horror. Bjorn sprang up and swung his elbow. "Hello and good riddance, you bastard." He meant to punch it hard to finish it off, but the goblin unexpectedly dodged easily. It bared its teeth and stuck out its tongue in a taunting grin. He felt regret and unease. His reach was too short. Suddenly his finger joints bent. A strange surge of energy welled up beyond instinct. What the? His body moved on its own. Bewildered, he lunged straight at it, punched hard, slammed its head against the wall. He could clearly sense where the goblin would move next. He swung his arm, gathered momentum, and shouted, "I'm stronger." This body was different from the sickly one that had spent nearly a lifetime in hospitals. The goblin took the powerful punch. He yelled, "Now you're the prey." Damn it, this is the body of a Mandy. Bjorn unleashed a feral roar, battering it relentlessly like a punching machine. The goblin was beaten into a mangled heap, its eyes gone white and its breathing shallow. Now that it's gasping, "I'll grant you a more peaceful life than hell." Bjorn drove both hands down with force. Fluid sprayed from its head like foam. He succeeded in defeating the goblin. Suddenly its body shimmered and dissolved like smoke. He stared in amazement. Its body was vanishing just like in a game. When the dust cleared, a blazing red crystal lay where the goblin had been. He recognized it immediately as the currency used in Dungeon and Stone. The one in his hand was a level 9 magic crystal, worth about the price of a loaf of bread. Bjorn gritted his teeth, mildly dissatisfied. After everything he'd been through, this was all he got. But being alive was lucky. He collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Whatever. This is a world of monsters and labyrinths. Monsters drop items before they vanish. In the outside city, there are different scenes and races living together like in the game. This is definitely the game's interior world he knows. But he wasn't confusing reality with the game. Forcing himself up and stifling the pain, he dragged his bleeding feet through the darkness. Bjorn had traveled a long distance, so long that the syrup's poison was spreading, gnawing outward. His legs had gone numb, forcing him to crawl on all fours. His face was pale. Damn it, I'm not some bastard with broken bones. Yet the result of abandoning human dignity was sweet. Since not using the injured leg, I no longer felt pain and moved much faster than I thought. The sweetest reward was no longer stepping on those traps. Having crawled a bit further, by chance he encountered another. Bjorn swore in anger. Damn it, there's another one. Now my body parts are damaged, but I can endure this to survive. He bit down and endured as blood kept flowing. This was dangerous. He needed to find someone who could help. He clenched his teeth and endured as the blood kept flowing. This is dangerous. I need to find someone who can help. Suddenly Bjorn remembered the person who had just woken up and logged out. The one he met when he first arrived here. I wonder what happened to that person earlier. Was he dead, or did he return to his original body? Alarm bells rang in his head. The blood was still flowing, and his character's life was below 5%. Bjorn was hazy. I think I understand why humans have religion. In moments of despair, it brings comfort, just like now. Without healing, I'm definitely done for. Bjorn persisted. After much effort, he finally reached a brighter area. He panted, feeling slightly relieved. I think I made it. I feel lighter. Of course, the whole first level couldn't be shrouded in darkness. I need to get to that brighter area over there. His vision swam. But Bjorn was determined that there must be one or two people who could help. Suddenly a deep, sinister Bjorn appeared out of nowhere, grinning maliciously. Damn, is this a joke? He kept deliberately trying to crush his will. Why would they help a dying Mandy like this? Are you a beautiful woman or a clever man? You're just a dumb Mandy stronger than average. Bjorn scoffed, exhausted. I think I'm truly going mad. You bastard, I thought you were clever because you're me. What would I do if I stopped moving forward? I need to do some things, now I'm hallucinating. The voice kept whispering that he might meet a monster before he met a human. He shrugged it off and stuck to his path. At least he'd get a better view. Now my identity keeps splitting in two, merging and fatting. I'm sure I'm about to go insane from blood loss. I must survive no matter what I encounter. Survive and look at yourself. How do you plan to do that? Someone please, you're a failure, you'll die soon, won't you? Give up, then you'll be comfortable. Shut up. I won't give up no matter what. He fought through the intense inner struggle. Bjorn rejoiced at the light, but his life gauge was below 4%. Someone please, lucky me. Just then a group of people passed by. They were adventurers. Patsrin slyly tapped Drouse on the shoulder and pointed. Hey Drouse, there's a dying Mandy over there. The man sat down in front of Bjorn to assess him from the outside. He looked like a rookie soldier. He swore under his breath if he'd known I was new, he'd have helped. Bastard. The group raised their guard. Not suspicious, right? How did a rookie soldier get here faster than us? Bjorn tried to speak but only managed groans. Damn, I can't talk. He glared and mouthed, damn it, don't stare at me. Help me. The man studied him coolly, as if trying to read some strange expression on his face. After a moment, the man cracked a smile. Hey, Priestess Ursina, do you think you can heal this man? Bjorn was astonished. What? There's a female priest in their group. If they have a priest, they must be high level. Miraculous, I'm saved. But life isn't a dream. Before he could get hopeful, she coldly refused. I declined. Draus looked disappointed. Really? He turned to Patron and asked for help, so I guess he won't be helped. Patron, can you spare one of your potions? He refused. That's only for emergencies when we can't heal with mana. Draus lowered his voice and pleaded. You have many. I'll pay you back when we get out. Irritated, he tossed a vial to him with a smile. He warned Bjorn beforehand, because this isn't mana, it will hurt a little. He hurried, all right, quickly. He poured the vial into the deep wound on the leg, where the poison was spreading. Instantly, a bone-deep, soul-piercing pain shot to his brain. What the hell? Although his vitality was rapidly recovering, it felt like his whole body was melting. He couldn't bear it and screamed, the cry echoing through the space. So that's why they don't let me use potions during battle. It really hurts. After a while, the pain gradually subsided. Bjorn inhaled deeply and steadied his breathing. The wound and the corrosive poison had completely disappeared. He forced himself to sit up and breathed a sigh of relief. I really thought I was going to die. He forced himself to sit up and breathed a sigh of relief. I really thought I was going to die. So now will you tell us, how could a rookie soldier get here before us? If you know a secret passage, I'd buy that information. Bjorn realized. So that's your motive. He grew cautious. Perhaps goodwill without reason is the most suspicious thing. Bjorn panted and replied, I don't know. I was already here as soon as I stepped into the maze. Draus pondered. Is that so? I think I've read about that before. Due to size instability, I've heard that sometimes we can fall into the border of the darkness, though the probability is so low it happens once every 100 years. He was stunned, once every 100 years. Looking closely, their group included a mage and a female priest, meaning their levels were at least medium to high. And I accidentally experienced something on my first run, something they've never even seen before. Draus smiled and left with the adventurers, leaving a few words for Bjorn. An interesting tale indeed. Thanks, you're free to go. Don't worry about the cost of the potion. He understood. Time in the maze was worth its weight in gold. From the start, them spending so much time on him was already a miracle. I should feel happy that I survived. Bjorn somberly picked up the shield, but felt disgusted by his own wounded state. On this side, A's adventuring party continued their journey. Patron sneered that the Mandy was lucky. Draus didn't think so. Lucky? He went through all that from the start. He was indifferent. If he steps into a goblin trap on level 1, even if it doesn't catch him, he'll die eventually. I say he's lucky he met us, the female archer giggled. Lucky it was us and not you. You didn't even want to use your potion because you're stingy. He snorted coldly. There are lots of bastards like him, don't you think so too? The female priest remained silent. The fighter defensively shielded the priest. Don't think everyone's like you. If not for the temple rules, she'd have healed him already. He shrugged. Oh, is that so? I've met many two-faced people, as you can see. The fighter frowned and pointed at the stingy one. You should learn a thing or two from Rouse. He sounded doubtful when asking if there might be a secret passage. Right, Mandy don't like accepting help from others. Draus scratched his face and smiled sheepishly. You're too kind. He noticed Bjorn's long trail of blood and was curious. I wonder when this Mandy's bleeding will stop. It's been quite a while. The fighter teased, assessing from the Mandy's psychology so far. I don't think he's as lucky as you say. Okay, I'm sure it ends somewhere around here. Draus led the way. If we take the shortcut, we need to turn here. Everyone exclaimed, it's great to have guidance. The archer was excited. Draus was amazing to have memorized the entire map of the first floor. Most guides only show the directions. She nodded faintly. Oh, really? So carefully surveyed the surroundings. He nodded with satisfaction. I think we're the first ones here. Good that we arrived quickly. Draus stepped forward and lightly touched the tombstone in the center. Instantly, a powerful beam of light gathered, forming a spatial gate. He smiled. All right, this is the gate that will take us to floor 2. Let's go. As the fighter stepped through the gate, she curiously saw something and called out in surprise, wait. There she pointed at a trap, a sandal, and a pool of blood nearby. Are those the sandals the Mandy was wearing earlier? The mage immediately condensed energy into a sphere. I think you're right. The light orb quickly rose up, illuminating the whole area. A long trail of blood stretched inward. The members who saw it were agape with shock. The mage could hardly believe it, and confirmed, how long did it take Draus to reach where we found that Mandy? He hesitated, unless he took a shortcut, about 15 km. The old man frowned and smirked in disbelief. He had crawled such a long distance entirely in the dark. A truly bizarre bastard. Patron froze, thinking he must be insane. The archer stammered as he looked at him. Patron. He grew sullen, shaken to his core and questioning life if it were him. Would he crawl for hours without certainty? I should have realized that sooner. But then he remembered. The Mandy had extended his right hand toward them. That's right, he showed them the magic crystal. Even after crawling that whole time, he hadn't forgotten his bargaining item. He had to admit it, retracting his earlier words. Drouse, what's that Mandy's name? Was he just lucky? Should scumbags like that die early? No way, those mad ones don't die. Unless it was a special case. No matter how hard things were or how much pain they faced, they would never view death as an escape. System notifications kept sounding after his near-death experiences. A ferocious Goblin lunged forward, but before it could do anything, it was struck by a crushing blow. Bastard. It tumbled to the ground. Bjornjander continuously charged into the Goblin horde. He exhaled wearily. They still showed up as he had feared at first. But once he regained his sight, the Goblins were no longer a concern. Regarding the random traps on the ground, Bjornjander judged that the idiots at least covered them with dirt or something. A goblin from behind rushed forward screaming. Their intentions were predictable and their hiding spots too obvious. He thought Bjorn spun, swung his shield and flung the goblin away, shouting, "What are you doing, you madman?" He frowned in annoyance. The only problem was that he was starving. Bored, he turned to look at the canvas pouch at his hip, and muttered that he's pretty sure the deputy clan chief had given him food. When he touched it, he discovered a hole that had let the contents fall out. He picked up the pouch, damn it, was crawling on the floor, the wrong decision. The 7 days' worth of food had been reduced to 5. Bjorn devoured the ration in his hand, grimacing, telling himself he'll have to eat as little as possible. He shoved the rest into his mouth and marveled, how is this dry, crunchy bread so tasty? As his saliva softened it, sweetness flooded him and he was thirsty again. Bjorn rubbed his chin and swallowed. He looked around at nothing but cave rock, puzzled. Where to find water now was a worrying question. In dungeon and stone, the needs system only activates inside the maze, and he'd never needed to carry water because food was enough. But this isn't a game. He scowled and sighed. It was a tough game, true. Now that it's real, that difficulty no longer exists in a virtual world, but in a real world he must adapt to. So he decided to stand and start scouring the area. Bjorn guessed that since the Vice Clan leader hadn't given him water, there must be a water source somewhere in the maze. After walking a bit, he heard a trickling. He knew immediately it was water. Running toward it, he bumped into a human. The person turned and eyed him warily, carefully tightening the water bottle's cap. Aside from the blonde team, this was the first other person he'd met, but there was no conversation. The other quickly moved on, following an unspoken rule not to interact with other adventurers unless necessary. 41, 42, 43, 44. The steady counting echoed through the cave. After counting, Bjornjander fell into thought. I gathered quite a bit. Thinking about how I might die was memorable. But there was another problem. He yawned tiredly. He was exhausted. He'd certainly hunted many goblins, but was really sleepy. There are 2 ways to sleep in the maze. 1. Trust in God and sleep. 2. Find allies to guard each other. Bjorn stepped up to 2 youths and offered, "Be my teammates." The 2 were startled by his intensity and stammered, sorry, but we already have the members we need for our party." Then they hurried away. He tried asking others but got the same replies. "Our group is full." 2 more sneered, "We don't like savage types. The smell of blood is too foul." Bjornjander was exhausted from continuous rejection. He thought angrily to himself, damn them. A flare of anger rose. He didn't ask to join permanently. He only wanted a temporary ally to sleep. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Hans looked friendly and smiled. "Are you looking for someone to share a watch with overnight?" Bjorn cocked his head at the disjointed question. "What did you say, and what's his name?" Hans cheerfully explained, "I assume you don't want someone to guard for you. I thought I could sleep a bit because you look like a trustworthy Mandy, but maybe I'm wrong." He was surprised and realized, oh, so that's what he meant. He should have said so from the start. "You're right, I am looking for someone like that." The game notes mention knight teammates. Hans eagerly shook his hand. "Great, so stay with me. My name is Hans." Bjorn hesitated. He'd thought a knight teammate meant a friend or something, but hearing it spoken felt a bit perverse. Finally, he reached out and introduced himself. "All right, my name is Bjorn, son of Jander." Hans shook his hand, gave a few light pumps, and said cheerfully, "Then I'll call you Bjorn. It's best to have 3 people for an overnight watch, but hunting for a 3rd seems like a waste of time." Hans smiled at him with a somewhat dazed look. "So why don't we just go with 2 of us?" He scowled and cursed inwardly. What the heck? Was it the way this guy spoke? Something was off. His face darkened and the corner of his mouth twitched as he considered. Bjornjander hastily brushed his hand away and replied awkwardly, all right. The other laughed and said, "Done then. Why don't we play rock, paper, scissors to see who sleeps first?" And that's how they decided to stay together that night in the maze. Bjorn felt disgusted, scoffing inwardly, "Damn, that's gross." Hans spread his hand. "Good mood. I've won, so I'll sleep first, right?" Bjorn nodded irritably. "Fine," he thought despondently, "damn it. I knew I'd lose, I'm never lucky. Hans handed him a watch and instructed, take this, it's a watch. You can wake me when the short hand points here. Seeing him explain patiently, he silently judged that the man probably thought Mandy's couldn't tell time. Do you understand? I'll explain again. Hans said, and he quickly replied, okay, cursing inwardly, damn it. Surely this is how people view Mandy's in Dungeon and Stone. Bjorn examined the watch, admiring its price, felt fancy, but he was certain he could use it as an advantage later. Hans looked comfortable, rolled over, and fell into a deep, snoring sleep that made Bjorn envious. He wondered if this was a seasoned adventurer. Would he lend him a sleeping bag if asked? How boring without Gollins or other adventurers, even if convenient. He glanced at the watch, yawned tiredly, and wished time would pass quickly as he watched the hands move. Then the short hand clicked once past one, and Bjorn stepped forward to wake Hans. Get up. He sat up, drowsy. Did anything happen while I was asleep? He shook his head. Hans nodded in understanding. You're too polite. Okay, thanks, you should go to sleep too. I'll wake you in 2 hours, all right. At that, Bjorn Jander stared at him attentively, suspicion rising. How am I supposed to sleep? Hans fiddled with the watch without slamming it. Bjorn was flustered. How could he trust a man he'd just met? Eventually he dozed off, snoring loudly like a fierce man after a long day. But he wasn't completely relaxed outwardly. Thinking to himself he hoped Hans wouldn't notice. Bjorn cast a furtive glance. Hans sat beside him, hearing his loud snores and finding it amusing. Bjorn pondered, this acts like a charm, easily making them see him as simple. Because Mandy's are often straightforward, others can become complacent. He turned and told himself, all right, I'll appear like a stupid Mandy sleeping like a log. I'm exposing a weakness, his gaze fixed warily on Hans. I'm sure he'd act if he had other intentions. Show your true nature. 2 hours later, his head ached as he watched Hans sleeping soundly. He hadn't managed to nap at all. His suspicious eyes glared at him. Those 2 hours the man did nothing. He should have slept. What was he doing? He regretted it, but truly one shouldn't drop their guard with strangers. He couldn't sleep until he found the man trustworthy. Though exhausted, Bjorn Jander lay tired and thoughtful, his eyes slowly closing while his mind fought to stay alert. He couldn't sleep. Suddenly a loud shout rang out, jolting him awake. Bjorn looked up to see Hans standing before him, bewildered. I haven't slept yet, he hastily protested. Hans smirked and reminded him, you should wipe the drool off your face. Bjorn reached out to wipe his mouth awkwardly. Sorry. Hans was calm and forgiving. All right. Fortunately, nothing happened while you slept, so I'll let it pass. Hearing him, Bjorn Janer was surprised. He looked up and offered thanks. If you want, you can sleep longer. I will keep watch for you. Hans smiled reassuringly. All right, you look exhausted. Just sleep and I'll keep watch. Seeing his expression, Bjorn couldn't help but stay on guard. Thanks. He recalled how he met Hans. Are you looking for someone to share a watch with overnight? He'd been kind, struck up conversation when Bjorn was in trouble, didn't scold him for oversleeping, and refused any compensation. All right then, fortunately nothing happened while you slept, so I'll let it go. Bjorn Jander was skeptical. No one in Dungeon and Stone was that nice. He lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and pretended to snore. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Hans' face appeared right in front of him, still friendly, asking, you're awake. Why not sleep a little longer? But both of his hands held high Bjorn Jander's hammer. An entirely different contrast to that friendly expression. The hammer in his hands swung down, aimed straight at his face. Bjorn Jander nimbly twisted and managed to avoid it. He immediately leaped back to put distance between them. Hans went pale with fear, panicking and stammering. Why you managed to dodge? His face darkened as he glared at him angrily. Hans flailed in panic and hurried to explain, wait, listen to me. Bjorn ground his teeth in judgment. Now he tries to make excuses. Damn it, what an idiot. Bjorn suddenly lunged at him. Hans, feeling Bjorn's strike, became terrified. Wait! He swung his arm, knocking the shield up to strike Hans' jaw. Who do you think you're crazy to be? Blood spurted from his mouth from the heavy blow. His legs trembled as he tried to keep his balance. He weakly tried to get words out. Slow down. I can explain. Bjorn didn't wait. In fury, he swung again, thinking one hit hadn't killed him. Unlike Gollins, he'd have to smash this guy once more. He struck Hans in the face with his shield again. Growling, take this, you bastard. He was flung against the rock wall behind him. He tried to defend himself, body trembling as he crawled and hacked cough after cough. Bjorn slowly advanced toward him, a murderous glint rising in his eyes. Hans panicked, flailing his limbs. Please, I'm sorry. I'm begging you, please don't kill me. He looked at him with contempt and demanded angrily, why did you do that? Hans hurriedly offered an excuse. Your magic stones. I've been eyeing your magic stones, I just wanted them. Please believe me. Bjorn sneered. You killed an insane person just for a few magic stones. Hans stammered, protesting, why yes, that's it. Your shield too, I only wanted to take it. Mandy equipment is very valuable and can be sold for a high price. Is that so? He asked skeptically, raising his foot. Seeing Bjorn's tone had lost its fury, Hans brightened. Right, please let me go, I mean no harm. At that moment Bjorn raised his foot high firm. No, you're still hiding something. He suddenly aimed a kick straight at his jaw. Then he repeatedly stomped on Hans' body, roughly interrogating him. Last chance, be honest. Killing an explorer in a dungeon is a serious crime, so there must be another reason. He cried out hastily, your hearts. Bjorn stared at him in shock. What? He scrambled to explain. Yes, Mandy hearts are being sold at atrocious prices. I've heard it's used as an ingredient to create a new spell. Bjorn realized, now he knew. To this guy he was simply like the hard-to-catch goblins, but valuable enough to bring a profit. He stamped hard on Hans' chest and asked, why didn't you kill me when I fell asleep at first? Hans answered with difficulty, because I also needed to sleep. He thought to himself that Hans had been careless. It was just irritation from insects. Hans sweat profusely, trembling as he whispered, but I told you everything. Will you spare me? Bjorn pondered without answering. His lips curled into a vicious smile. Spare you? I can meet plenty like you who say the same things, right? Do you think I'll spare them all? He coldly glanced at Hans with eyes of loathing. Seeing his attitude, Hans grew even more panicked. No, of course not. I'm not like the others. I will give you everything I have. He ignored whatever Hans said and raised the shield again. I have nothing now, but when I return to base, I will. Please give me another chance. You won't regret it. The heavy shield slammed into the ground with a resonant sound. At the same time, syrup splashed and spread. Just one day before joining this game, I had killed someone. The system panel appeared. A new achievement was recorded. 2 days after entering the game, the system kept notifying him of upgraded items and weapons. I grew up living like a savage, drinking from bottles when thirsty, using a compass when lost, checking a watch to tell time, and being treated with bandages and medicine. Ironically, only after killing someone was I allowed to live like a human. The system displayed his ability stats. Many attributes had gained points. Bjorn continued his journey, swinging his hammer straight at the goblin. With a single swing from my hammer, the goblin scattered. He looked at the hammer in his hand with some regret. I should have chosen this weapon from the start, right? No, I didn't think I'd be this good then. Is it because I have the body of a berserker? In battle, I kept feeling like this body wasn't mine. He suddenly noticed 2 goblins approaching him. Bjorn raised his weapon again, eyes full of killing intent as he assessed them. Since day 2, goblins had appeared in pairs. My combat ability had increased thanks to the new weapon. The 2 goblins charged forward wielding weapons. He nimbly used his shield to knock them back. My development progressed smoothly. Bjorn brought the hammer down hard on that goblin's head. The 2 goblins were quickly defeated and vanished, leaving behind a pool of syrup and the gradual appearance of crystal shards. He was despondent and dazed. He'd die of exhaustion. Bjorn muttered, face pale and dark circles under his eyes. I've been hunting continuously since meeting Hans. I can't go on. I need a nap. Now I have no companion. Maybe it would have been better to have one. Then I'd have a higher chance of surviving if a goblin stabbed me. He leaned against the rock, eyes shut tight, lost in thought, when he heard quiet footsteps approaching. Bjorn couldn't help swearing, damn it. These damn things always come whenever I stop to think. He watched the 2 goblins shuffling toward him, cursing under his breath, anger flaring up. Bjorn grabbed his hammer and shouted, "Can't you give me 10 minutes? You bastards," followed by a resounding thud. After dealing with it, Bjorn leaned back against the rock and brooded. By then I had cleared everything in sight. Please don't show up anymore, just let me catch a few minutes sleep. The system then displayed an attack warning. Bjorn jolted awake. At that moment the goblin grinned eagerly and plunged its blade into his chest. I couldn't feel anything. Realizing he'd been hit, he got hot-headed and swore, "Damn it, you bastard." He immediately swung his fist at the goblin's face. The goblin was sent a short distance away. Its companion watched in terrified shock. He glared angrily at that goblin, threatening in a low voice, "You." Seeing the murderous light blazing in his eyes and the fire of hatred, the goblin was frightened and tucked its tail and ran away. Bjorn nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, Scram, I can't keep beating you all. I'm exhausted. If I'd been a bit slower or if that goblin had jumped a little higher, it could have stabbed my throat." The pain in his chest suddenly throbbed. Bjorn gritted his teeth and sighed. "Why can't I feel them? I really need a rest. First, I have to bandage this wound." With that, he opened the glass bottle of healing potion. As he poured it onto the wound, red smoke rose and Bjorn winced in pain, gritting his teeth to endure. Why does treatment hurt more than the stabbing? 14 hours after leaving Hans, he trudged forward with a somewhat weary expression. As he walked, Bjorn calculated that this was when people looked for companions, but now that he knew the value of a Mandy heart, he couldn't trust anyone. Still, if there were another Mandy, he could trust him. Then he shook himself and decided to look for a berserker. Suddenly, a friendly-looking man approached and spoke to him. "Hey, are you looking for a companion?" Surprised, a friendly man said, "Hey, are you looking for a companion?" Bjorn pondered, watching the two of them and regarding humans with caution. Another blond man called out invitingly, looking at him as if he were very tired. "Want to join our group?" Bjorn clenched his teeth at the humans. Two more people came over smiling and said, "You would make 3. If you're a Mandy, we can trust you." He dismissed them outright. Humans these days, unlike yesterday, all wanted me in their team. In the end, Bjorn still refused them all. "No, I'm looking for another Mandy." He thought to himself that since being wounded, he looked too dreadful to find a companion. The man pondered and said, "You're looking for another Mandy. That's tough." "Why is that?" he asked curiously. The man explained they may have gone up to other floors 2 to 3 months before the coming-of-age festival. There are fewer Mandy left on the first floor now. Hearing this, Bjorn suddenly realized. Of course, with a structure this big, it was ridiculous that he'd still be searching for a companion on the first floor. The man waved goodbye. "Jafnir can protect you on the journey." Bjorn politely nodded and replied, "Thanks. Should I give up looking for another Mandy?" Bjorn Jander reluctantly changed his thinking. "All right, be realistic. Whether they're a Mandy or not doesn't matter. Finding a companion is good, even if they're human. I wish they were a different race, preferably rarer than humans, but certainly more common than Mandy. Elves are always mysterious, or a dwarf with the spirit of a Mandy would be perfect. But it's fine if they're another species. Most races have special abilities. Unlike humans, they wouldn't harm other explorers for profit." Then Bjorn Jander noticed a dark corner. After deciding and scouting the cavern for about an hour, he discovered a goblin girl panting and hiding in the shadows. She caught sight of Bjorn. The girl flinched. He felt a little relieved and thought to himself, "Found her." The system panel appeared with a notification. "Goblin found." Bjorn, tall with a shield in hand, asked her, "Hey goblin, are you alone?" Seeing a stranger, Erwin braced himself defensively, gripping his bow tightly and watching the goblin warily. He thought to himself, "She's pretty cautious, huh? I thought someone injured and alone would feel threatened by a big Manny." Suddenly he noticed, realizing she was wounded in the abdomen. He didn't think she'd been hurt by a goblin's dagger. After a moment of analysis, he asked, "Were you wounded by humans?" There was no answer. The air was deathly silent. As if realizing the person before her could help, Erwin didn't hesitate and knelt down. He clasped his hands. "She begged, sir, please help me." She couldn't believe a goblin would beg him. Bjorn was surprised. She continued pleading, "Please spare me this once. Sir Mandy, I still have a little brother at home, please." Unable to understand the goblin before him, Bjorn was baffled. What the hell? What kind of goblin lacks willpower like this? Most goblins in the game are quite cold in appearance. I expected her to be the same. Knowing her disposition, he decided to try a different approach, wear a bright smile to dispel the misunderstanding. He told himself. He smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry." Erwin was astonished as his frightening, sly expression appeared. "I don't intend to kill you." Erwin shouted in horror. The name, then anxious, terrified, no way out. She kept bowing, begging him, "I know you're a Manny, but do you really have to do this? Please, just once let me live." Bjorn was confused. What have all these Mandy been doing? Why is she threatened by just a few words? Damn it. What kind of image do they have? He rummaged through his coat, pulled out first aid supplies, tossed them to her with concern, and urged, "Why don't you treat the wound first? We'll talk after." Erwin stared at the vial he gave her, the healing cloth. She thought they might be poisoned, but now she had to use it. She naively wondered, "Why are you giving me these things?" Bjorn put on a stern face. "Do you need a reason to help someone?" He inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, that's a reason." He offered, "I'll stand guard while you treat your wound first." Turning his back, he silently decided he wanted to be an overnight partner with this goblin. It sounded trivial, but this wasn't the worst situation for her. Wounded, exhausted in spirit, and attractive in appearance. Conclusion: she was in much worse condition than he was. All done, Erwin called to him. Bjorn admired it. He hadn't expected a goblin like her to tend a wound so quickly. He guessed she was quite skillful. She was less guarded now. "We should introduce ourselves." No sooner said than done. He spoke up. "My name is Bjorn, son of Jander." She hesitated. "Erwin." Now the two sat facing each other at a comfortable distance. Bjorn wondered, "Why are you afraid of me?" She answered honestly, "Because I'm a goblin and you're a Manny. If you still don't get what that has to do with anything." She muttered, "Mandy and goblins are enemies." Bjorn gritted his teeth and sighed. "Right, I guess it's related. But this is the first time I've heard of their enmity. I even thought they had a good relationship in the previous game." Fearing he might misunderstand, Erwin hurried to explain, "Commander, I mean the war ended 10 years ago, right? I bear no ill will toward the Mandy initially. So, sir, I don't want to fight you. 10 years have passed since that game I know about, And anyway, I don't have time to look for anyone else right now. Don't worry, I mean no harm. Hearing this, a weight lifted from Erwin and a smile appeared on his face. Is that so? Bjorn asked seriously. Erwin, would you like to be my overnight companion? Overnight companion? I'm utterly exhausted right now, I'm sure you are too, so why don't we team up for today? Erwin considered it seriously. I've heard that the Mandi value their warrior's honor above all. Could you swear on your warrior's honor that you won't harm me? She asked anxiously. Bjorn was firm, he swore. She hesitated. Of course I'll swear by my clan's name. Bjorn thought to himself that he didn't care much about warrior honor, but it might come in handy sometimes. He nodded in agreement. All right, but let me think it over first. Excuse me. Bjorn corrected her. I'm not, sir. I'm Bjorn, son of Jander. I don't know much about myself, but I'm only 20. He placed his hand over his chest and declared proudly, I, Bjorn, son of Jander, swear by my warrior's honor. The goblin Erwin also pressed her hands to her chest. I, Erwin Fornaci de Tercia, swear by my clan's name. They both swore, I will not harm the other tonight. I promise, I swear. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could get a full night's sleep. All settled, Bjorn arranged things. I'll sleep first. You probably prefer that too. Erwin didn't object, well, not really, but since he wanted it. He handed her a watch and instructed, this is a pocket watch. It's quite expensive, so handle it carefully. She nodded, yes, I'll be careful. Lying down to sleep, Bjorn remained vigilant, thinking it would be hard to rest. But since she would never know, he'd pretend to sleep for about 10 minutes. A loud scream made Bjorn open his eyes and sit up immediately, dazed. What time is it? Erwin excitedly held the watch up to him. It's been 2 hours, here's your watch. Bjorn was bewildered. When had he fallen asleep? He couldn't even fake staying awake anymore. Was this the combined power of the blanket and backpack? If Hans lent him these things, he didn't think he'd avoid him during the entire ambush. He decisively tossed the sleeping bag to Erwin. Here, you can cover yourself with this. If you want, you can use it as a pillow. She accepted it in surprise. But clutching the blanket, Erwin seemed to step into a new world. Without hesitation, she spread the blanket over herself and fell asleep. I'll make good use of these. Thank you very much. Seeing Erwin truly asleep, Bjorn was amazed. She fell asleep the moment her head hit the ground. He thought she must be exhausted too, since her day was probably as tiring as his. It felt like 5 days had passed, but it had only been 3. He told himself that with these thoughts in his head, he must be doing better. Leaning against the rock, he pondered what had happened to him in real life. Had he been reported missing? Certainly not yet. Who would even come looking for him? Stopping his idle thoughts, he told himself that even if he returned, there would be nothing for him there. Thinking that way would break his will, he sat silently, encouraging himself. After several watches, it would be time to move on. Bjorn checked Erwin sleeping soundly and timed it. 10 minutes remaining. He frowned in doubt and wondered, if I ask her again, since she's a goblin, she'll take on responsibilities in the battle. But if she becomes an ally, I'll have to share the rewards with her, reducing my share. Although Goblin have appeared in packs since 3 days ago, caught between fame, heart, and reason, Bjorn hesitated. Could he easily take down 3 to 4 Goblin alone? Safe sleep or magic crystals, which made more sense. Cutting off the chaotic thoughts, 2 soldiers entered the cave where Bjorn and Erwin were resting. The fat soldier whispered to the skinny one, hey, is that a goblin? I think so. Bows and arrows look pretty similar. The 2 soldiers stepped forward and asked, hey Mandy, what are you and this goblin to each other? Bjorn replied curtly, as you said, we're overnight companions. Hearing that, the fat soldier grinned maliciously. A Mandy and a goblin spending the night together. How interesting. How much time is left? Pushed to his limit, Bjorn ground his teeth and scowled. I'm not obliged to answer your questions. Seeing his intimidating demeanor, the 2 soldiers dared not say more. They awkwardly said, I understand. Turning, they hurriedly ran off. Though they left, 1,000 waves rose in Bjorn's chest. He had a bad feeling about this. They were definitely looking for Erwin. He turned and called to her, Erwin. She lazily rolled over and pulled her feet in. 5 more minutes. Worry burning him up, he snapped, you're about to be hunted down. And you still want to sleep. He ignored it and kept shaking her awake. Erwin, get up. Seeing movement from the girl under the cloak, he knew she was pretending to sleep. The blanket that had been loose moments ago now covered her entire face. Erwin, who was pretending, suddenly jerked awake, panicking as a strong force pulled her upright. She screamed in fright, not ready, and let out a loud cry. It turned out to be Bjorn. Who taught you to treat a woman like that? He angrily demanded, stepping close and asking why she pretended to sleep. Fearing his anger, she hesitantly explained, if I wake up, you'll abandon me. As she spoke, she began to sob. Bjorn was taken aback. That's what she was worried about. Erwin and he weren't officially allies, but they were overnight companions. One sleeps while the other keeps watch, taking turns through the night. And the moment she opened her eyes, that oath ended. He packed up, flexed his joints, curious what was going on with those two. Erwin answered awkwardly, nothing at all. He pressed her persistently, so how did they know you? She thought and guessed, maybe they're in the same guild as the one who tried to harm me. Their clothing bears the same emblem. They are called the Crystal Guild. Bjorn frowned in surprise. Damn, it's not just two of them, but a whole guild. Things are getting worse. I should say goodbye to this goblin and leave. But seeing Erwin's anxious, pitiable, restless demeanor, he softened. This goblin was only 20. He sighed, pulled himself together, and spoke as they walked on. Erwin immediately understood, gleefully hurried after him. Are you going to help me? He nodded. First, I need to hear your story before deciding. We're running behind schedule. I'll listen while we move. She rejoiced and agreed, okay. She carefully recounted. I met them on the first day in the maze like overnight companions. While I was sleeping, I sensed something odd and opened my eyes. A man with a shady face suddenly appeared and spoke vile words. Oh no, you're awake, he licked his lips. Then hey, you can sleep a bit longer. Later I discovered he was the leader of a guild that operated regularly on the first floor. Somehow I managed to escape, but members of his guild kept attacking me, and that's when I got injured. She recalled it with a heavy heart, sensing something was off. Wait, how did you manage that? He asked, curious. She guessed they used messaging stones to track me. Bjorn doubted it. Messaging stones had never appeared in the game. Tell me more. She eagerly explained. Messaging stones are mysterious devices that let you communicate if you synchronize them before use. Their maximum range is about 300 meters. He frowned, analyzing. They sound like walkie-talkies. No place left to run, countless manpower, and mystical devices for communication. If I leave Erwin behind, she'll surely be captured. There was one more puzzling detail. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why were that guild's people relentlessly chasing her? Erwin sighed. Is this about silencing me? He guessed. Erwin stammered, I don't think that's all. The first time I ran, I threw my knife randomly and it landed, stuck into that spot on him. Hearing that, Bjorn went numb with shock. He asked in horror that spot meaning. Erwin blushed awkwardly. You know, she said, I heard it was completely severed. Even with potions, it couldn't be reattached. She grinned mischievously, flaunting the tail. Hearing her story made him break into a sweat. That's more than enough reason for them to hunt her. Idiot, she's even laughing. Anyway, it's kind of karma, Erwin said shyly, scratching her head and apologizing. Suddenly she widened her eyes, alert. Erwin tense warned, someone's chasing us, don't look back. About 150 meters behind us. Her gaze turned icy. By instinct, she judged it to be a distance far enough to feel nothing. But she didn't seem to be lying. Perhaps it's a goblin's innate ability. He suggested we speed up. Are you okay with that? She nodded, yes, it's fine for now. The wound had opened again, yet she didn't complain at all. She was brave, pleased. He dashed forward. He asked how far the pursuers were. She miscalculated. It was still about 150 meters. Even as we sped up, the distance didn't change. By now, the pursuers had likely relayed our position to his comrades. Things were getting dangerous. Understanding the peril, Bjorn decided we need to eliminate them. If I were the target, I'd make the same call. But if we kill that bastard, there's no turning back. I must think carefully about the risks and rewards. Suddenly, Erwin cried out in panic, sir. To make a proper decision, I need more information. He turned to probe her. Erwin, what's your specialty? She proudly said, I'm strong. I'm good at snatching and clearing. He was speechless, tempted to give her a tap. What are you saying? She asked in surprise. You mean in combat? I'm good with a short bow, and I can also use elemental ember spirit magic. He was quietly pleased, judging her the perfect model for a goblin archer. And if she wielded fire, it was the rarest element. Suddenly, Bjorn asked a question that stunned Erwin. Have you ever killed anyone? She tightened her grip on the bow. Not yet, but I can now. Her eyes were tense, but filled with determination. Bjorn nodded. All right, Erwin, do you want to be my teammate? Until we escape the maze, I'll take 9 shares. You take 1, and I won't accept any complaints. He proposed the cooperation. Erwin answered excitedly and decisively, I agree. He nodded and returned to business. Good, current distance, she replied briefly, 100 m. Bjorn frowned. We're running as fast as we can and they're still closing in. Instead of keeping to run, he slammed on the brakes and stopped. He immediately ordered Erwin, we'll redirect and summon a spirit. She agreed. A red flame flared up. Imagine coming back here, standing in a pitch-black cave lit only by a fire spirit. Erwin tensely reported, they're getting closer now. Bjorn commanded, cancel the summon now. She quickly complied. From afar, a shadow was gradually emerging. He watched silently. They came even without seeing anything and stopped right near them. Someone among them must be using a tracking method. Bjorn whispered, telling Erwin to shoot. The cloaked figure was approaching them. Erwin raised her bow. Without hesitation, an arrow was loosed. It flew true and coldly pierced through the man's head. Cyro spurted from him, splattering. This was the first time she had carried out a mission, sending someone to the afterlife. Erwin's hand trembled and she turned pale. Bjorn stepped forward and patted her shoulder encouragingly. Well done. If you'd hesitated, we might have been in danger. The two quickly approached to check the man. Indeed, a messaging stone in his hand was emitting sounds. Certain. The voice on the other end grew impatient. Certain answer. Damn it, we've lost contact with Certain. He was chasing that goblin and some man. Everyone hearing this voice message, assemble at the goblin area. Bjorn looked down sternly from above. They called him Certain. I thought we'd get a good haul, but surprisingly there wasn't much. A small pouch of magic crystals, 2 daggers, a vial of poison at his belt, and his clothes, top and bottom, were made of rock. Erwin stepped out with a new look. I've changed, it's a bit odd. Called by him, she turned so he could assess. It was much better than the outfit she wore before. He thoughtfully observed Erwin's expression. He guessed that after changing clothes, her aura had shifted positively. When finished, Bjorn immediately asked what he'd been wondering. How do you use this messaging stone? Erwin pointed out where to press and pressed it. Unhurried, he took the stone and followed her actions. Sure enough, a staccato voice came from inside. I repeat. Certain was defeated while pursuing that damned goblin. That bastard is in the goblin district. She is with a man named Mandy. His weapon is a hammer and shield. Erwin was horrified and couldn't believe her ears. The bounty is 10,000 gold. Sir, he soothed reassuringly in a very convincing tone. Don't worry, Erwin, summon the spirit. We need to get to the outskirts. We have to get to the 2nd level. She ran after them in a panic. What? Sir, do we really have to go to the 2nd level? His steps quickened. The two hurried over the treacherous path. Bjorn wasn't used to formal address. Call me sir if you want, he nodded firmly. That's right. Erwin anxiously hesitated. The 1st and 2nd levels are completely different. You know that, right? He replied curtly, I understand. If we're near the entrance, it's fine. Besides, you and I make a pretty good team. Bjorn praised to boost her morale. She awkwardly protested, W were a great match. He felt elated, indeed. A melee tank and a ranged fighter are always a great pairing. Forming a party with Erwin wouldn't benefit either of us on the 1st level. Erwin lowered her eyes, still worried about the risks. But this is our first time teaming up. How can we go straight to the 2nd level? It feels like we're going into a monster den to hide from Goblin. Suddenly the stone crackled. Still haven't found them. If you find that damn goblin, we'll let you lie on top of the 10,000 gold and have first dibs. She froze in horror. Sir. Bjorn, seeing her trembling, reassured her, don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Muffled giggles came from within. Good idea. If she resists too much, can I chop off her hand or leg? Remember to leave the important parts intact. You know what I mean, right? Erwin's face went pale. She no longer argued. Sir, I'll go to the 2nd level. Bjorn felt very pleased inwardly. Her agreement was timely. No need to persuade her further. He liked helping those in need as long as it benefited him first. He nodded in agreement. All right, so if I can deal with this disgusting scum and get that smug satisfaction from doing a good deed. Erwin was different. She remained engulfed in fear. He clenched the stone in his hand. It was a win-win. There was no reason not to help. Bjorn and Erwin continued on. She asked curiously, Sir, do you know how to get to the 2nd level? He shook his head. I don't know the exact route, but if we head straight north, we'll get there sooner or later. The tunnels are designed so that if you persistently follow the darkness, you'll reach the gate. Darkness represents the path to the higher level. Suddenly she froze, hiding something. Sir, wait. Erwin pointed at an iron object ahead, a goblin trap. He sneered, they've only just appeared, quite late. We're only a few steps away. He wondered if goblins didn't usually appear in the light. Suddenly another thought flashed through his mind. Am I that unlucky? God. Bjorn slapped the ground in frustration. She, however, was excited. I can handle it, just rest a bit. He looked at Erwin and warned, you better not use a spirit. You need to conserve energy. Erwin broke into an awkward sweat. Of course. Bjorn silently shook his head. It didn't exactly look like of course, the way she said it. She gloomily ran to the trap. How did he know? Suddenly 2 monsters appeared behind them. One swung hard at the spot where she just stood. Fortunately, Erwin's reflexes were quick. She leapt back sharply, shifted her weight to steady her stance, and unleashed an uncompromising shot. The first monster immediately fell, horribly crushed. The second one still showed no fear, and continued its attack. Erwin seized the opportunity to finish it. Somehow she had silently appeared behind it. The sharp arrow struck its mark, gore spraying everywhere. She coldly acted without mercy. In an instant, she cleaned them all up. As she landed, Erwin beamed. Sir, how was I just now? He readily praised her. You did very well. You really are a talented goblin marksman. I think you're braver than I expected and agile too. These are magic crystals. Split at 9 for you and 1 for me, okay. Her eyes lit up. She kept pestering me about something. If we keep this up, I'll earn a little too, right? He was at a loss for words. Yeah, good job. He was puzzled and suspicious. Huh, is she insulting me? Erwin suddenly changed expression as the stone crackled. The bounty for the goblin hunt has been raised to 20,000 gold, alive or dead. Bjorn comforted the girl leaning against him. Don't worry, no one will chase us in the dark. Besides, those bastards don't seem very united. Many voices barked in objection. I'm switching to hunting the spiky-maned wolves. Anyone want to rest with me? He sneered. Did you hear? Many weren't interested in hunting her. But he was suspicious. Things were going too smoothly. By timing, something bad should happen due to my bad luck. Suddenly, Erwin screamed in horror. Sir, they're whites. He was startled, alarmed. Huh, why are whites here? On the first level, monsters don't appear uniformly. Depending on where you go, these whites should have been in the south. Could we have wandered too far and reached the border? Bjorn tensed and watched silently. She nudged his arm and asked, I'll fight them alone. He affirmed firmly, no, we fight together. He explained, the experience reward system in Dungeon and Stone is strange. You only get rewards for the first time you defeat a species of monster. So to level up, you must defeat as many different monster species as possible. That makes this a favorable situation. Bjorn divided roles precisely. I'll handle the ones in front. You take care of the others behind. If this were a game, whites wouldn't attack unless you're within a certain range. He approached the demons, and immediately they detected him. The whites charged swiftly. Bjorn pondered. Fortunately, everything went as he predicted. He retaliated fiercely. Where do you think you're going? Bjorn gripped his weapon and frowned in analysis. Whites are faster and stronger than goblins. With each clean slash, he sent one to its end. One sneaked around to act from behind, but they're only level 9 monsters, not hard to deal with. He quickly spotted it and provided support. With a reliable companion, this stage was as easy as pie. They continued north into the third day. Striding on, they found strange traces. Erwin was curious. Sir, these marks. She peered down and found it was blood. I don't think this is goblin blood. Who do you think left these tracks? There's also bread crumbs nearby. I think the blood leads toward the direction we want to go. A thought flashed through Bjorn's mind. Could the blood possibly not be what it seems? At the bloodstain were a goblin trap and a lone sandal. He froze, staring down intently. Bjorn's mood grew heavy. The first place I stepped into when in the maze. Behind me was definitely the gate. Memories of Bjorn's struggles surged back. He had suffered greatly then, and had even been attacked. Returning to the present, Bjorn was furious and wanted to flip the table. Damn it, are you kidding me? The second-level gate was only about 10 meters from where I started. Erwin flinched. I'm sorry, even though she didn't know what for. He ground his teeth in anger. How unlucky must I be to go the wrong way like that? Absolutely maddening. She trembled, tears welling. Sir, if I accidentally did something wrong, what do you think happened to her? He turned back to deny it. It's not your fault, don't worry. She hesitated, why so unsure? It seemed Erwin suddenly pieced everything together. The blood, the bread, the hunting gear, his expression. Compassion rose in her. Sir, you've suffered a lot. Bjorn was astonished. She'd figured out why he acted that way. Erwin sympathized. Perhaps he lost a dear companion here. I'm sure they've reached heaven. He fell silent, speechless. No, of course not. I won't believe that. She's definitely mistaken. He put on a stern face. Anyway, are you willing to keep going with me? Erwin brightened. I'm a little scared, but I don't think I'll die if I'm beside you. He thought she tended to babble. I'm not going to die that easily either. Bjorn hoisted his pack. Let's go. She replied yes. As soon as they stepped into the second level, they were dropped into free fall. Bjorn, huge and unwieldy, of course fell flat out. Erwin landed lightly. She panicked. Brother, are you okay? I was wondering what falling through a teleport gate would feel like. He bit his lip and sighed. I'm fine, damn it. Feels like a frog sat in my mouth at the bottom of a well, chewed around, then spat me out. Erwin chuckled. I'm really surprised. I've never gone through a teleport gate by falling like that. They didn't tell me. I'm so jealous. He glanced enviously. She landed perfectly. He admired her agility, something the Mandy race lacked. First, he decided to scout the area. Is this the northern fairy forest region of the second level? There was a teleport gate behind them that could send them back to the first level at any time, and he sensed no living creatures within a 50-meter radius. Thanks to the starlight, he could see clearly at night. However, it couldn't get any brighter around them because this was a maze. Erwin looked around, puzzled. Brother, is this really the second level? I've never heard the second level is a forest. Bjorn turned to answer. They probably mean a different kind of second level. There are 4 teleport gates on the first level, each leading to a different land. The northern one is the fairy forest. The eastern one the monster den. The western one the deadlands. And the southern one the Blackstone Mountains. She waved her arms excitedly. I think I remember. And whichever gate you choose will lead to the third level, right? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. She asked, but what do we do now? He looked around, probing, "Do you know the way back to the city from the maze?" Erwin pondered seriously. "We'll automatically return once the maze closes, right?" Bjorn considered the situation and nodded thoughtfully. The first and second floors remain open for 168 and 240 hours respectively. Once the time runs out, the maze will push all adventurers back to the city. The Gem Alliance won't come here since they can't even cooperate among themselves. We'll stay on the second floor until the 168 hours are nearly up, then return to the first floor. He decided firmly at once. But we can't just stand by the teleport gate the whole time, so let's go explore the surroundings. Bjorn said sternly, "Lead the way." Erwin nodded, "All right." After walking for a while, she casually sang a few lines, feeling nostalgic in the forest. "Although I know there are only monsters here, it feels a lot like the ancestors' shrine." The more Erwin spoke, the more interested she became. Immediately her senses detected a trap. "Remember to follow my lead." She pointed at the dense bushes. "See, there's a trap there too." He looked puzzled. "See what?" She, seeming used to this, suggested with amusement, "Under that pile of leaves, look." Erwin hurled a stone hard at the thicket of leaves. Sure enough, a trap was revealed. He exclaimed in admiration, "Indeed, this is the detection ability of the elven kind. She's very proud." "How do you feel?" "I suddenly find her very reliable." But those words never made it past his lips. In the end, he just mumbled. Bjorn boasted boldly, "I think I'm good at throwing stones." He thought otherwise inwardly, but didn't need to praise her. Erwin sulked. "What? Fine." Bjorn said nothing, oddly discovering traps first is her duty after all. "Don't get excited over such a small thing. You're already a true adventurer." His face was cold as stone. Erwin wasn't offended. On the contrary, she became even more upbeat. She giggled with delight. "All right, a true adventurer." Bjorn was at a loss for words. She was quite easy to manipulate. Back in the present, she looked around and assessed, but something was odd. There were traps, yet I couldn't sense any goblins in the area. He stated the fact matter-of-factly. Unlike the first floor, detecting traps nearby doesn't mean there are goblins. The traps on the second floor seem to be a feature of that floor. Chit-chat aside, that's enough. Focus and go ahead of me. He reminded seriously, but she remained playful. This place is called the Goblin Forest in the game. Besides traps, it has another feature. Goblins move in groups of 12. Sometimes elite goblins like warriors or archers appear. The deeper you go, the more elites and higher-level monsters you'll encounter. But that doesn't matter, because we only intend to scout the area around the teleport gate. He shouldered the gear and warned carefully, "We'll disarm all traps around and expand our search radius. If danger arises, we'll run back to the first floor immediately." She obediently followed orders. We expanded the area by throwing stones at the traps. If you accidentally step on one while fleeing, you're done for. After completing a task, Erwin excitedly ran up to high-five. "I did great," she nodded emphatically. "Well done, truly worthy of an axe-wielding adventurer." Suddenly Erwin flinched. Sensing something alertingly, she hurriedly announced it. "Brother, there's a group of goblins." He whispered the number. Erwin sat down and felt for movement in the ground. Not sure, but definitely more than 10. "I think they're about 50 meters away. It seems they haven't noticed the two of us yet. What should we do?" He quickly arranged. "We'll attack. How close can we get without being detected?" Erwin calculated. If it were me, I could get within about 30 meters of them. A killing intent flashed in his eyes. "I see, we'll follow the plan." "Fine." Erwin moved silently and smoothly, making no sound in the night. Watching her professional, almost commando-like stealth, Bjorn marveled that she could pass through the grass without making a sound. This must be how the elves are. From afar, she saw a group of goblins slowly advancing toward them. Excited, she waved to signal. Bjorn solemnly nodded in agreement. Waiting for that cue, she immediately drew her bow. Erwin's sharp arrow flew out in an instant, cutting through the wind and reeds. Bjorn stamped his foot to get momentum. He timed his dash perfectly. Did she hit one? I couldn't hear because they were too far away. Bjorn ran up to support. "Fall back, Erwin." She nodded. He charged aggressively into the goblin group. He gritted his teeth and steeled himself. The second floor is definitely different. The number of goblins you can encounter may be 3 times that of the first floor. They were pretty scary despite being goblins, and having goblin warriors made them truly frightening. Surprisingly, I didn't feel very afraid. The warrior's heart inside me was pounding. He shouted full of spirit and delivered a furious punch. He used his raging assault technique. 2 goblins at his sides, neatly took both of them out at once, then punched them through the chin, and sent them flying back toward the goblin horde. His eyes burned with murderous intent. A violent, thunderous punch struck, crushing a goblin. Suddenly he flinched, on guard. It turned out one goblin had secretly struck from the side, sweeping with its spear, and nearly sending him to his grave. Bjorn reacted in time and quickly retreated, putting distance between them. That was close. If I'd reacted a bit slower, I would have been done for. Damn, they didn't even give me a moment to breathe. Even if they're ordinary goblins, facing more than 5 at once is terrifying enough. Watching the goblin pack rush in, Bjorn sighed. Then injuries were inevitable. But that would be if I were alone. A streak of light flashed across the battlefield as he and the shooter synced perfectly with the firing direction. Erwin, from behind, saw her shot hit the target and breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced with satisfaction. It seemed Erwin was in position. I'll finish this. So Bjorn charged in, engaging in close combat, and shouted, "You beasts, come on in." Bjorn looked at the loot in his hands. Compared to the 44 I had to grind all day to get on the first floor, this was truly a bargain. I wish I could take armor and weapons from the goblins, but they disappeared along with the bodies. He handed the magic sapphire to Erwin. These are all level 9 magic crystals, but crystals from swordsmen are worth more. I'll give you a bit extra. Her eyes lit up like 2 stars. Thank you, sir. Bjorn pointed the way and kept moving. She obeyed. Yes, Bjorn fell into thought. When they went farther than 3 km, they encountered a goblin group every 5 minutes. Erwin noticed there was an archer this time. Look there, that archer is vanishing. She reported urgently. Bjorn immediately recognized it as an invisibility spell. Focus, she nodded. Yes, things get tougher because of the goblin archers. The goblins charged viciously toward the 2 of them. He struck a powerful blow, but I don't think we'll lose. With this body, he only needed to follow up with 2 focus slashes to clear any who dared approach. Suddenly an arrow silently aimed at Bjorn. He flinched, sensing imminent danger. When his eyes caught up with the arrow's speed, he thought it was too late to dodge. But no, by sheer will, Bjorn escaped skillfully, dodging the arrows hurled at him. A goblin archer in the bushes was spotted by him. Bjorn tightened his grip on his club. The goblin panicked in terror. With a single surge, he sent it far away, and after a while the task was complete. Bjorn breathed a sigh of relief and rested a bit. Erwin collapsed wearily and wiped her sweat. How many hours have we been wandering? He miscounted. About 15 hours. If you want, you can sleep first, Bjorn offered with concern. Erwin was excited. If you want, you can sleep first, Bjorn offered with concern. Erwin was excited. After a while, Erwin fell asleep. Bjorn watched her sleeping face, so peaceful, she must be exhausted. She'd never made a sound in her sleep before. Well, maybe she feels safer now. He looked up at the sky. We've been hunting around here for about 15 hours. They found more than expected compared to the first floor. But because they went farther, they began encountering other adventurers, usually groups of 3 or more, sometimes even races from other worlds. Bjorn worried about the future. His thoughts grew increasingly tangled. Of course, we've only passed them by, but just seeing them made him more alert. Adventurers are far more dangerous than goblins. Especially now, he had another reason to worry. Bjorn glanced at Erwin sleeping and accidentally spoke his thought aloud. The problem is she looks too beautiful. Especially now, he had another reason to worry. Bjorn glanced at Erwin sleeping and accidentally spoke his thought aloud. The problem is she looks too beautiful. Hearing the compliment, Erwin startled awake. She asked happily, "Am I really that beautiful?" Bjorn gritted his teeth. Go to sleep. Inwardly flustered and doubtful, didn't she just snore? Erwin obediently lay still. Yes, he truly couldn't understand her. What's wrong with her? The goblins I know aren't like this. On the 4th day, the 2 continued accumulating points. He ordered to clear this side first. Erwin complied, yes. On the 5th day, then the 6th day. By the 7th day, Bjorn, exhausted, told panting Erwin behind him, "Finally, it's time to leave the maze." 21:13. 2 hours 47 minutes remain until the first floor closes. She was listless and lifeless. "I'm so tired, I'll sleep as soon as we get back." He was serious. "All right, let's head back now." Anxious inside, better to return a bit early. She reminded from behind, "Careful, sir, there are new traps ahead." He nodded. Surely the goblins have been respawned. She cautiously added, "There's a goblin group 70 m away at the 1 o'clock direction. 8 normals, 2 archers, and 2 warriors. Shall we attack?" He declared firmly, "We will." The goblins on one side sneered wickedly, when suddenly they were ambushed. The attacker was none other than Bjorn, his eyes blazing with murderous intent like a demonic rise. He widened his eyes, shouted loudly, and the goblin ranks panicked, and before they could react, they were smashed to pieces. He wasn't too worried. Erwin would handle the archers, so he'd deal with the warriors first. Each one beaten to pulp. Once finished, Bjorn was like the embodiment of a maniac with 1,000 hands. After all those battles, I'd become a brawling master, like a 1,000-eyed, 1,000-handed guardian spirit. He thought Erwin had improved too. She knew exactly which one to deal with. He walked confidently across the battlefield, having just finished off 2 ambushers. She said there were 2 archers, but he hadn't seen any arrows fly his way. The time to kill the goblins was significantly reduced, and he praised with satisfaction, "Well done, Erwin." But remember to tell me once you've taken out all the archers. I don't want to be fighting while still worrying about them. Erwin looked flustered. Sorry. She gave an embarrassed smile. I'm not even sure the last one was hit by an arrow. He realized that was the reason and nodded in acknowledgement. Right, uncertain intel is more dangerous. She's matured a lot since a few days ago. I'm proud. She noticed something odd. Look, there's something amazing over there. Bjorn was stunned. It's an essence, a goblin archer's essence. Damn, here of all places. His eyes showed clear concern. Essences are part of the skill system in Dungeon and Stone, providing active and passive abilities. Each has different attributes depending on the type and is only obtained once per tier. They're like relics, thus more valuable than treasure to adventurers. But absorption is limited, and an essence's capabilities depend on the goblin. So a character's fate based on which essence they receive has an almost zero drop rate. Bjorn thought he'd never expected to see one here. Erwin marveled and inspected it carefree. Bjorn thought he'd never expected to see one here. Erwin marveled and inspected it carefree. So it's such a great essence, but Bjorn couldn't be happy. It was too lucky. He had a bad feeling about it. Erwin worriedly suspected that if he consumed it, would he turn into a goblin? Bjorn remained lost in thought. There's no way I'm that lucky. He muttered that you'd only gain part of the goblin's power. For example, the guy who chased us on the first floor got a wolfman essence and tracked us by scent. He frowned and asked if she wanted it. Erwin hesitated but said not exactly. But I'll take it if you don't want it. She smiled delightedly. Bjorn twitched the corner of his mouth. He felt she was getting bolder. Besides, he knew which essence he needed. He'd have to spend a fortune using an essence unwisely. A goblin archer's essence wasn't what a lone man like him needed. Bjorn decided in a low voice. All right, Erwin, if you promise me one thing, you can take the essence. I'll tell you once we reach the first floor. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out, and an unfamiliar group appeared unexpectedly. Don't move, the red-haired man ordered, pointing straight at the two of them. Arrogant, savages and elves, don't move. The red-haired man pointed at them, sneering, savages and elves. Erwin was confused and didn't know how to react. What do you mean? We're just hunting. He gripped her shoulder tightly, his voice cold. No need to answer them, Erwin. Before she could grasp his meaning, he shoved her down toward the goblin essence. The moment she touched it, her body fully absorbed it. The onlookers watched in shock, unable to react in time. What the hell? She ate it. What did you just do? That essence belongs to us? They shouted bitterly. Erwin returned slowly and murmured, thanks. Bjorn knew well they'd encounter people like this sooner or later. They rushed over when they saw the essence, but what could they do? Erwin had already consumed it. Bjorn stepped forward to challenge them. If you want to fight, come on then. He assessed the numbers and admitted they were at a disadvantage. But the more disadvantageous it was, the firmer they had to be. They'll look down on us if we lower our guard, so we're ready to fight. Bring it on. And if you're scared, get lost. Bjorn stomped his foot to gain momentum. He urgently ordered them to run full speed to the gate. Erwin complied. Yes. She turned back, puzzled. We lost 4 of them earlier, right? Do you think they'll chase us to the first floor? He recalled the redhead's threat. We'll make you pay for this. Bjorn frowned. He figured that even if they didn't pursue, they'd likely run into them again. Erwin asked, meaning what? Bjorn explained carefully. They're a 4-person team, just enough for hunting monsters on the second floor, but they were dawdling at the entrance. That suggests they might head down to the first floor and return to town on the 7th day. In other words, they're doing something similar to us. Erwin admired, so that's it, you're really impressive. Suddenly Erwin froze, panic in her eyes. She rushed forward to warn her brother. There's a goblin squad 5m away. Run after them. This time we'll avoid confronting them. Erwin shook her head violently. We can't. They're coming toward us. Bjorn ground his teeth in alarm. What? In the past days, we were never found first by goblins. It's all been thanks to Erwin's tracking ability. Is this just a coincidence? Bjorn spun around quickly. Then we'll run the other way. Erwin managed to get a word out. Before she could finish, she was suddenly struck by a whistling arrow. Luckily, Bjorn pulled her to the side, and she escaped death. His eyes widened. This wasn't a goblin archer's arrow. Erwin coughed and clutched her throat, exclaiming, I could have dodged that myself. He pondered about the ones from before. She anxiously asked, what? They've lured the goblins here. Maybe they're waiting for us on the other side. They're probably using the goblins to weaken us. Bjorn burned with anger. If it's a fight, then fight. We have to battle. Use your strength. Erwin was stunned. My strength? She doubted. He corrected her. I mean, use the essence's power. Each essence has its own effects. At this moment, Erwin had absorbed the goblin archer's essence. According to the game system, it increases stats and grants active and passive skills. Erwin was flustered. But I don't know how to use it. Bjorn reminded her, all right there. Erwin was startled. He looked at her interface and thought to himself that the skills auto-activate by the user's intent, No incantations needed. She watched absent-mindedly. "Huh, you okay?" Bjorn arranged the bag of gear. "Here, take this. I'll go defeat the goblins myself. Meanwhile, you go find that crossbowman." His brows knitted like two writhing worms. Erwin panicked. "Huh. Isn't it dangerous for you to go alone?" "I don't have time. Stay invisible, and when I signal you, shoot that crossbowman. You have one chance. Until then, don't act rashly." With that, he turned and ran. Erwin was bewildered. "Wait, big brother, what signal?" Finally, he found a spot and silently calculated. This should be far enough. It wasn't hard for him to spot the goblins to the left. Those bastards still hadn't shown themselves after firing the first arrow. He cursed in fury. Bjorn charged into direct combat, resolute, thinking they'd reveal themselves once all the goblins were dead. Blood gushing like a shower, he swung his sword madly. About a dozen goblins, 2 of them seemingly swordsmen. He effortlessly beat the goblins senseless. No arrows flew his way, meaning there were no archers. No sooner had he said that than he seized the golden moment. "Here it is. I've got to watch out for the goblin archer's arrow." Bjorn froze as he realized something. A goblin had quickly spotted his blind spot. He gritted his teeth and struck, sending the foul creature flying. While parrying attacks from the other goblins, he couldn't neglect the crossbowman either, and Erwin wasn't there to support him. He surged up to try to change the tide, but his wounds kept mounting. The almighty hammer came down hard. He dropped to one knee and destroyed the last one. Things were getting a bit more dangerous. Bjorn's eyes went wide. Sensing something, he startled as he saw 2 arrows, one ahead and one behind, at the same time. One arrow was from a goblin archer, and the other from the crossbowman. "I can't block 2 arrows at once." He grimaced, planted one leg forward as a brace for his shield. He tried to resist so he'd block the crossbowman's arrow. And of course the other struck Bjorn's arm. Damn, the goblin's arrow must have hit my elbow. It seemed to be poisoned. My arm wouldn't move. Bjorn dropped the hammer and panted. Now only his right hand worked. He had to choose between hammer and shield. He stifled the pain and pulled out the arrow, choosing the shield. The real enemies now were those bastards, not these goblins. I could kill goblins easily with the hammer. Bjorn charged like a rocket, his arms swinging hard. But then he wouldn't be able to block the crossbowman's bolts. Bjorn tried to hold his ground. 2 other goblins quietly approached. Bjorn warily swung his heavy shield to knock them away. Sweat drenched his shirt. Damn, still more. The fiery brother glared at the goblins, as if he wanted to eat them alive. Making them cower, he fell silent, his face ashen. "We don't need to chase after those who fled. I've held my ground." At the same time, a voice rang out from the bushes. "You killed those goblins all by yourself." It was the redhead's group. He wouldn't let them go. Well, you're the one who impressed me." He seethed. "I knew it was you." Bjorn watched carefully, no crossbowman in sight. The redhead grinned slyly. "That's right, it's us. Where's that little fey girl?" His voice was hoarse. "Come on, charge." Seeing Bjorn's bloodlust flare, he felt a bit fearful. "You're truly a Mandy. You cleared those goblins and still have energy left. But it seems you're pretty wounded too. If you tell me where that fey girl is, I'll let you go." He sneered. "Let you go? Do you think I'm stupid?" He raised his sword threateningly. "You laughed just now, you madman. Fine, attack first and ask questions later." He laughed and instructed his men. "Don't let your guard down. Imagine you're hunting a giant monster." He ordered the charge, and the group immediately surged forward aggressively. Bjorn's hand trembled, but he gritted his teeth and endured. His left hand still couldn't move. "I don't know if Erwin found the crossbowman yet. Now I need to signal, a unique sign only people in this world would recognize." Right, an idea flashed brilliantly. He curled his lip and raised his middle finger. "I'll use this." The redhead panicked and demanded, "W, what are you doing?" Bjorn worriedly, "Did Erwin notice this signal?" "I couldn't hear anything because she's too far away." With no other choice, he trusted her and suddenly charged. Both sides were now at close quarters. The redhead's face went pale. A sense of weakness prompted him to call his comrade Elias. Immediately, the old man stepped in and swung a downward slash. Bjorn was horrified. Elias was truly strong, but he couldn't retreat. He had to distract them to create an opening for Erwin. Bjorn swung his shield in a horizontal strike. He glanced to the side, thinking she wouldn't lose to the crossbowman right. Bjorn reassured himself, trusting Erwin. An arrow flew straight through. The shield-bearer watched tensely. Elias pursed his lips, waiting for an arrow. Both Bjorn and the redhead crouched low. Was it from the crossbowman or from Erwin? Bjorn watched the arrow's path carefully as it flew straight at the shield-bearer. He breathed a sigh of relief. It must be from Erwin. Then the shield-bearer shouted, "You focus on that man of the tribe. I'll handle blocking the arrows." The incoming arrows were all blocked by his shield. He taunted proudly, "You think you can do whatever you like." Bjorn was furious. Damn it. The shield-bearer had planned from the start to single-handedly block Erwin's arrows. But he didn't have much time as the other 2 closed in and attacked simultaneously. Bjorn struggled to parry the redhead's slashes. He couldn't take them all down by himself. Old Elias struck from behind. Then I guess I should give up some things. After all, I can't use my left hand anymore. After all, I can't use my left hand anymore. If I could trade this useless hand for that redhead, it would be a completely fair exchange. The redhead couldn't withstand the beating. That monster. He glared at the remaining old man, and nimbly avoided the old man's deadly stab. He leapt back to create distance, leaving the old man utterly astonished. The shield-bearer barked, "Focus, I'll block the bolts." Erwin quickly fired a flare. His wooden shield immediately caught fire. Bjorn was pleased. "Good job, Erwin." He charged forward in turn. "You think you can block all the arrows?" The other angrily threw his shield. "Damn." Bjorn was proud. "My archer is an elven archer." Elias was the only one still able to fight. The two faced each other directly, and the battle was fierce. The redhead was beaten to hopelessness. This was bad. He ran off, charging, "I'll go deal with that fey brat." Bjorn gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, he's gone too far, I can't catch him." The old man ground his teeth and gave up. The man decided to focus on the fight and place his trust in Erwin. "I can only rely on Erwin." Bjorn planted his feet and kept his balance. Elias lunged. He raised his large shield to block the old man. Elias charged, but it was too late to dodge. He struck with his deadliest move. The old man was luckily agile and leaned back, but the shield-bearer took the brunt of it and was knocked tens of meters away, unconscious. Elias was horrified. His hat flew off. Damn. The damned cave-dweller surged forward and slashed a few times. Bjorn frowned and threatened. "Now it's just you." He admitted quietly that the man was very strong. He didn't understand why he was on the same team as the others. Anyway, that was the biggest mistake of his life. This time Bjorn focused on fighting properly. He glared and swung to strike. "So you plan to keep falling back forever? I assume you're stalling until that redhead returns." "But I won't let that happen," he thought. "I'll fake a shield swing and then throw it." Elias didn't anticipate that move and was hit by the shield throw. He was beaten beyond recognition. Bjorn grabbed his collar and ground his teeth. Now Bjorn hauled him along with all his strength and beat him to a pulp. He roared like a beast. "Did you think I would die in a place like this?" He bit into the old man's flesh until he died. Finally, the old man collapsed at his feet. He looked around with contempt and spat the foul taste from his mouth. At that moment, Erwin came running in a panic. "Sir, are you okay?" Judging by her appearance, he guessed Erwin had one as well. She winced. His wounds were terrible. "Sir, quickly drink this bottle of medicine." Bjorn hesitated. Should he drink it? She was almost forceful. "Drinking it is better than pouring it into the wound. Besides, you're poisoned. Hurry, you have no choice." All right, all right." After a while, Bjorn closed his eyes and drank it down. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain, feeling as if his insides were boiling, his veins throbbing, skin hot and itching all over. Erwin cheered from beside him. "Come on, you can do it." Bjorn winced. "What time is it?" She announced 11:20. "We've already lost 10 minutes. He calculated 40 minutes left until the first floor sealed. "We don't even have time to rest." One of his words stunned her. "Take it off." Erwin blushed and steamed. "So sudden?" No, he must have a reason." Bjorn shook his head emphatically. "Not her, I mean the bodies of those adventurers over there." At this point, the timer read 39 minutes 59 seconds. After rifling through things, he decided quickly. "All right, no time. I'll only take their magic crystal pouches and backpacks. I'll go grab the redheads and the crossbowmen's gear. Hurry." 34, 27, 26, 48, 13, 37, 8, 33, 2, 15. "There's the gate," he warned carefully. "We'll go straight through it." 48 seconds, 40 seconds. They both successfully breached the first floor. She shouted happily. That was fun. Bjorn's mood was the opposite. "Basically, we were both flung out, so how does she always land perfectly?" Erwin smiled angelically. "Sir, you did great." Bjorn dryly complimented her back. "Wasn't there only 30 seconds left just now? That was dangerous." She remembered. "The essence, you were suspicious of the essence." Erwin nodded. "Yes, you said I had to promise something to receive it." "Yes, but we'll talk about that later. We don't have much time now." That matter, 10 seconds left. He suddenly tried to recall the tavern's name. What was it? 8 seconds left. 4 seconds passed. In the final second, his mind sparked. Turn to her and vow like in a Korean drama. "Black King, let's meet at the Black King Tavern." Erwin was delighted. He was quickly teleported to Raffadonia. He clicked his tongue and smirked. Bjorn returned like a god. "I'm back, Raffadonia." Bjorn looked around, assessing silently. He knew all the adventurers gathered here, but the crowd was astonishing. He checked his watch carefully. Time in the maze differs from the city. No matter how long you're inside the maze, when you return it's always midday the next day, so you must set your watch to noon to match the time zone. Suddenly a rather rude man ran up, shouting, "Bjorn, son of Jandal." He racked his memory. Who was this? The name seemed to start with V. Vanen Karak ran up and shook his hand warmly. Bjorn hesitated. Vannin corrected him. The second son of Vannin Karak, no, the third son of Vannin. Senek Serum also approached to greet him. Kazak, Vannin's third son, seeing you healthy makes me happy. The fourth son of Senek Serum is here too, you survived. Suddenly a crowd of fanatics gathered from nowhere. They greeted each other enthusiastically. The son of Farman from the Noon family, you're looking well. How was the Karak maze? Those razor-maned wolves were nothing. He relied on high-level support, Bjorn thought, impressed. This general has wide connections. What is this? Brothers scattered across the four seas are convening. Where did these fanatics jump out from? No idea. This scene really leaves me speechless. Some are even eager to challenge right away. Kazak dear want a spar at the checkpoint. He was up for fun, laughing loudly. Great, I'll show everyone the courage of a warrior. The others joined in. Come on, brothers. Almost all the magic crystals will be mine anyway. One of them called to Bjorn, Uncle, are you coming too? He reluctantly nodded. All right. In the shop, the cashier counted carefully. 24,476 pieces, 28,420 pieces, 41,446 pieces. A young man looked at Kazak, delighted. Over 40,000 pieces, insane. Kazak, third son of Vannin, truly a warrior of warriors. The cashier asked Bjorn, are all of these magic crystals? He nodded in answer, yes. You work like a machine, let me count. He gaped in astonishment. Finally, she finished announcing, 182,418 pieces in total. The fanatics immediately surged in. Wow, 180,000 pieces. Bjorn, son of Jander, scored a record 180,000 pieces, unprecedented. Not just magic crystals, he also had an axe, shoes, and a bag. How is that possible? So jealous. Bjorn, son of Jander, truly a warrior of warriors. His name was shouted everywhere, Bjorn. He sighed thoughtfully. It's understandable they're so excited. After all, he'd been the first fanatic to enter the maze empty-handed and return as a legitimate citizen. So he raised his hammer, smiling broadly like a harvest. I am the greatest warrior. The surrounding fanatics cheered, Bjorn, Bjorn. He ignored them. It was exhilarating. Everyone shouted, Bjorn, Bjorn. One disgruntled fellow complained, don't get too rowdy here. They flustered and apologized. The guard's voice deflated. Please keep it down. They agreed, at least in name. Fine. Watching the commotion, those outside were also exasperated. Is the checkpoint always this noisy? More fanatics again. After a while, the crowd thinned a bit. Bjorn sat between Karak and a few others. Maybe I should follow the other fanatics. There must be something else going on I don't know. I'll wait here for them to return and then follow. Looking over, he recognized Erwin. Her face still shone unmistakably. She was chatting warmly with her sisters. Do you think you know how to handle the spirits now? Her sister doted and ruffled her hair. Really? I heard fire spirits are very impatient. You probably have to. His face suddenly darkened. He now understood the type of people she hung out with. Around her were tall, dark, rough men. Jealousy. Suddenly he was startled. She caught his eye and looked over this way. Perfect, he signaled, see you tonight. She replied, okay. Her sister noticed and immediately asked, Erwin, do you know that guy? She startled and shrank. Of course not. Over here, Kazak was also not idle, nosily peeking around. Bjorn, son of Jander, what are you looking at? Do you know those fairies? Bjorn hurriedly explained. Unable to contain himself, Kazak roared like a beast. Of course. There's no way a top-ranked warrior like him would be familiar with those long-eared types. This roused Erwin's sister. Bjorn saw the situation was unstable, the smell of gunpowder thickening. He silently shook his head in distaste. Damn it, I'm going to die dealing with these hairy guys in this hole. What is this? Romeo and Juliet watched the others leave the restaurant. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Bjorn stood up, just wanting it to end. Everyone was assembled, so let's move. Kazak beside him cheered, let's depart. Trying to start a conversation with Erwin in this atmosphere was impossible. He'll wait until evening to meet her. A choked voice rang out. Father, father and son, two adventurers embraced in tears. I missed you so much. I missed you too. Have you been good at home? Seeing the father and son so lovingly reunited, Bjorn froze and recalled. Right, there are scenes like this in the game too, aren't there? Over there, some people were immersed in happiness. His brother returned, others wept bitterly. Seeing you alive makes me so happy. One woman cried with joy at the reunion with family and friends. A blonde woman wailed in agony, Ramarian, my husband. Where is my husband? All she could say was, I'm so sorry. There were also unfortunate cases over there. A naive little girl asked, Mom, Dad didn't come back. Grief and loss, some knelt blaming themselves, it's my fault, it's all my fault. Others offered consolation in despair. No, we were all powerless then. I've played Dungeon and Stone 1,000 times. The wailing showed no signs of stopping. Robin, why? But actually passing through these mourning faces. Apart from it not being 2D graphics, the feeling was still oddly unfamiliar. Scene shift to night. The bunch of fanatics were now completely drunk. The fanatics happily partied, tearing up the place and drinking their fill. Bjorn really couldn't stand it. Are you all crazy? As I said before, the reason I'm stuck with these fanatics is I thought I'd missed some crucial step in the process or something. To hell with it, now that you've been chugging booze, do you even care about anything? This is just a waste of time. Looking at the fanatics before him, he shook his head in disgust. Bjorn decisively left the scene. I'll step outside for a bit. Karak blocked him. Why are you leaving already? Startled, people turned and all protested. What? The main character of the day wants to go home already? Why? Bjorn twitched his mouth. Main character, my foot. These guys won't even let me leave. If they really were that relaxed, you couldn't blame them. Good luck. The mightiest warrior, Bjorn, son of Jander. The sunset in this town was very beautiful. Bjorn walked, admiring the surrounding scenery. Wait for me. He sighed thoughtfully. So peaceful, no monsters or people with ill intent here. Everyone lived their daily lives. What shall we do tonight? Some suggested carefree entertainment. Let's go drink and relax. My husband went into the maze this time. This place had its own order and brought a very relaxing feeling. Even if you stumble on this land, you can pick yourself up as if nothing happened, because someone will surely reach out to help you. He clenched his fist. This place was another world, and perhaps not as civilized as 21st century Earth. Still, he opened the door and entered the hotel room he had booked. He turned on the shower and let the hot water envelop his muscular body. In Van Vuong's mind, he felt calm. Living in this city might not be as bad as he had thought. After bathing, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling refreshed. Bjorn lay on the bed heavily, his eyes fluttering, deep in thought. He opened his eyes and rubbed them. Honestly, I still want to go home. I really want to go home. Mixed emotions surged, even though no one was waiting for me there. Night had fallen. The moon stood at its zenith. It was 21:18. He woke, stretched, and fully came to. Looking up at the clear sky, Bjorn told himself that when he left the maze it had been midday, so he'd probably slept about 4 or 5 hours. It was time to meet Erwin at the Black Maw Tavern. A local informed him that the Black Maw Tavern had disappeared 10 years ago. He was truly surprised. Gone? The man explained that the owner's son had squandered it on drink and gambling, and the place had changed both owner and name. That tavern held memories for generations. What a shame. Bjorn frowned, though he had suspected the game's world had clearly moved on long after that event. He asked again, what's the new name? The man hesitated. Let me see. Bjorn, Python Puth. Following that name, he soon found himself standing at the door. Is this the old Black Maw Tavern? It looked so different from the game. At least he could still read the writing of this world. He'd have to visit the library someday to catch up. The tavern was still lively and welcoming. Someone unfamiliar with vehicles shouted, bring another bottle to this table. Bjorn showed his disgust at the mess. Where's Erwin? Before he could think further, someone called out, over here, brother. She waved cheerfully. Bjorn paused. Over there? Was that the woman from earlier? She was so unpleasant. So that fanatic was him. He went over and seriously introduced himself. Bjorn, son of Jander. The woman Teresia curtly replied, she's my sister. Erwin teared up. Her sister sighed and deliberately pressed, is that her name? Your sister. The girl snapped, just call me Teresia. Bjorn pondered. Erwin's full name was Erwin Fornaccideteresia. She probably didn't want him to know her real name. He sat down and lowered his voice to ask, so Teresia, what wind blew you here? She lost her temper and slammed the table. Hey fanatic, I have a question for you. Why would you arrange to meet a young woman at a disreputable tavern so late at night? Teresia jumped up and slammed the table. Last night you told Erwin to come to such a shameful tavern, and then didn't show up, leaving the girl waiting all night, and you still have the nerve to ask me. Thick-skinned demon. Erwin seemed like she wanted to defend him, but didn't dare. Bjorn frowned seriously. What do you mean by that? Last night she scowled. He was playing dumb. Bjorn had to ask someone else, Erwin, how long has it been since we left the maze? She thought and answered, about 30 hours. He was stunned. 30 hours, not 4 but 30. A second later his face drained of color. He couldn't believe it. Sweat poured from him like a shower. No wonder he felt so refreshed when he woke. He had slept through an entire day. Bjorn silently regretted it. I'm sorry, Erwin. He conceded, folding his arms. I'm very sorry. I overslept. Both were shocked. Erwin was bewildered. You, Bjorn, you are confusing. She was surprised. Had she never seen a demon apologize? Teresia cleared her throat and asked, because you're a demon, I didn't expect you to come on time. So why did you ask Erwin out here? He could invent many long reasons, but answered bluntly and curtly, I don't owe you an explanation. If you're curious, go ask Erwin yourself. She boiled with anger, her mouth twitching, ready to leap into a fight. I knew it. All the demons, Teresia was provoked. Interesting, he said. Well said. Bjorn puffed up challengingly. How does that relate to this? You should drop that attitude unless you plan to shelter Erwin for life. Teresia glared at him fiercely. Erwin hurried to restrain her. Brother. Teresia slammed a pouch down on the table. Here, take it. This is 350 stones. It's the money Erwin earned from the essences. It's the money Erwin earned from the essences. He frowned. He seemed to have seen this scene in some Korean dramas. A cinematic image flashed in Bjorn's head. Teresia tossing money into his face, taking that cash and leaving Erwin behind. She crossed her arms and eyed Bjorn suspiciously. Why won't you take it? She crossed her arms and eyed Bjorn suspiciously. Why won't you take it? Her gaze darkened. Bjorn ignored her and turned to ask Erwin, do you agree with her? She hesitated about it. He shut his eyes and sighed. The price for the essences I gave you is that you'll help until I've gathered enough and completed the task. She only then understood. Really? Is that so? Bjorn nodded firmly. Yes, we'll split it 5 ways. Erwin's eyes lit up, but then she seemed to remember something, and her expression went cold. She said, I'm sorry. Bjorn was taken aback and confused. But why? We cooperated well in the dungeon, didn't we? Teresia answered in Erwin's stead. From now on, Erwin will go into the maze with me. We're only following tradition by letting the girl go out alone this once, because it's her first expedition. I never intended for her to enter the dungeon alone. He clicked his tongue in understanding. Now she already has someone to go with her. Bjorn felt annoyed. Just as their bond was forming, it was broken. Teresia pushed the pouch toward him. If you understand, please accept this bag of money. Bjorn hesitated. Wait, I thought 350,000 was only half the essence money at current sale rates, right? Teresia shrugged indifferently. Of course, you've also received other amounts. Bjorn objected. Then we're short 280,000 stones. The promised share was 91%. She smirked. Right, I almost forgot. She slammed another pouch on the table. Here, 280 units. He was dumbstruck and speechless. What the hell? Were you planning to cheat me if I forgot? You petty, sharp-eared thing. Now I know why demons hate the elven folk, he warned. Then he cautiously asked Teresia, if you're done, could you step outside for a moment? I still have something to say to Erwin. She frowned. You still have things to tell her. Just then Erwin pulled her hand. Van Nye, thank you for worrying and coming with me. But you can go home now. I need to thank and say goodbye to him. Her eyes shimmered. Teresia had much she wanted to say but thought better of it. She wasn't a child anymore. Suddenly she jabbed a finger at his face. Then swear it, you demon. He startled. Swear what? Teresia was stern. Swear you won't sleep with Erwin and I'll leave immediately. Erwin blushed crimson and sprang up. What? What are you saying? Bjorn analyzed her words seriously. Not sleep with her. Are other options allowed? Teresia didn't care about those around her. She insisted he swear. Swear. Bjorn did not hesitate. I swear by the honor of a warrior. But inwardly he was indifferent. He had never cared for that warrior honor nonsense. Erwin appeared disappointed. After hearing that, Teresia turned away proudly. Fine, I'm leaving now, Erwin called after her. But after a few steps she added, almost forgetting, thank you for saving Erwin, Bjorn, son of Jander. After Teresia left, Erwin slumped over the table and sighed. She looked up with tearful eyes at Bjorn. What should I do? I've never disobeyed my sister before. Do you think she'll be angry? He reassured her. I'm sure, with that smile she doesn't look very angry. It comforted Erwin and she relaxed. That's a relief, yes. She shyly and awkwardly thanked him for his earlier offer. But I had already decided to help my sister beforehand, so I'm sorry. Bjorn rubbed his chin. You don't need to apologize. I figured if a high-level spirit offered help for dungeon exploration, I wouldn't refuse either. Erwin handed Bjorn another large pouch. And here are exactly 63 magic crystals from the blood hand and bow. I've already taken my share, so you don't need to worry. I've also tidied up your gear, but there's still quite a lot left. I think you should prepare more supplies for tomorrow, she cheerfully said. Bjorn nodded. She anticipated his question before he could ask, the plan to stop inviting her to join the team. Unfortunately, the atmosphere between them turned awkward. She fidgeted. How should I repay you? He didn't understand. Repay. She explained, I once said I'd be sure to repay you for helping me. Now Bjorn understood. This was why her sister had insisted he swear not to sleep with her. She must have feared he'd make some strange request. He sighed in response. I can't think of anything right now, but one thing. Do you want something to eat? Erwin shook her head. I'm not very hungry. He said plainly, then I'll order for myself. Erwin suddenly thought of something, blushing and hesitating. Then after a moment mustered her courage. She leaned forward excitedly. I want a drink. Yesterday I had to resist not having a drop. He raised an eyebrow at drinking. Erwin patted her chest. I want to do the coming-of-age toast with you. Bjorn searched his memory for the ceremony. He recalled that in the game such a culture existed. For spirits who live in the forest until maturity, the first toast is significant. He hesitated. I'd be honored. Erwin giggled and prompted him to say thank you. Bjorn nodded and corrected himself. Thank you. She beamed. Of course. We've overcome the dungeon's trials together. Of course we should share our first toast together. She stammered awkwardly. Maybe this isn't your first toast. Bjorn was puzzled. What do you mean? This is my first time too. Erwin was surprised. Huh. He winced and explained, I said I'm only 20. She looked at him skeptically. You're not joking, are you? Bjorn smiled confidently and boasted. This is also my first time entering a maze. A while later, the table was laid out with plenty of food. Erwin raised her cup cheerfully. Brother, you did very well. He raised his cup too. Bottoms up, she added. They clinked cups and drank it down. After a while, the food on the table was nearly wiped clean. Erwin clasped her face with both hands, blushing as she praised him. Brother, the shirt you wore today looks stylish. He didn't say it aloud, but admired inwardly how pretty she looked in a dress. After enough small talk, he wondered whether to get straight to more important matters, while she kept praising his drinking capacity. Bjorn drank his fill and wiped his mouth with his hand. Erwin, you said you wanted to repay me earlier, right? I thought of something. Erwin blinked curiously. What is it? He leaned in and whispered, but not here. Those guards will notice us. For a moment her face went blank, flushed, her mind racing. How about we go to your room? Erwin boldly suggested. He agreed readily. Good idea. Murmurs of suggestive talk continued coming from room 305. As Erwin led the way, Bjorn fixed his gaze on her intently. Erwin panted. Even if he said so, she writhed face down on the bed, howling in pain. My shoulder. You're dislocating it. Bjorn kept pressing down on her arm, struggling to control his strength. Contrary to Bjorn, her tears flowed as she cried out in pain. At this rate my bones will deform, but he didn't believe her. Are you sure? Erwin hurried to prove it. Yes, I swear on my family's honor. Bjorn reluctantly stopped. All right, rest a bit. Erwin quickly backed into a corner against the wall, feeling her arm, trembling in fear, giving him a hurt look. I'm alive. My arm's okay, right? Bjorn propped his hand on his thigh and thought for a moment. It seemed that in the real world, +4 agility wasn't all that impressive. Erwin, still holding her shoulder, turned away shyly and asked, Did you invite me here just to test my abilities? Bjorn admitted yes, using abilities in the city is forbidden. But honestly, I only wanted to check the difference between essences in the game and in the real world. She pouted in annoyance. I didn't know. Dungeon and Stone wasn't exactly a user-friendly game. You could tell just from the stat panels. The displays show player status. Body, mind, and abilities, those are the main parameters. The physical stats list includes specific numbers. But if you click the plus button next to them, thousands of detailed substats appear. For example, stamina points increase endurance and make a man's physique more robust. You can carry heavy items, like backpacks and satchels, and perform better physical attacks by combining them with a support sword. That's why different characters, even with similar stats, can do different things. Body 50. I learned all this by spending thousands of hours on that game. Bjorn frowned, angry and pensive. There were stats with tremendous effects that even after 9 years of playing, he still hadn't known about. One stat he knew little about was obsession. It's a stat tied to the absorbed essence. He pondered that he knew nothing else about it except that it was considered a low-tier mental stat. Erwin looked at him expectantly. Are we doing anything else now? Bjorn could clearly see a surge of green energy in her body. After leaving the maze, did you feel any changes? Describe them specifically, like overthinking or getting impatient, for example. Erwin rubbed her chin, trying to recall. I'm not sure. Then she remembered cookies. I haven't eaten that many eggs before. Bjorn fell silent. I see. He thought again, could obsession amplify desire? If so, he understood why it had no effect in the game. But there might still be new stats he didn't know. I should consider carefully. Erwin gently tugged at his sleeve. Hey, I'm sleepy now, she coaxed. Bjorn put aside some important tasks. Compromise, he still wanted to test a few things. All right, let's go to sleep. He blew out the candle. Bjorn closed his eyes and slept soundly. Suddenly he jolted awake, remembering something. Wait, her sister had told him not to sleep with her. He glanced at Erwin sleeping peacefully beside him, cheeks flushed and felt reassured. Well, it's probably fine. I think she meant a different kind of sleeping together. The next morning, a variety of weapons were strewn across the floor. So is this pile our spoils? Erwin squatted on the floor, sighing, that's a lot. Coming to my inn early was the right choice. Are we going to sell all of this? Bjorn pondered. Plan to sell most of it, keep a few items. Erwin laughed excitedly at him. So can I take that outfit and this belt? Bjorn put on a stern face. All right, but I'll deduct them from your share. She agreed. After that, Bjorn and Erwin went to a shop. The owner smiled as he appraised the sword. I'll give you 350 crystals for this. They went on to sell the spoils at other stores. Another owner offered, saying the lot was worth 180 crystals, while someone else paid 250 crystals for everything. The two of them busily sold the goods, and had earned a total of 1,500 crystals. Bjorn hugged 3 huge sacks. Erwin was stunned and admiring. "Brother, is this for real? How much did this floor yield?" "After deducting Erwin's share, I have about 1,000 crystals left. I never made this much money so early in the game." He smiled smugly. "Good start. All right, let's part ways here." Erwin gasped in surprise. He wondered why she was so startled. "There's nothing left for us to do now." He thought for a moment. "Since we're heading the same way, let's go to the central square together." Erwin's face fell. She replied reluctantly, "Okay, I wanted to stay with you longer." They went to the square and saw a noisy circle of people gathered. Erwin was curious. Why's there such a crowd over there?" Bjorn guessed uneasily. It's an execution." Soldiers were shouting orders. Everyone stepped back. A man was about to be executed. Duong Dung wanted to say those people hadn't committed serious crimes like murder, rape, or arson. Their crime was failing to pay taxes. The soldiers pulled the guillotine rope, shouting, "We will begin the execution." Rafdonia was the last remaining city of the otherworld, a place ended by a witch's curse. The only place to obtain resources in this tiny region was the maze. Therefore, those who couldn't pay taxes were simply executed. The blade of the guillotine was lowered, a measure meant to reduce the population. But the horrific scene didn't end there. The crowd, like starving tigers, trampled and climbed over each other to snatch things. They dipped bread into the blood of the executed man earlier, ate it hungrily, murmuring as if tasting a delicacy. "My God." Erwin covered her mouth in horror. "What? Why are they dipping bread in blood?" Bjorn turned pale and explained, "There's a legend that you'll be blessed with wealth and luck if you drink the blood of the executed." Erwin asked, "How much is the tax for the first year?" She thought, 700 crystals for non-human races. He frowned. It was somewhat different from the game, but still fairly similar. "For the second year and beyond," she muttered, "it's 800 crystals plus additional exchange fees." Bjorn nodded. "Like in the game, taxes increase each year, so I need to get stronger this year." He fell silent. If that happened, he couldn't return to his old life or complain. His blood would ultimately become the same blood as those people. He made plans to prevent that. He needed to save money. Floor 6. At minimum, he needed to become an adventurer capable of conquering the 6th floor to survive in this world and avoid execution. Later, Bjorn arrived at the library. He looked around, moved. This place is huge. The library in the game is still under construction. He passed by bewildered young scholars. "Why are they staring at me like that?" Well, it's probably rare to see a man in the library. Suddenly he stopped because he recognized someone familiar, the second or third daughter of some faction. Einar. Bjorn saw her sleeping with drool on the books. He moved closer, intending to poke her. "What is she doing here?" She woke up groggy. Einar looked at him in a daze. "Jander, son of Bjorn." He nodded, relieved to see she was doing well. Einar excitedly shouted, her voice echoing through the library. "You too, Jander, son of Bjorn." He became introverted for the rest of his life, trying to emphasize, "Lower your voice." But the more he spoke, the louder she got, not a bit quieter. "Sorry, I didn't expect to meet a fellow Ma person here." Bjorn gave up on her shout. "Never mind, what are you doing here?" Einar explained, "You once told me to think before acting, so I thought I needed more knowledge to be able to think." Bjorn was surprised. "That's commendable. She really is a bit different from other Ma people. I also realized while roaming the maze that monsters aren't the only enemies." Einar clenched her fist, a flash of indignation in her eyes. Bjorn put his hands on his hips, guessing some things had happened in the maze. Other Ma people only brag about their maze experiences. Einar sighed and closed her book. "Yes, that's why I decided to study, but reading is so hard." Bjorn threw up his hands. "Is that the problem?" She sprang up determinedly. "So I'm thinking of visiting the temple to learn reading and writing from the elders." He doubted, was she going right away? Einar gave an irrefutable reason. "If I don't do it now, I'll forget." Bjorn was at a loss. The more he learned, the more he pitied the Ma people. Before leaving, she didn't forget to smile and remind him of her promise. "I just remembered. I promised I'd repay your advice if we all returned alive. If you need anything, come to the Angry Bull Inn. I'll do my best to help you." Einar smiled confidently. Bjorn frowned. "Agreed. Okay, don't forget this promise in the next few days. I think I'll need your help soon." A little later, Bjorn painfully scratched his head. How on earth could he find the book he needed in a place this vast? It's enormous. He suddenly noticed the librarian bowing her head. Bjorn approached, certain she must be the librarian. "Does she even nap on the job?" He pretended to clear his throat. She lifted her head and looked at him properly. "What is it?" Bjorn stammered. "I'm looking for books. Where are the history volumes?" No sooner had he finished speaking than she cast the Frasitive spell. A beam of light emanated from her hand and flowed into him. Bjorn was stunned. Had she just used magic on him? But nothing changed. He stood bewildered, about to ask where the effect was. The librarian yawned and instructed, "If you wander around, you can find the books you need, but you may not borrow them. Please return them to their places after you read." He wondered if he just had to wander about. Before he could ask, she propped her chin up and closed her eyes to sleep again. He threw up his hands. She had fallen asleep again. He didn't dare speak loudly. What's wrong with this girl? Bjorn had no choice but to hurriedly follow her instructions. He quickly understood how the magic worked. While wandering the library, he noticed a glow among the shelves matching the color of the librarian's spell. He took that book out. The magic must light up books related to the keyword he was thinking of. This explains why there's only one librarian in this vast library. He pondered, "I'll start with this book." The first book, "The World Collapsed." Thousands of years ago, no life existed in this land due to the witch's curse. The final stronghold, Rafdonia, was the only place to survive the catastrophe. The royal family opened a portal to another dimension because the people were starving from scarce resources, what is now the maze. Bjorn nodded, nodding the early history of this world was quite similar to the game's prologue. He moved on to the second book, a brief commentary on Alchemy 4, describing how magical crystals from monsters are processed into steel-like loaves. Bjorn doubted he could ever grasp the theory no matter how many times he read it, but he'd remember it from now on. He read the third book, Holy War 3. It explained why the Maw and the elves hate each other. He turned the page. Okay, now the fourth book. This is what I need to read. The fourth book, Abyssal Demon Souls. Abyssal demon souls are beings from other dimensions that possess indigenous bodies. Well, calling them that isn't wrong. But the book didn't explain the cause. It only detailed the efforts of the royal family and the church to end the phenomenon. Bjorn took another volume and thought, in other words, as long as I don't speak the forbidden word, I'm fine. He sighed. A useful tip, since he's also a demon soul. The fifth book, The Death of the Emperor. It recounted the first king, the immortal Emperor Lavajan III, who died 150 years ago. He remembered the game began right after Lavajan III's death, so this is now 150 years after the game's timeline. That must be why the knowledge in the game conflicts with reality. Next book, Observational Records of Dimensional Instability. Bjorn wondered if this was the book the blonde man who saved him had read. What he experienced was rare. As the blonde man said, the book discussed the theory that entering a gate, just as it closes, can cause instability. He despaired, so dying here was basically his fault. Damn it, I have to stop thinking about this. Bjorn pressed his hand to his face in frustration. Only then did he look out the window. It was dark. He'd read the rest later. That night he lay awake with his hands behind his head, restless. 3 days had passed since leaving the maze. A month here was 30 days. The maze opens at midnight on the first day of the month, so he had 27 days left. He decided he'd start tomorrow. He'd recruit another member. The next morning, Bjorn woke to persistent knocking at the door and a gentle voice. "Hey, wake up, Erwin." Bjorn wearily opened the door. So early, and she already had business here. Before he could say more, a strong gust of wind made his face distort. She twirled excitedly. "I succeeded in forming the contract. Look, I've tried 10 times with the elemental crystal my sister bought for me. It worked. Besides, wind pairs well with fire." He reluctantly praised her. Lucky. Elemental crystals are costly items that grant a 10% chance to contract with an elemental spirit. He thought she tried 10 times. She must be from a wealthy family. He said casually, "I see. Now you can stop summoning it." Erwin and the little whirlwind looked pitiful. "But I haven't shown you what I can do yet." He angrily pointed at the messy room as objects flew everywhere. "How messy do you want my house to be?" Erwin froze in astonishment. She turned pale with panic. "I'm sorry, I'll clean up right away." The little whirlwind was quiet at her side while she tidied the room. Finally, Erwin finished. Bjorn admired. She said she was good at cleaning, but I didn't expect her to be so fast. He congratulated her on forming a contract with an elemental. She scratched her head happily. "Thank you." Bjorn said sternly, "But you don't need to waste time coming to see me. Shouldn't you be using your time more wisely before returning to the maze?" Erwin was stunned and hesitant. "That's true, but I ran all the way here because I wanted you to be the first to know." She drooped sadly. Bjorn awkwardly rationalized, "Because I'm her first teammate. She's clinging to me," he thought. "Look, first teammate. I just got a wind elemental. How much stronger is she now?" He corrected himself. This relationship is better kept professional. But he wanted to keep being friends with Erwin. Smiling broadly, he reached out to her. "I plan to stay here permanently. If you have any problems, come find me. We're comrades and teammates." Erwin was moved to tears, smiling happily. "Okay, He smiled to himself. Some relationships are nice. 26 days before returning to the maze, long or short depending on perspective, but he knew how to use it. The sky blazed red at sunset. Bjorn eyed the gathered fanatics and wondered, is this the angry bull and where these men live? Someone saw him and shouted, who is that? The strongest warrior, Bjorn, son of Jander. The crowd buzzed with excitement. What, Bjorn? Bjorn, we've heard stories about him. His ears bled from the volume. He judged they were still as loud as ever. The man who led Bjorn in asked, but what brings you here? You want to stay here too? Not bad, it's only 300 spirit stones a night. Bjorn was surprised. What? Only 300? That's cheap, the man explained. There are 10 warriors in a 5-bed room, but if it's you, we'll give you a bed. The cramped scene formed. Bjorn was disillusioned, so that's why it's cheap. He cut off the pointless conversation with a thoughtful remark. My grandfather is here to see Feneline's third daughter, Einar. Just then she approached, looking puzzled. Bjorn, son of Jander. The man happily called out, Einar, Feneline's second daughter. Perfect timing, Bjorn, son of Jander, came looking for you. You're coming over to me? Why? Bjorn said seriously, I have a favor to ask. I want to spar with you for training. I admit it. I need to practice. He thought he couldn't survive on melee skills alone. Einar was surprised. No need to ask, just go out to the yard. He watched people fiercely compete and realized this wasn't a matter of asking for help. As long as it's not morning, I'll fight you anytime, she said. Bjorn considered it. Then let's start now. Einar and the crowd made way for the two to duel. Einar and Bjorn prepared to face off. Bjorn took a running start toward her. He came to learn not to lose. Einar raised her sword into guard. She unleashed a powerful downward slash. Then, Bjorn's nose bled as he collapsed to the ground, utterly overwhelmed. The crowd cheered. Einar is the strongest warrior, the greatest warrior. Einar, Feneline's second daughter, didn't gloat. She asked if he was all right. He lifted his head. I'm fine. He admitted she was really skilled. This was the best way to spend her time. He wiped his nosebleed again. She sliced his shield away, and though he called out that he had been defeated, it was again. The second strike came so fast he couldn't react. Again, the third time Bjorn managed to block with his sword, meeting her head-on but still lost. Again, the fourth time he was more agile, dodging lethal strikes, yet still lost. Bjorn shouted once more, again and again ad infinitum, until night when the moon rose high. He collapsed panting. Einar stood firm like a statue, sweat beading from the exertion. She sighed, do you still want to continue? I want to rest now. Bjorn gritted his teeth. Einar was too strong. He shook his head and smiled. Grandfather, that's enough for today. She agreed. I understand. Well done. He thought she was noticeably smarter than ordinary Ma people and didn't expect her to betray him since she was one too. He broached the suggestion. So you intend to enter the maze alone next time? She casually nodded. Probably I don't have the money to form a team. He gestured with his hand. Hey, would you like to be my teammate? She looked startled. Teammate? Bjorn nodded. Yes. I'll take 80% of the profits, but I'll cover the team's fees. Einar cut in with a dark look. Enough, no need for explanations. Bjorn worried. Damn, she doesn't like those terms. He hastily listed more. Listen, I'll also pay for equipment and definitely have your back, he said with a smile. Even if you explain more, I wouldn't understand. I'll trust you. Bjorn, son of Jander. He smirked with satisfaction. Then I look forward to working with you. Great, now I have a friend. Time passed. The next day at the Man tribe's temple, the chieftain welcomed them. Welcome Einar, Fainal's second daughter, and Bjorn, son of Jander. He watched the elder. He didn't want to be there because of him, but he had no choice. The man laughed heartily. It's rare for a warrior who left the temple to return. Are you here to learn reading and writing too? He shook his head. Bjorn went straight to the point. I want a spirit seal, or more precisely, a death spirit seal. It's an overpowered skill I need to conquer the maze. Each race in this world has unique traits. The elves can contract with elementals to borrow their power. The dwarves have armor blessings that enhance item effects. The beastkin can forge pacts with ancient monsters called spirit beasts. And finally, the berserkers possess the elder spirit seal that radiates killing intent and intimidation. Oh, how do you know about it? That's not something a young warrior like you should know, is it? He broke into a sweat and swallowed. He was being suspected again. But it's fine. That's why I went to the library and searched for information about the spirit seal. Bjorn frowned and glared. I read about it in a book. I heard that seal is hugely effective in the fight against the elves. Before he finished, the elder laughed loudly and slapped him on the back. So that's how you know about it? You read books, interesting. The elder's smile deepened. I'm very proud of you too, of course. We have no reason to deny a warrior a spirit seal when they request it. Bjorn quickly responded. Then the elder laughed again and cut him off. But young warrior, you'll need about 800,000 stones for a spirit seal. He clasped his hands challengingly. Can you afford it? Bjorn answered firmly and seriously, I will pay it all. Einar was bewildered. Are you serious? I definitely am. This is why it's hard to obtain early in the game. The price is too steep, especially since higher ranks demand rare materials even more than money. But Bjorn took out a satchel of coins, one bag with 500,000 stones, and 3 bags of 100,000 each. Proudly he thought to himself, I do have money after all. The elder took the money bag, puzzled. Bjorn, son of Jander, where did you get so much money? He beamed. I already thought of an excuse beforehand. I'd be disappointed if you didn't ask that. He curled a sly smirk. I was lucky enough to find an injured elf on the first floor. I used her as a slave and made a lot of stones. I drained her and collected ransom from her sister. They were weak, those elves. Hearing that, the elder burst into delighted laughter. I can't remember the last time I laughed this hard. The nearby Ma people gathered, excitedly praising him. Excellent, Jander's son Bjorn, you humiliated those long-eared cowards. Maybe you're the first to do it. Incredible. Bjorn smiled at their reactions. Others began to gather. Did they truly hate the elves that much? Not so bad, he thought. The man stepped forward and shoved something into his hand. Here, a gift for showing your talent. Bjorn looked in astonishment at what he held. He returned 200 stones. Oh my, I earned 200 stones from just one story, how generous. To win over the surrounding Ma people, he eagerly proclaimed, I'll keep trampling those long years and become an even stronger warrior. A moment later, his face brightened. He was starting to like these people. They were more appealing than he'd expected. A spirit seal is a form of enhancement technique. It works by absorbing essences from magical materials to create a special power. The tattoos on berserkers at birth prove their souls remain pure, so the marks remain visible even when they mature. That's why all berserkers have tattoos. Later, he sought out the wizard for help. The man warned, I'll give you one more chance to reconsider, young warrior. You won't be able to receive other types of spirit seals if you choose this path. He sat in the array, resolute. It's fine, a high-level immortal spirit seal is essential for a tank berserker. The wizard produced a needle. Then I'll begin. His other skills were already strong, so choosing the immortal path was an obvious choice for any veteran player. He then struck pressure points on him with blinding speed. So fast it was only seen as flashes. Only then did Bjorn understand. But must I endure this every time I level up? It hurts like hell. His face went pale, the pain made him curse. Finally, he couldn't stand it and screamed. Status panels appeared, notifying that he had activated Immortal Seal Tier 1, increased regeneration and boosted strength stats. After the seal was unlocked, aching, he pulled back the curtain and stepped out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to look at the man. Thank you. His back was red and sore. The man looked at him and laughed. Bjorn was suspicious. Why was he laughing? The wizard smirked. This is the first time I've seen a true warrior thank a ritualist. He paid the man no mind and quickly left. Had he done something wrong? Better get out before the man suspected anything. Time passed. The next morning he went to the trading district to buy the necessary equipment. What he realized while training with Einar was that he wasn't cut out to be a swordsman. He planned to focus solely on shield skills once he obtained that spirit seal, so investing time upgrading sword techniques would be wasted. He entered a shop. What would you like to buy? The owner asked. He casually replied, I want to buy a one-handed weapon. The shopkeeper introduced them. These from here to here are the heavy weapons berserkers choose. He glanced, pleased, judging they would suit a berserker's tastes. Bjorn shook his head. I want something more ordinary. He reasoned that these weapons dealt high damage but were unnecessary for first-floor monsters, which were easy to defeat. The owner suggested, how about this one? He picked it up, trying several until he found one he liked. A mace not too large, priced at 220,000 stones. I also bought a helmet custom-made to fit me, since the others didn't fit. It cost 170,000 stones, and a snug chest armor was 360,000 stones. Together, they made me look like a true warrior. I bought everything I needed and had 50,000 stones left. A lot of time passed since I left the maze, and naturally my daily routine adjusted itself. Every day Erwin dropped by my place a few times. Brother, around 7 I woke and had breakfast with Erwin. Bjorn wondered repeatedly, isn't her place pretty far? Erwin always dodged, saying the food here is cheap and delicious. I then went to the library and read until 4:00 p.m. He looked bleary and chuckled. She dozed off again. After that, I ate at a place I'd never been and gathered information I couldn't find in the library. Beside my table, a group was excitedly discussing a monster there. It sounded very dangerous. Bjorn chewed happily and casually critiqued the food. The place was pricey, but the food wasn't that good. Around 5, I went to the lodgings of other berserkers and trained there. On the 7th training day, I began sparring with other berserkers as well. He continued enthusiastically. There wasn't a combat skill system like he'd hoped, but fighting based on instinct was still good training. During training, his reflexes and movement ability improved, and his strength increased. Ultimately, his attack stat rose by 1. With regular practice, I won a few sparring matches. The berserkers chanted, "Jander's son Bjorn has won." The strongest warrior Bjorn, he was satisfied and shook Einar's hand, thanking her for today. She sneered, acknowledging, "You've gotten stronger, Bjorn." She was very strong but had a stiff fighting style. I mentioned it to her, but it had become a habit. I don't think she'll change easily. By 9, I returned home to wash, and Erwin arrived again. She invited him, "Brother, shall we go eat dinner together?" Bjorn was puzzled. "Isn't it exhausting when it takes an hour to get here?" She smiled and shook her head. "It's fine, let's go." Around 11 after dinner we parted. Erwin went back to her lodging. She bade him farewell. "I'm heading home. Sleep well. Good luck in the maze tomorrow." Erwin cheered him on enthusiastically. He grinned. "Yeah, you too." Bjorn felt a bit eager. "Is tomorrow the day already?" Time flies. After repeating that routine, a month passed quickly. Now there were only 24 hours left until the maze opened. The next morning at 8:10 at the Adventurers Guild, countless adventurers entered to register. Bjorn and Einar went in too. "We want to use magical positioning." The attendant looked at the two of them. "Just the two of you?" He replied, "Yes." She continued instructions. "Please place your hands on the orb." The orb lit up. 2 ninth-rank adventurers. It would cost 15,000 stones. The price was quite high for a single use, but it was necessary. Einar wondered cautiously, is it worth that much? Starting positions in the maze are random, but magical positioning lets you begin at the same spot as your teammates. He asked in detail what determines an adventurer's rank. The attendant answered, "We evaluate based on the energy in an adventurer's soul." He confirmed, "So the price increases if my rank is higher, right?" She nodded. "Of course," he offered. Before he could finish, she cut him off. "And it only lasts 24 hours from now, so please watch the time." Bjorn was at a loss, then turned and urged, "Let's go eat." Later, Einar looked at the table piled with food, overwhelmed. "Bjorn, what is all this?" "I ordered the most expensive meal at the tavern for 800 na as a pre-maze feast." Later, Einar looked at the table piled with food, overwhelmed. "Bjorn, what is all this?" "I ordered the most expensive meal at the tavern for 800 na as a pre-maze feast." Einar took a bite. She was so happy she almost cried. It was delicious. "What is this? It's like a dream." She ate voraciously as if she might die any moment, repeatedly exclaiming, "I'll work hard from now on. I'll earn a lot of money and eat this again." Bjorn snorted helplessly. "Sure, good luck. What does she normally eat?" 10 minutes before the maze opened, a purple magic circle appeared in the square. A guard reminded everyone they were not to enter yet. Bjorn, fully armored, glanced around. He hadn't noticed before in the rush, but the gate was really huge. Suddenly he realized and excitedly walked toward the gate with the berserkers. "Stop, I can see the gate. We're here." Parthan truly was an elite warrior. Bjorn guessed to himself, they had just completed the coming-of-age ritual. How can they come here every time? One boasted to his comrades, "I told you to trust me." Einar rubbed her nose nostalgically, reminding him of those days. He stared stiffly at her. "It's only been a few months for us." The attendant announced it was time for everyone to enter. Einar was excited. "Bjorn, let's go." But he stopped her. "Wait, Einar. There are a few things I want to check. I read that if you enter an unstable dimension," Einar casually cut in to reassure him. "It's fine, Bjorn. Besides, I don't think I'd understand what you're saying anyway, so I'll just follow you." Until the attendant announced there was 1 minute left before the gate closed, Einar shifted from confident to panicked. "But shouldn't we go in now?" He calculated quietly that it had surely shrunk since it first opened. He thought it was about that size last time. "We'll go in when he says so. The gate will close soon." Just as the gatekeeper shouted, Bjorn grabbed Einar's hand. "Right now, go in." Einar immediately leapt forward. "Okay." The gatekeeper was terrified. "Good heavens, wait, it's dangerous." In the silent space, all that could be heard was the drip of water. Bjorn closed his eyes, sensing before opening them. He knew at once. Einar panicked, groping around. "I can't see anything." Bjorn reassured her, "Calm down. Ah, this is the dark area." He took out a torch he had brought this time. She hesitated, then Einar noticed ahead. "What's that?" Bjorn brightened. "It's still here, just as I thought. It's a monument. We can open the portal to the 2nd floor with it. Let's go to the next floor now." Bjorn smirked slyly. A seasoned player should know how to take advantage of those things. Bjorn gently touched the tombstone. Immediately, a brilliant beam of light shot up, forming a connecting portal. Einar panicked and questioned everything, while he remained his usual calm. "Let's go." She asked suspiciously, "How did you do that?" Bjorn pondered without answering. "That's a secret I can't reveal." He recalled the information about the second floor. The dark world sinks deeper with every step, and the stone architecture was now only ruins. Einar exclaimed that the chief said it would take at least a few days to reach the second floor. He replied casually, "That's what the book says." Einar naively believed him. It was surprising he could do it. Anyway, this place is practically gone. The faint moaning officially made this place a land of the dead. He whispered, "You feel it too, right?" She blinked in confusion. "What?" He put a hand to his chest, feeling his heartbeat pound. "I feel like something is running through my veins, spreading through my body." Einar cheerfully congratulated him. "That means your soul status has been upgraded." "Congratulations," he said, bewildered. Soul status upgraded. In Dungeon Ender Stone, the life force players use to cast skills increases with level, and the number of essences usable also rises each rank. Now at level 2, he could use 2 essences at once. She was curious, but it's strange, your soul status leveled up without killing monsters. He was nonchalant. "I think clearing a floor and being the first to reach the next counts as an achievement. I knew this would happen, which is why I did it." Achievement experience for monster types is only earned once per type. Once you reach a certain point threshold, achievements become harder. Being the first to reach the next floor quickly grants unlimited experience, making it easy to accumulate points. He inwardly excitedly thought he had to keep this secret and exploit it fully before others discovered it. He turned and suggested, "Hey, keep what we just said a secret. If anyone asks, tell them it takes a few days to reach the second floor." She nodded firmly. All right. He was satisfied. Good, now she wouldn't blab. Seasoned adventurers would come here. If they saw newcomers like them, they'd interrogate them, so it's best to pretend you don't know anything. Einar worried, "Let's get out of here first. I'm more afraid of those adventurers than the monsters." Bjorn nervously tied the torch to his helmet with a cord. "I call this the torch mode." Adventurers used this method, but he still felt awkward. Einar gleefully patted his helmet and praised, "Looks cool. It's not too hot, is it?" He calmly replied, "Of course not. These are magic torches, useful tools that stay lit all day when activated." The land of the dead had stronger monsters than the goblin forest, but there were no traps, so it didn't demand dexterity. This place was suitable for 2 battle maniacs to get through. Suddenly Einar's sharp eyes noticed something off. She screamed in horror. Demonfall, Bjorn assessed. Since it was Einar's first day, there were only 3. By the 3rd day, the number would double. Einar cracked her knuckles. "I haven't moved like this in a long time. My hands are itching. I'll take them out myself." Her sword strokes fell with force. She shouted and swung in a flurry. After a while, Einar nonchalantly finished off the lot, remarking, "Too easy. The second floor should be like this." But a terrifying scream in the night stole Einar's pride. She turned pale and trembled. Bjorn asked, "What was that hair-raising wail?" He judged silently. She was big but a real coward. He carefully explained, "They're banshees. Most of the time they don't attack first, so just ignore them." Einar clung to him, trembling with fear. "I get it, but are you sure we don't need to kill them? They won't threaten us, right?" He was certain. "My attacks aren't effective against banshees anyway. Besides, if we attack first, we'll be cursed. They'll haunt us until we leave the maze." Einar's hair stood on end as she screamed. "What? Haunted? That's awful. Good thing you're a wise warrior. I really made the right choice coming with you." Suddenly a shout made her startle. She clung to him in terror. "Bjorn, what is it?" He helplessly said. "Let me go." "Look," Einar said. "A skeleton horde." Einar froze, stiff and bewildered. Stunned, she regained her brave posture. Excited, she charged forward. "I'll take care of them." Bjorn warned anxiously. Hey, aimed directly at their weak spots. Einar fought fiercely, but when she finished, she asked, dazed, "What did you just say?" He grimaced nothing. He sighed inwardly, feeling he'd been needlessly worried. The system announced, +1 experience. Bjorn continued to lead. Then we spent about an hour moving north as usual, encountering new monster types. Adult whites twice the size of regular whites. Mutated bone soldiers, called bone warriors or bone archers. But the difficulty was still low. They only appeared in small numbers, and his combat skills increased a bit. The staff's size and weight were the most suitable, helping him more easily crush skulls than with a hammer. The armor, tailored like a vest that reduced shield coverage, helped him fight more effectively. The helmet didn't offer great protection, but blocked arrows from bows. He confidently declared, "We're back and stronger than before." He was great at annihilating enemies, but another man-beast was also outstanding. Watching Einar relentlessly slash and kill, he wondered if Valhalla was considered the matriarchal goddess of the man-beasts. She fought very well. He realized he hadn't understood why she screamed during fights at first. It turned out to be a catchphrase. He tried roaring a few times and got hooked. Bjorn was exhilarated, fighting side by side to shred the monsters. This felt different from battles with Erwin, so that's what a man-beast feast is like. The system reported. +3 experience after defeating an adult white. a bone warrior and an archer. Einar worriedly pointed out to Bjorn, "Your hand is injured." He shrugged, unconcerned. "It'll heal soon." Sure enough, white smoke rose from the wound and it began to mend. Einar exclaimed in amazement, "It's completely healed. Is that the death spirit seal?" He letter 1 EC9 smiled and nodded in confirmation. The death spirit seal's effect surpassed natural healing, taking only minutes to heal a 0.5 cm deep wound. The essence self-regenerates, increasing endurance, painful but effective. Bjorn touched the ground, assessing carefully. The soil was no longer soggy and the terrain had changed. The banshee's screams grew louder. He said, "Be ready. Einar, an 8th-level monster, will appear soon." A bizarre sound resonated. Einar shivered in fear. "What was that sound, Bjorn?" He solemnly arranged their formation. "It's the call of demons. Get into position." "Whoa, that's a reaper. I've heard it swallows the maze's light, but now I see it with my own eyes. It's scarier than he thought." Its face was wrinkled, its wail gloomy like hell. He calmly instructed, "Aim for the head like I said. Attacking other parts won't be effective." Despite her fear, Einar resolutely replied, "Okay, I trust you." The two charged in with direct attacks at first, coordinating rhythmically with strikes high and low that made the monster reel. But the Reaper's flesh was super thick, enormous and huge. Their strikes were insignificant. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Bjorn tensed. It was too difficult, like stabbing into rock. The Reaper, furious and bloodthirsty, spun and counterattacked, sending Bjorn flying with a single blow. "It's also incredibly strong, but I've been trying to draw its attention to me." Einar appeared silently, slashing at its back. Her eyes wide, panicked, even straining with all her strength. Her blade did no real damage. The monster's cold, sharp gaze swept across. Einar was struck and fell heavily to the ground. Thankfully, the sword held fast, so she wasn't blown away. She looked at Bjorn worriedly. "Bjorn, this thing is really tough." He thought Reapers would be nothing to a player strong in defense, but he hadn't expected it to be this hard. He gritted his teeth, thinking. Einar's ultimate sword only scratched it, and the wounds healed immediately. That's the Reaper's ultimate defensive skill, protecting its body. The monster gathered energy and let out an ear-piercing roar. His face darkened. "Damn, Einar had a bad feeling." "What is that?" "It's the Reaper's attack skill, summoning whites. The Reaper's call will be truly hard to swallow." He shouted orders. "Einar, deal with these whites first. Meanwhile, I'll hold the Reaper in place." He immediately leapt forward. The fight was intense, the two sides colliding head-on. He surged forward at once. The battle was fierce with direct clashes. He didn't dare take his eyes off the Reaper, keeping a safely stretched distance. Suddenly some sharp aura struck like lightning, startling Bjorn. He deftly ducked and avoided it. They kept clashing with sparks flying. Powerful blows met in midair. During the tense moment, Einar arrived in time and shouted, "Bjorn, I cleared all the whites." Indeed, the whites on the ground were only motionless corpses. She took a running jump. "Let me give you a hand." Einar silently circled to the Reaper's rear, and then delivered a powerful, decisive slash. As it focused on Einar, Bjorn up front also shouted, "Where do you think you're looking?" As it focused on Einar, Bjorn up front also shouted, "Where do you think you're looking?" Now the Reaper was being attacked fiercely from all sides, and afterward it suffered severe injuries. He silently exhaled in relief, seeing the situation look more promising. That strike seemed to have worked. Bleeding that much meant it probably took significant damage. But unexpectedly, the beast managed to brace itself and stay standing. Bjorn took a kick from it. He immediately backed away, astonished. What the hell? It's still fine after that. A few drops of blood fell to the ground. He wiped the blood from his mouth, considering silently that the last strike could have killed Gollin in one hit. He gritted his teeth. Did it heal instantly? I can't attack fast enough to overcome its regeneration. What should I do now? Do I have to give up killing this thing and focus on the level 9 monsters? Suddenly Einar boldly, without fear, grabbed one of its legs. "Drag it, Einar." Determination blazed in Einar's eyes as she shouted. Bjorn was startled, understood her intention. She was destabilizing it. Not a bad idea. "Hey, I'm coming. I'll deal with the other leg right away." The Reaper staggered and toppled to the ground. The Reaper panicked, helpless as its massive body slammed into the earth. It roared and thrashed violently. Bjorn and Einar advanced, taunting in a malicious tone. "Looks like you can't get up on your own, huh?" After a while, Bjorn felt exhilarated, his hands moving, grinning broadly. "This is just like when I used to beat rice cake bags on a trip as a child." He chuckled with glee, settling old scores. This was to compensate for the childhood psychological wound when the kid chosen as my playmate cried and wanted to go home. It turned out the two of them were enthusiastically beating the Reaper while laughing excitedly. "It's fun for Einar, isn't it?" "I think so too, Einar." Bjorn, after 7,749 divine strikes, the Reaper has been reincarnated. Is this the true hunting method of a maniac? Dust cleared away. Einar excitedly cheered. "Bjorn, look. It's a magic crystal and it's big. He examined it and judged it was only worth about 100 stones. She was stunned. What? A reaper is only valued at 100. Bjorn nodded. But whites are 300. That price is indeed low, even though we risked our lives to kill it. Suddenly Einar asked thoughtfully, Bjorn, how much is a pastry at the inn? That cream cake, wasn't it about 300 stones? At the mention, her eyes lit up with excitement. So I could enjoy one each time we kill a reaper. He was speechless. Is that how you convert currency? She was enthusiastic. Song Fa, now's not the time to rest. Let's hunt, let's hunt. Also, we split 80-20, so you'll get 0.2 of a reaper. He letter 1 EC9 smiled indulgently. All right, let's go. Going with a man-beast isn't so bad. Erwin is a bit passive. Erwin over here was flustered. Suddenly I felt useful. After that we wandered around hunting reapers. As soon as we found one, we attacked both its legs and knocked it down. And if we kept pounding its head like thrashing rice, sooner or later it would die. We hunted about 70 reapers that day alone. In the early dungeon and stone areas, the drop rate for essence was very low. Most players would equip and enhance based on the essences they obtained. Tired of playing, Bjorn suggested, that's enough for Einar today. I agreed. At night he sat quietly keeping watch as I dozed. That's why I'm after the reaper essence. It will harmonize with my immortal seal and it also has a pretty good passive skill. But we haven't found any yet. I need to find essence soon. On the second day, reapers appeared in pairs, but we'd learned how to handle them. So defeating them wasn't as hard as I'd thought. I pulled one down, and we cooperated to drag the other. The reapers were eliminated one by one, using the same method. Of course, if we couldn't kill the reaper quickly, we'd likely be surrounded by the whites, putting us in danger. When chased, Bjorn had to drag Einar and run. Einar ran fast. Reapers don't pursue enemies outside their territory, so we just had to escape it. By mid-afternoon, the reapers stopped appearing in pairs. Bjorn and Einar were hiding cautiously. Watching for movement, he whispered, 3 reapers is too many for the 2 of us to handle. She agreed. A wise warrior knows when to run. Let's find another spot. By mid-afternoon, the reapers stopped appearing in pairs. Bjorn and Einar were hiding cautiously. Watching for movement, he whispered, 3 reapers is too many for the 2 of us to handle. She agreed. A wise warrior knows when to run. Let's find another spot. From the stillness of the night, something seemed to move. A group of people accidentally came face to face with the 2 of them. The adventuring party had 3 members, each tense and on guard. Extremely wary. Explorers? Bjorn asked seriously, hey you there. Suddenly Einar snapped in an unpleasant, cutting tone with an icy expression as if about to devour them. What are you looking at? If you have nothing to do here, disappear. They were all frightened by her demeanor. They fled in a panic. Sorry, Ha. The man Asa scowled and spoke coldly. Bjorn, we need to move. They know our location. We have to find another place to camp. Humans are unreliable. The 2 continued walking in silence, only the sound of footsteps. Bjorn, curious, thought it seemed didn't like humans either. Did something happen on the last maze exploration? I'll ask her later, after searching for a while with no suitable spot. She was disappointed. I don't think we'll find a place as good as last time. TR letter 1 EA5N and we'll have to find a decent temporary spot. Suddenly a terrified scream, help please, made them both freeze. They whispered in shock, on guard. Alertness made him realize, Bjorn, that's not the sound of someone attacked by a monster. He gritted his teeth. I'm certain it's a person killing someone else. Run now, suddenly a woman's voice demanded, who's there? Magic flared in her hand, illuminating the area. Only then did Bjorn get a close look at the 4 fresh corpses, with no signs of a campfire or poison, and the woman stood facing them directly, her hair short and red, a weapon in her hand, dripping blood drop by drop. She looked at them arrogantly and asked, newbies. Bjorn guessed she was a highway robber. Plunderers are professional hunters who, instead of collecting magic crystals, pick up equipment to sell. Of course, looting is banned in Rafto. The punishment is death, unlike when Bjorn was investigated for killing 6 adventurers. Even if it was justified self-defense, as long as no one noticed, no one outside the maze would know what they did. She twirled her blade and stepped forward to probe. First time you lot have seen looters. Maniac. Bjorn tensed anxiously. This is bad. I've never seen a looter who looks as professional as her. Over 170 cm tall, thin and agile, red hair down her shoulders, wounded on the right ear, a tattoo under her eye, an easily recognizable identity. He figured she must be good at assassination because he'd never heard of her outside. In other words, she left no witnesses when she acted. Einar tightened his sword, adopting a wary stance. I think she is powerful. Bjorn counted 4 bodies in total. Their equipment indicated they ranked high, including a mage, operating at least on the 5th floor. 3 had no external wounds, likely poisoned. The remaining one wasn't T found here. He boldly speculated that she had been their comrade. She coldly grabbed a man's collar and answered curtly, "Who knows? I guess they thought so too." Bjorn was stunned. She turned her back and picked up the loot. I suppose she thought two apprentice maniacs were in T a match and was rather careless. The greatsword fit snugly into a pricey space pouch. He couldn't imagine how strong she must be. He was tense when Amelia suddenly spoke. "Maniac." He worked his brain and swallowed hard. The only way to survive was to ask her whether we should fight. He decisively turned and, not running, ran as fast as he could. Her gaze followed them with deep meaning. While running desperately, Bjorn thought they were buying some time, though he didn't know when she would chase. He anxiously glanced back for a moment and realized he saw other marks used to identify the path. He said, "We'll follow those marks to the teleport gate down to the first floor." Suddenly Bjorn froze in surprise. In the heat of the moment, they ran straight into another party of adventurers. Bjorn glanced at the 4 human adventurers. "You in charge?" he said. "Maniac." Einar hated it and was about to draw his sword. "Step forward to stop him. Humans are hard to trust, but we have no choice." He stated solemnly, "We were chased by bandits. We need help." The leader probed suspiciously. "What guarantees you not bandits yourselves?" Bjorn persisted. "I swear on the honor of a warrior that I am telling the truth." The other hesitated, seeming to believe him. "If you say so," Bjorn exhaled. A warrior's oath in this world was like a cheating command in a game, prompting conditions. "If we defeat the bandits, we'll take all the reward." He agreed immediately. "Fine," he arranged it contentedly. "You go this way first. I'll use the dwarf god's skill to hide here. No one will notice if I use it." He cast a dwarf god skill to assimilate with the environment within a 3m radius. It's an extremely strong long-range stealth skill. The drawback is you can move, but it avoids unnecessary fights. "I think we're lucky," but the leader chuckled, "Lucky indeed. 2 maniacs just walked into our trap." Bjorn and Einar froze stiff, afflicted by a control status. The leader laughed heartily. His cronies seemed pleased, surprised. "Can move, maniacs? What will you do? Answer us." My blood boiled with rage. "We're on fire. These bastards are also highwaymen." My essence urged me to seize loot. The golem's active skill had been suppressed, so I thought I needed to take damage to dispel it. The others stepped forward to ransack Bjorn. "You've probably gotten a lot in the past 2 days, right? Now it's all ours." He lifted Einar's chin and leered shamefully. "We need women to sell as slaves, but here's a fresh maniac instead. What a pain." Another sneered, "Even better. Dante, you know how much a maniac's heart sells for?" Bjorn went pale. He felt their disgusting lust. The hat wearer curled his lip mockingly, scared stiff. "What can that do? You still can escape this control skill." He ordered, "Take them out now, or it'll be a huge problem." The hat wearer sneered, "Relax. Have I ever messed up something stupid like that?" Bjorn wondered, "Are we really going to die like this?" The hat wearer bared his teeth and lunged toward him. "Farewell, maniac." Bjorn mused and curled his lip. He only needed to take 1 hit to be able to move. Just then the sharp blade of that man plunged deep into Bjorn's neck. He pulled his head back to avoid the killing blow. The plan worked. Bjorn swung wildly to the other's astonishment. "What? How can you?" Before he finished speaking, Bjorn sent him to meet the king of hell. The 2 remaining men went pale with horror. "This is bad. Deal with him quickly." Bjorn pulled the knife lodged crookedly in his neck. Blood gushed like water. He steadied himself and hurled the knife forward. "Shout, Einar." She gritted her teeth and endured the pain as she drove a dagger into her arm. Exhausted, he entrusted the rest to her. Einar finished, and Bjorn collapsed from exhaustion. She moved immediately, grim-faced, drew her sword, and with a few basic, furious strokes, she cleaved the remaining helmeted man into pieces. Einar stepped forward slowly. The leader in the hat trembled, begging for mercy, but Einar's face was ice cold. She decisively slashed him down to log out immediately. She glowered and glanced behind her. The leader panicked and fled. She gritted her teeth in contempt. She looked to the side and saw the blood-soaked scene. What a scare. "Bjorn, you're bleeding too much. Dante die." "Bjorn, hang on, pull through." "Einar, the medicine, Einar." She hastily drowned out his words. "Bjorn's dying. Those bastards killed Bjorn. Okay, I'll avenge you, Dante worry." Finally, he received a proper vial of medicine. Einar checked the wound anxiously. It's likely to leave a scar. Bjorn twitched the corner of his mouth in amazement. The good news was that the wound activated his immortality seal. He should have died without it. Einar slapped his shoulder excitedly. "Awesome, Bjorn. You're the only maniac with a scar on his throat." Bjorn was bewildered. She treats this like an achievement. He thought not many maniacs survive with a throat scar, even ones as tough as Hulk. He said if she had looted all the gear, then they should chase that guy. He hadn't run far. After that, the taunting leader was grabbed by Einar. He struggled. "Please, Dante, kill me." Bjorn tried to reassure him. Einar, let him go. We need his stealth skill to hide from that assassin bandit. At that moment, a dart flew and embedded straight into the man's neck. He panicked. It's a poison dart. Amelia murmured approvingly, "Hey, maniacs, that was a good fight just now." She exuded killing intent, understanding immediately, and Einar shouted urgently, "If we can't run anymore, then we have to fight." Both of them immediately lunged forward and attacked in unison. "We'll fight her." Einar swung powerful sword strikes, but Amelia deftly evaded. She watched calmly. When Bjorn attacked, she stepped back and dodged. She even used a small dagger to block his sword. Only then did he realize how fast she was. How much essence does she have? There was no other way. They had to knock her down. "I'll pin her down," he shouted. Einar right then, but his expression turned stunned, and suddenly his whole body collapsed helplessly to the ground. He lay motionless, bewildered, wondering why his body had suddenly gone limp. She had pierced his armor and stabbed his flank with a dagger. How could she do that? Am I an aura user or what? We don't stand a chance. At that moment, Einar surged forward to attack from behind, but she was hit as well. Blood streamed constantly from her mouth. Bjorn Janer could only curse helplessly. "Damn it, Einar. The basilisk's paralytic poison has entered your body." He was shocked. She surpassed him in every way. Strength, speed, everything. "Damn, am I really going to die in a place like this?" As the dagger drew close to his face, she suddenly said, "But if you swear you won't tell anyone about today, I'll let you live." He was stunned. "What? I was going to do that anyway. I really don't want to kill a Ma person. I owe them." Bjorn faintly understood. She had just watched them being attacked, so she wouldn't have to kill them if that group had killed them first. Suddenly Einar crawled over in fury at Bjorn. "Don't trust her, she is just toying with us." He asked cautiously, "And if I refuse?" She replied coldly, "Then I'll kill you. That's a promise." He wondered, a promise to whom? She snapped angrily, "None of your business." He nodded. "All right, I swear on the honor of a warrior." Amelia stood up, moved, and said, "You're truly something special." She poured the medicine onto him, then turned to the female Ma person and asked, "And you?" Einar stood firm. "I refuse." She nodded. "I understand. Then there's no other way. Farewell." The female Ma person startled Bjorn. He thought to himself, "No, if this continues, Einar will die." He rushed up and shouted, "Swear, Einar." She was weak and doubtful. "Bjorn, but a warrior's honor is." He snapped angrily, ordering, "You said you'd do anything I asked. Swear." "Einar, trust me. What use is that damned pride? What good is keeping honor when you race 6 feet under?" Einar was silent for a moment, then resentful. Reluctantly, "Fine, I swear." Before she left, he pressed, "Hey, can I ask you one question?" "Which floor?" She was pensive, still terse as ever. After a long moment, Amelia answered briefly, "The 8th floor." He stared in shock as her figure receded. She was an 8th floor adventurer. They survived because of that promise. Bjorn burned with determination. "But next time will be different." The female thief. The system announced they had entered floor 1 of the Jade Gem Cave. Einar collapsed immediately after that jump. A passionate kiss with Mother Earth. Seeing that, Bjorn turned to ask if she was okay. Einar groaned, "It hurts so much. But as someone who is not a warrior, I am not entitled to complain about my pain." Inside, she still resented that this seemed worse than she thought. Is begging for life with one's honor really that shameful? Is begging for life with one's honor really that shameful? I wouldn't understand if you said more, but perhaps I understand what you mean now. Enduring this humiliation and urge to give up life. I suppose that means I am as strong a warrior as you. Bjorn felt awkward and embarrassed. I don't have those kinds of feelings. I am not really a Ma person. Still, he said pridefully, I am sure that one day we'll be able to avenge this shame. Later, Bjorn sat in silence, brooding. We haven't slept in 20 hours, and with all the trouble we've been through, my spirit is exhausted. But I can sleep. I don't feel the pangs Einar does, yet the feeling is still unbearably unpleasant. Looking back, she had been snoring for a while. It felt like when the blonde guy saved him. When the saintess refused to heal him, that swordsman tossed him the vial, as if he pitied him. At that moment, I grabbed the vial and drank like a dog. I was happy to be alive, but that feeling is unforgettable. I vowed never to taste that feeling again. So what's the problem? I made the best choice among the situations I encountered. In other words, I tried to focus on the present. But what else could I do? The moment I opened my eyes, I saw a man beheaded. And then a string of events far beyond reality continued to occur. So I had no choice but to prioritize my own safety first. But I can keep existing like this. All right, change of plans. Bjorn was filled with resolve. Thinking that, he called to Einar. What if I told you there's a way to become stronger, but achieving it is extremely dangerous? She replied calmly and briefly, of course I'll do it. After all, I'll die if I don't get stronger. Bjorn understood, it's a life of unavoidable chaos, no matter which path you choose. So striking first is the right move, Bjorn declared firmly. All right, Einar, then we go into the instant dungeon. We have to throw ourselves into the chaos first. What doesn't kill you will only make you stronger. As soon as they entered, they enthusiastically dealt with the swarm of axe gnats. Experience shot up. Einar marveled, 4 monster types at once. She hadn't expected a place like this on the first floor. That's why this area isn't famous. It's tough here because up to 4 monster types appear at once, and you'll have to learn to use a torch. The place is pitch dark. There's no reason to come here unless you're taking a shortcut to save time. But that also means it's perfect for hiding things. She looked curiously at the tombstone before them and asked Bjorn, "What is this?" He stepped forward to inspect a memorial for the first person to discover this maze. The wise Diflon Grondel Gabrilius honors, the one who took the first great steps. He thought to himself, it's exactly like the lines quoted in the game. The hidden conditions are probably similar to before. He warned carefully Einar, "I am going to open the instant dungeon, but whatever happens from now on stays secret." She immediately, without hesitation, nodded. "I swear on the honor of a warrior." Suddenly she turned to ask, somewhat naive, "By the way, what's an instant dungeon?" He rubbed his temples and explained, "It's a maze within a maze. In the game, it's called an instant dungeon. A dungeon opened up by selected members. The first-tier instant dungeon requires you to place magic stones corresponding to 4 monster species on the memorial." He carefully placed the 4 stones, the magic stones of Galin, the dwarf ghoul, the thunder wolf, and finally the magic stone of the white. And with a magic stone from an 8th-level monster on the 2nd tier, the instant dungeon will open. Let us go in. Einar, the white magic stone will open an instant dungeon that can hold up to 5 people. The difficulty depends on the number of participants. What awaits us now? An instant dungeon is a maze nested within another maze. The game calls it a unique dungeon. A new realm spawns randomly on each floor. Instant dungeons have a respawn time. On average, a first-tier instant dungeon 1T reopen for at least 3 months of city time. But waiting for a dungeon to reopen naturally is long and inefficient. So people find ways to force open these instant dungeons. On the first floor, there are 4 instant dungeons. The one we entered has a sky red as blood, as if the apocalypse is near, with swarms gathering around a blood-stained black castle. Einar exclaimed in shock, so terrifying. Bjorn pondered, "I recognize this as the blood-infused city from a magic crystal of a lost friend. Seeing it in person is overwhelmingly imposing." On the first floor, no matter the difficulty, these instant dungeons are doable. The important thing is who will appear. The members who raid this place are pre-selected. Einar warned Bjorn someone is coming. A heavy footstep echoed. They waited anxiously. Who could it be? Scene shifts to the first floor of the gem cavern maze. A voice rang out, "Erwin, you using frivolous magic again." Erwin stammered awkwardly. "But with only this dagger it's too hard." Teresia scolded, "I told you to practice self-defense and stop relying on frivolous magic." She frowned in retort. "But the elder brother told me to focus on what I do well. And an explorer's duty is to trust the party and do your role to the best of your ability." Teresia didn't deny it. "He's not wrong, but life isn't always a dream, dear." Her older sister admonished sternly, "Erwin, teammates are often just people on the same team. Don't overvalue them." Erwin seemed not to understand and replied perfunctorily, "Yes, ma am, but changing the subject, can I get to floor 2 already? I bet Uncle is raking in a ton of money up there right now." Teresia smiled, "Hunting a bit on floor 2 1T speed up your maze climbing much. So we'll go into the instant dungeon." Erwin was surprised. "What? But I thought you had to be lucky to get in." She agreed. Indeed, some veteran explorers never got the chance to enter the instant dungeon even once in their lives. But she added that the last time it opened was 8 months ago. A full open-close cycle of an instant dungeon lasts at most 8 months. So maybe the first floor instant dungeon is about to open. Erwin pouted, "Really? And Uncle didn't tell us anything about this?" Teresia pondered. It made sense. After all, that madman is a newcomer with little experience, so his maze runs are inefficient. She smiled with meaning, confidently declaring, "Erwin, trust me. Give it a year and you'll be stronger than that madman." Suddenly the ground trembled. Yes, the two dashed forward. Teresia immediately recognized the sound as an instant dungeon opening. "Hurry, run, Erwin." Yes. The two sped forward. Teresia reached out and nearly touched the entrance, but the gate vanished before her astonished eyes. Teresia regretted, "Darn, were we too slow." From the other side came a hearty laugh. Bjorn thought to himself, "The first member of our team is." A delighted dwarf who stepped in. At last 2 people managed to get all the way in. Madman, not bad. The second was a radiant blonde sorceress who appeared. I'd never have guessed where she was from. Turns out it's the blood-infused city. Bjorn was briefly surprised. A sorceress. There are still sorceresses on the first floor. He thought this team actually looked solid. The dwarf was amazed to unexpectedly see a sorceress here. The sorceress tugged her hood and smiled teasingly. Bjorn affirmed excitedly, "She is amazing." Einar asked in wonder, "Are all sorceresses that great?" Wasn't T the librarian the other day also a sorceress? He explained that librarian was a rank 9 sorceress. Sorceresses are an important force in the city. Only those whose skills are certified can enter here. In other words, her presence indicates considerable power. The sorceress smiled lightly. This madman knows a thing or two. She introduced herself. Time for introductions. "I am Alua Raven, a rank 6 sorceress." Bjorn observed and judged. Though a bit arrogant, most sorceresses in the game are obnoxious. This one's attitude was actually quite decent. Her attitude was indeed quite decent. The porter spoke up. "My name is Tarjan. You always announce yourself. Pleased to meet you." "I am Hikurad Murad. I've been an explorer for 3 years," he exclaimed, noting how impressive that gear looked. Bjorn introduced himself. "I am Bjorn, son of Jandal." Einar added, "I am Einar, the second daughter of Fenelin." Bjorn fell into thoughtful silence. He inquired, "May I ask directly? Neither of you seem inexperienced on floor 1 or to have unfinished business here. So how did you two get in here?" Alua Raven smiled shyly. "I can go into details, but basically I heard this area is about to have an instant dungeon appear." Hikurad Murad, "Same here," he sighed to himself. "So they refused to reveal their method, probably keeping their trick to themselves." Alua Raven cheerfully proposed that the money earned from this run be split evenly among everyone except Tarjan. "Provided you all follow my orders." Hikurad Murad agreed. "Certainly. You obey the sorceress. It's an unspoken rule in the maze." She giggled with satisfaction. "Hearing that makes me happy." Bjorn sighed. "With a sorceress on the team, we have to listen to her. After all, sorceresses are recognized by the royal house for exterminating evil spirits." He said, "I agree." Einar cut in, "I disagree." He panicked. "Einar," she was frank. "I want Bjorn to be the leader, not just any madman. He is a wiser warrior than anyone." He cried out in alarm, "What are you saying?" His heart silently wailed, "Please, shut up." She bragged proudly. "He even reads 6 hours a day." Everyone froze. "A madman who reads, this guy is truly something. But my decision stands." Einar shouted excitedly, "He is not just special, he is wonderful." "A wonderful warrior," she called out. Bjorn. The other two were dumbstruck and stunned. Faced with this absurdity, Bjorn inwardly covered his face and prayed for the chaos to stop. Hikurad Murad teased, enjoying being adored like this by a wife. "Hey, you madman, I am jealous." He waved his arms theatrically. "I am not married to anyone," he asserted confidently, no shame needed. She tried to explain, "No, I told you it's not that," but was cut off. "Stop arguing, let us go." She said, "We have to investigate a fair bit." Bjorn breathed a sigh of relief, grateful the dwarf changed the subject at the right moment. Luckily, Raven didn't pay much attention. He silently hoped she'd ignore him from now on. Hikurad spoke up. "Wait, are we leaving right now? We only just learned each other's names. Let us introduce skills too." Raven replied, "Not necessary." She waved her hand lazily. "The monsters in the blood-infused city are all rank 7 or below, so just me and Tarjan are enough." These words left the 3 of them stunned. She added, "Oh, and I'll take the guard fee as my research fund. Only I can study it anyway." The dwarf grew angry. "You want to take all the guard's loot?" Bjorn understood. Disputes over loot in dungeons are common. He snarled, "Do I look stupid enough to be led around?" The sorceress, of course the quarrel was 100% about money. The guard fee is the commission from the instant dungeon. For a financially stable sorceress, research comes first. For explorers, money comes first. Raven tried to explain, "I already said I'll give you all the magic crystals from the instant dungeon." Bjorn analyzed that Raven had just ignited the money dispute. Hikurad grew even angrier, saying, "That is like telling us to eat leftovers. I won let you run wild." She replied, "Isn't that a fair split? There is no guarantee we'll actually get the money." The quick-witted one noticed her surprised look. Perhaps she hadn't expected to be pushed back. Was she really that naive? After some hesitation, Raven decided, "Fine, I'll leave the items to you, but the protective essence must be mine." Hikurad accepted. "Temporarily that's fair between us, and the dungeon shard this time is just luck." Bjorn marveled. "Oh, just the 2 of you. So they didn't bother to include us." He spoke up, "Wait. There's no way I am leaving empty-handed. I don't care about essences or items, but I'll take the dungeon shard. Just that is enough for me." The 2 objected, "Don't be greedy. This team probably needs 2 berserkers, but claiming the imminent dungeon crystal is too much." He flinched inwardly, no use. The moment before she was pretending to be decent. He proposed, fine, I 1T take it then. Just give us back the 2 essences that Aaron T from the guard. The 2 exchanged meaningful looks. Raven smiled, all right then, agreed with both hands. Hicurod concurred, same here. Bjorn felt dejected, looks like that's all we can scrounge. Given their levels, there's no essence worth taking here. The sorceress agreed, deal then. Hicurod nodded, remember your word. He stood to the side judging, now smiling as if nothing had happened. They shouted, Uki, shall we go now? Let us do it, I am itching to get moving. He muttered bitterly, born of the goddess, those hypocrites. Today he profoundly realized he must become stronger. He sighed to steady himself, let the bastards do as they please. He thought silently that he would build his own bridge. The plan was divided into 4 parts. A drawbridge at the castle entrance, battlements outside the wall, an underground monastery within the wall, and the demon worship chamber in the Lord's quarters. They were now approaching the entrance, where an 8th-grade gargoyle statue stood. Normally, they looked like statues with distinctive features. However, if an enemy stepped into their sight, they would attack immediately. So they were quite troublesome to deal with. Its skill was petrification. Before long, Bjorn was hit. His legs stiffened solid. If one person takes the petrification as the tank, the others must defeat the monster to lift the curse. That's usually the case, but Einar panicked, terrified for Bjorn. With a sorceress present, things were different. She gently waved her staff and recited the spell Artina Vire. His whole body suddenly melted away. Bjorn immediately recognized it as a curse-dispelling spell. A gargoyle that can petrify its enemies is nothing. Bjorn and Einar instantly leapt up and cleaved the monster to pieces. One remained. Hicurod shouted, swinging a mighty blow with his hammer. Although he didn't kill it on the first strike, he wounded it heavily and broke a leg. Hicurod immediately seized the moment, leapt up and prepared to deliver a finishing hammer blow. In its blood-red eyes, it could only see the hammer drawing ever closer. The group coordinated quickly and neatly dispatched the gargoyle. He turned to praise them, you lot are pretty skilled. Bjorn glanced appreciatively. Dwarves really are skilled, just as he thought. The way he killed it was that of a true warrior. A soul stone appeared, hovering in the air. Then it flew straight into Tarjan's inventory. Einar marveled in surprise. Bjorn, the soul stone, moved on its own. GV letter 1E7N smiled brightly. It's a magical retrieval soul stone. From now on I'll keep it and occasionally give it to you all. Hicurod laughed heartily, no objections. Fine, let us move on. They smashed through the main gate. Everyone surged forward, brimming with vigor. Suddenly he suggested, it's too dark. Seems we need some light. Raven understood. If so, a single reet light incantation appeared in her hand. As the light shone, everyone caught sight of a plump, large monster. A zombie. A rankless creature that doesn't even drop a soul stone and of course gives no experience. Unless its soul is gone, the corpses 1T disappear. Raven warned that since their attacks come like swarming ants, she would conserve her magic. Hicurod nodded. Agreed, using magic on a corpse is wasteful. The zombies rushed forward like a disturbed anthill. On our side, the battle-hardened trio sprang into action. We'll deal with them quickly. Einar swung decisively in strong, scattered arcs, slaying several in succession. Then Hicurod skillfully finished off one of them. Bjorn wound up for a finishing strike. He put all his strength into a powerful downward swing, swiftly dispatching the remaining horde. Suddenly he startled. He realized something. It was the horn of the zombie commander. Einar expressed surprise. A horn? So big, how do we use this? Hicurod winked, you'll find out soon. Standing before the great gate, Hicurod wondered, this time my hammer gate 1T do anything. Raven stepped forward, confidently leave it to me. Then she cast a spell called Akendurdu. The door was instantly shattered by powerful magic, sending up choking dust that made everyone close their eyes and cover their mouths. When Bjorn peeked through, he witnessed a horrifying sight. Raven stood proudly in the doorway, smiling, shall we go? He had to utter that sorceress is badass. The first part, the drawbridge at the castle entrance. Raven paused and sighed, I know. The drawbridge was cut right before the castle gate. Einar, blow the horn now. She nodded in understanding. She then took out the horn and prepared to blow. The horn's blast echoed across the wide space. The dormant aquamagic circle alert system had been awakened. Hearing the strange sound, Einar was bewildered. What is that? The bridge is lowering. She couldn't believe her eyes at this, and announced in alarm. The blood below was rising. Wait, there's something in the water. The water runs red and the sky is deep crimson. That's why this place is called the Blood City. Raven smiled reassuringly. They ray just zombies, don't be afraid. Einar forced a stiff reply. What, who's scared? The objective of this section is simple. Survive until the drawbridge lowers. This section has a few quite difficult spots. There are countless waves of zombies you'll have to face, but that's only for a normal team. Raven sneered. I predicted this would happen and prepared spells, with everyone moving toward me. The difficulty drops drastically when there's a sorceress who can use wide area magic. She raised her staff and intoned the spell Whiternadurdu. The source of energy roared like a tempest. Her power spread everywhere. Wherever it flowed, the zombies dissolved. The zombies died in droves, falling apart. The dwarf exclaimed in awe, amazing. She smiled even more arrogantly. They were just zombies. Bjorn gritted his teeth. I knew she was strong, but I didn't expect such a huge gap between us. She casually announced, I guess now we just wait for the drawbridge. He felt uneasy and not pleased. Who would think we'd finish so quickly and just rest? After a while the bridge lowered, and Raven led the group. Now into the castle. Thus the first part of the Blood City was complete. He scowled. It was simply ridiculous. His gaze fixed, staring as if glued to her. We had successfully crossed the drawbridge into the outskirts. Normally, we face countless enemies here, but Raven used the magic Uithernadaru. A powerful surge of energy flooded the space, wiping out the zombies and skeletons. Bjorn watched cautiously, unlike before. This time she couldn't eliminate every monster with one blow, though she was still very powerful even while not fully active. With a single incantation, she eradicated nearly 90% of the monsters. But the Death White remained undefeated, perhaps because it could regenerate. Raven nimbly commanded, ILL, have you handled the remaining monsters? The three surged forward confidently. Einar replied confidently, got it. The two slipped under the Death White's legs while it was still dazed. They used a berserker dual combo skill and sent the beast flying. Like true warriors, they struck decisively, creating a bloody scene that shocked Hikyorod. Do you always hunt like this? They look like they were having so much fun. Meanwhile, Raven cast the offensive spell, Lavyad Ehilthun, on the remaining monsters. The spell inflicted grievous wounds. The Death White was engulfed in a pink bubble. Its sores festered and pus flowed. The Death White's advantage was a passive regeneration, but when disabled, it was merely a lump of moving flesh. After a while, they completed the task, and the essences flew into Tarjan's pack. Einar was stunned and confided to Bjorn. Now I understand why people praise sorcerers. Hikyorod nodded. With a sorcerer on the team, we ray much stronger. Raven overheard, we ray proud because we study hard for it. Of course, innate talent helps too. Bjorn twitched a smile. Now I know her true face. She pretends to be humble but brags and spends much time researching. She cheerfully suggested, I plan to gather materials around here for research. Will you help me? You always agree. Thanks to you we have plenty of free time now, so of course we lend a hand. Bjorn will join too. He thought to himself he knew how to deal with her now. Then everything was found. Raven was pleased. Quick work, thanks to everyone's help. Now let us head to the next location. Einar only thought about how many cakes they could buy if they sold these. She urged them to hurry. Bjorn suddenly noticed something odd. She had examined the whole area but hadn't taken the materials. Why do you think she didn't know it was there? Just smash the statue and you'll find it. Many players habitually mash the interact button when they encounter a unique object or a suspicious wall. I did the same, so I found many hidden things in 9 years of playing Dungeon and Stone. But if a berserker like me points out something a lifelong researcher like her missed, it might bruise her pride. So I decided to avoid doing anything that would make her suspicious. Putting that aside, the group pressed on. They arrived at a ruined tangle of buildings, the sky blazing red like blood. This is the inner city. Raven pondered. I've heard of this place, but honestly there's seemingly nothing to collect here. Hikyorod looked around. I don't see a single monster. Let us move to the next spot. Bjorn sat down and brushed away a pile of rubble to search for a hatch. Raven and the others watched eagerly. At last he found the hatch. They quickly descended into the underground prison. Hikyorod wondered what kind of monsters appear here. She replied, skull rats, banshee harbingers, weredeath wolves, ghouls, and corpse golems. He was excited. Except for the corpse golems, I've fought all the others before. Corpse golems only appear in the Blood City. He laughed heartily. What a new experience. Raven warned, just watch out for those explosive spells. The blast isn't very strong, but their bodily fluids are corrosive like acid and can be lethal if you stand too close. And of course I'll intercept it before it hits you. He replied deftly, what is there to fear with a sorcerer? Thaumai chimed in, we can do anything thanks to a brave warrior like you. He wondered why they had completely forgotten to divide the loot. Einar looked curiously at the pile of bones. Bjorn asked, are these monsters? He replied, yes, those are the skull rats I mentioned earlier. Giant Chin grinned, skull rats are like zombies. They ray unranked and poor fighters, so just stomp them. Einar snapped angrily, I am not asking you, sorceress. She froze awkwardly for 5 seconds, when suddenly a mournful screech rang out, startling Einar. At the sound she clung to his arm. trembling like a rag. Bjorn, it is a banshee harbinger. Raven warned ominously, careful. Hitting one is bad news. It is not extremely dangerous, but it'll give you a terrifying experience. Horrific. Einar flinched. Terrifying, Bjorn was speechless. She was so childish. Einar hugged Bjorn tightly and shouted, "What do you mean? Tell me more." Raven smiled faintly, satisfied. "I am not sure." Bjorn showed surprise. "I heard sorcerers have ways to deal with banshee harbingers." She looked at him in astonishment. "You really know a lot." She grew serious. "Enough joking, I'll handle those banshee harbingers." She quickly recited the incantation Terranshell, and the banshees were struck, screaming in agony. They lunged fiercely once more. The pack, like moths to a flame, plunged into the sea of fire. She murmured another spell. Iherne Hindar incinerated them to the eternal beyond. Raven smiled. "All right, shall we move on now?" Bjorn and the others admitted she was incredibly strong. They advanced to the second floor. The first monster was a chimera wolf, followed by the Lord Vampire. With grotesque monsters and items, the underground monastery looked like a mad scientist's laboratory. He thought, was this really where it all began? Hicurod murmured, "Anyway, she's amazing, Miss Raven. Aren't you afraid? Are you unaffected?" "Of course not. I enjoy dissections, so this is nothing." "Ah, here it is." She said, "According to the map I memorized, there's a hidden gate behind this wall. Definitely a corpse golem." Bjorn was impressed. "Usually we have to find the map in the guard room, but she's thorough." Raven advised we should leave our gear here. He replied, "Fine, light the torches." Jander agreed, "I'll open it right now." Like torches blazing in the dark, they stood before the dungeon door as a terrible stench hit them. Before them lay countless corpses piled into a mountain. If it had been before, he would have fainted on the spot, but with his berserker-hardened body, it had no effect. The first to react was the weak porter, and the next was Raven. She had seen similar sights through corpse dissection experience, but he guessed the stench still bothered her. Hicurod worried, "I am glad at least 2 of you are okay. Let us move on." He nodded. "Let us go." They waded through trickling water. It was a mountain of corpses. Suddenly a voice said, "Hello?" They flinched. Was it speaking to them? A scream rang out, "Father, save me." Everyone was horrified. What the hell? The sound repeated, "Save me." A grotesque image reflected in his eyes. The system announced, "A golem has appeared with cries of it hurts so much." He swore under his breath, "Don T, these things make noise in other games." The cries of "Save me, Father," echoed nearby. He decided there was no time to waste. He shouted to calm them, "Everyone, stay calm." He cursed inwardly, "Damn it. That damned dwarf is frozen solid with fear. Where did these wailing cries come from? It hurts, Father, it hurts so much. Over and over, it hurts. Seeing them frightened, he scorned them. These bastards only put on a brave face. He thought they couldn't help now, those wails. Die. Bjorn tensed and decided to rely on himself. Dungeon and Stone is a pinnacle game aimed at a small player base, but it has features that please many. One of those is vivid, photorealistic graphics. Those images are often used as memes. So many people recognize that meme even if they don't know the game. Bjorn and Jander went pale looking at the creature before them. They realized that however realistic the graphics, it was nothing compared to seeing it in real life. A grotesque monster barred their way. Its body was composed of countless corpses, constantly emitting pain sounds. "Save me, it hurts." Was Raven green? The filthy creature made her gag. The wizard ought to be good at slashing and killing. The dwarf had faced countless monsters over 3 years of exploration. He looked fairly robust despite being just a porter. Bjorn gripped his weapon tightly. They treated him and Einar like trash because they were newcomers. But now the only ones they could rely on were Einar and him, the battle-hardened fighters. Though afraid, he and Einar held their combat stances, not flinching. Einar saw the people behind them get anxious. "What are you doing?" The corpse golem hurled a rotting body toward her and Bjorn Xander. She gasped, "Run, quickly." He reacted quickly and dodged. Einar pulled the dwarf out of the attack and cleaved the corpse to pieces. Blue blood sprayed out, striking Hicurod Murad in the eyes. He clutched his face in pain. "My eyes." Bjorn and Jander grew even more worried. The dwarf had become helpless in an instant. What about the always reliable wizard? He glanced at Alua Raven, who was still retching uncontrollably. He shouted, "Einar, drag the dwarf to the rear and protect the sorcerer." In his head he quickly calculated, "Damn, I must strike fast and decisively, or the whole group will die here." Following his order, they hauled Hicurod to the back, while Bjorn rushed forward to confront the monster alone. He struggled to fend off the corpses advancing from the golem. The corpse golem's attack pattern was simple. They threw corpse bombs at distant foes. Its dead hands reached out to grab him, and for those close by, it would pull them in to devour. He dodged, keeping just enough distance, so they mustn't get too close to the corpse golems. If they got too close, the golems would focus on the sorcerer instead of him. That would be the worst case since the sorcerer was still not steady. I am engaging the monster. I need to keep my distance from it until the sorcerer calms down and can lure the golem this way to buy time. Raven now forced herself up using her staff, took a deep breath, and recited an incantation. A great Igerno Hindar flame erupted and consumed the golem. Countless cries issued from within the fire. Bjorn, Jander, and Einar were astonished. Is that the power of a sorcerer? The first form of a corpse golem would normally take a long time to burn down and be destroyed, yet it was wiped out with a single spell. Numerous undead screamed in the sea of flames. Father, it is so hot. The golem's outer body had been dealt with. A hand reached out from the flames. The golem was now only a white skeleton, its inside filled with countless second-stage skulls. A bone golem, he shouted, not over yet. Einar, over here. He and Einar lunged together, aiming for its chest. A corpse golem is a level 7 monster, but if its outer shell is gone, 2 seasoned fighters can take it down. Bjorn, Jander, and Einar struck the skeleton directly with a finishing blow, followed by the system's defeat notification. He wiped his sweat in stunned relief. Einar was amazed too. From inside the golem's body, a crystalline substance was glowing. Isn't that? Bjorn nodded. Yes, that corpse golem essence. Einar's eyes lit up. Basically a treasure. High-level monsters rarely appear in ordinary regions. For explorers with few chances to find ruptures, they come like summer showers in a drought. The loot taken from the guards is what every explorer covets, but the most tempting part of the haul is the rapidly accumulating drops of essence. Bjorn and Jander couldn't take their eyes off the drop of essence. Thinking back, this is the first strange essence our group has obtained. Awkward, what should we do now? Of course I am not going to lose a good item. We have the right to take it. He looked at the struggling sorcerer and dwarf. Since I did the most in this affair, we agreed on that from the start. He pondered, actually I want 2 essences. One from a lick with tremendously strong regeneration, combined with the power of a chimera wolf. He hadn't expected to obtain essence from a level 7 monster like a corpse golem. It appears only once in a blood city. He checked the corpse golem essence's stats. Furthermore, the stat increases are quite attractive for a body type. His body would slow due to decreased perception, but other stats compensated. Bone density is very useful for defense. It will increase by 55. Mass is helpful for blocking foes and absorbing weapon damage. It will increase by 22. Endurance is also very useful, and strength and poison resistance are valuable stats as well. But the problem is its skills. He examined the new skill. It can blow off part of the body to deal area damage. This skill can inflict massive damage but costs the character's life force. A new passive makes bodily fluids and blood acidic and corrosive. Moreover, because the fluids are acidic, if a character is wounded, acid-laced blood will cling to equipment and greatly reduce its durability. He couldn't help but feel a headache. In other words, the corpse golem's essence is great, but it will corrode weapons and consume a lot of restorative mana potions. Thinking of the trouble, he sighed, leave it be for now. Go heal the dwarf. This essence will last about 30 minutes anyway. After being treated, the dwarf was exhausted, leaning against the wall in shame. Without the 2 of you, things would have been dire. Bjorn Jander was not at all polite. Good to know. Without Einar you'd be dead. You're helpless, I know. I am embarrassed. The moment I saw that thing, my whole body froze. He scratched his head and grinned awkwardly. I thought I'd seen every disgusting monster there is. He couldn't laugh at all. The group had nearly died at the hands of a mid-tier monster just because of nerves, though we had the strength to defeat it. This reminds me that this is reality. Alua Raven, even after being supported, still seemed unwell. I am very sorry. Bjorn Jander paid it little mind. Is she back to normal? Then let us talk about distribution. I'll say first, we defeated the corpse golem. Alua Raven didn't deny it. I know, luckily I forced myself to use that spell. He was annoyed at those explorers. What a bunch of bastards. Instead of thanking her, they claimed credit. If I don't speak up, I won't get a single coin. He continued firmly, we saved you. That goes beyond the duty of an individual, docent it. Alua Raven sobered. I agree. So what do you propose? He proudly declared, we will take the armor stone. Silence fell over the space. Hikurad Murad was the first to speak up. He laughed and pointed. I agree. If not for this mime-powered woman, I'd be dead. Alua Raven pulled her hood low. I don't agree. But if we really have an armor stone, I'll be fair with you. He accepted that. Fine, that's settled. Then he revealed the important news. The corpse golem left behind an essence. Alua Raven and Hikurad Murad were as surprised as he expected. What about this? She couldn't contain her excitement. Corpse golem essence. It's even rarer than guard essence. I've heard it's scarce. Even the Exploration Guild doesn't fully understand its uses. She bit her nails, unwilling to lose such a valuable thing, but having it, she could study its properties. Bjorn Jander had predicted her reaction. Now the real negotiation began. Tarjan spoke up. I have a proposal. If you want, I'll give you the corpse golem essence. But if we obtain guard essence, I will take that instead. She eyed Bjorn Janner warily as he reached out. What do you think? Raven asked suspiciously. You want to trade the corpse golem essence for guard essence. Although it wasn't certain guard essence would drop, Bjorn replied calmly. I'll take full responsibility. She brightened with joy, her eyes sparkled. If that's the case, fine. The corpse golem is far more interesting than the guards. He quietly rejoiced at achieving his goal. Truly. Hikyorod wondered aloud, so you'll give the essence to the transporters. I heard mages can use it, right? She held the vial excitedly. My grandfather will study it. Bjorn looked at the vial in surprise. A vial. So valuable that no one puts essence below level 6 into a vial. Hikyorod admired it. It is so expensive and you have one? Raven raised the vial. I only have this single one. She placed the level 7 essence into the soul precious vial, treating the corpse golem essence with care. Perhaps because it's rare. He thought that if they obtained guard essence, this trade would be a steal. Raven finished collecting the essence. She excitedly raised her staff. Now let us get out of here. The group set off. Uray always eager. I was just waiting for you to say that, Bjorn said, full of hope. Guard essence, you must appear. As they continued, they encountered more stone statues. Raven pondered, they didn't look like gargoyle statues. What is this? Alua Raven observed closely and sensed no mana, probably just ordinary statues. She touched a statue. Perhaps there is a guard room above. If it hasn't collapsed, they investigate. When she touched the statue's face, a book unexpectedly fell from above. She deftly caught it. The dwarf admired. How did you manage that? Raven accepted the praise, proud and smug. The book was a treasure of knowledge. He cursed under his breath. Always say you can read it and that's it. The Necronomicon of dark magic is priceless. He swore quietly that he planned to take it later. She must have known beforehand. He hadn't expected to watch her collect everything now. Raven cheerfully announced, I found it, so I'll take it. He immediately agreed with a laugh, take it. We don't have transmutation magic, so we can carry it out anyway. Raven covered her mouth with an awkward smile. Bjorn scrutinized the uneasy smile. She must know its value. The Necronomicon can be carried out even without transmutation magic. He looked at the dried fountain. Why didn't she know what was hidden behind the spout? Raven led the way. Shall we move on? They circled the chamber, slowly hunting gargoyles and chimeras. And the second minor boss, the skeletal knight. She was excited. Luckily, not only did they obtain corpse golem essence, they also encountered a skeletal knight. He fell silent, suspicious. Strange, how have we been this lucky? Level 7 skeletal knights come in 3 random types: wrathful, melancholic, and ravenous. Melancholic is troublesome because its aura destabilizes the nerves. Wrathful is hard to deal with because it has a chance to use a soul sword that reduces the opponent's level. The type before them was ravenous, which uses a life-draining skill to recover. Raven cast a spell. Don't worry, I'll use magic to inflict deep wounds so its skill becomes useless. A bolt of purple magic struck the skeletal knight. Bjorn and Einar rushed in with a finishing blow on the monster. He thought so. This was the easiest type to handle. Someone cheered, Skeletal Knight Essence. The crystallized shard like the corpse golem appeared, shining red. He rejoiced. He already had the corpse golem essence and now Skeletal Knight Essence too. Was luck really on his side? The dwarf grinned excitedly. You'll use that essence, right? Congrats. He replied, thanks. He turned to Einar. You use this. She gaped in shock. Really? Bjorn thought inwardly he didn't want to. But from a player's perspective, it made more sense for Einar to use it, since life drain suits a swordsman, and one day he might not need a weapon. Most importantly, when delving the maze, he recalled memories with Einar and felt he could trust her. Einar jumped up excitedly. Thanks, Bjorn. I'll definitely repay you. He smiled without speaking. Her straightforward, honest nature meant she wouldn't abandon him. He thought he must be patient. It would be easier to find an essence suited to him if he empowered Einar to absorb the red essence. He forgot to tell her one thing. A flash of bright red light appeared and then vanished. Einar was puzzled. Is it over? Her body felt slimmer, but she didn't notice. I don't see any change at all. She suddenly felt odd, looked at Bjorn, who now seemed several times larger, and gasped. Huh, something's off. Why is Bjorn so huge? She looked at the dwarf and the others. They grown taller. The dwarf's not so short anymore. What did you all do? He explained thoughtfully, you were the one who shrank. Einar stared in confusion. Huh, he guessed she's probably about 170 cm now. Raven switched to teacher mode. This is the basic effect of skeletal night essence. Your bones compressed so your body became smaller, Yurei confused. Let me explain. Besides basic stats, the Essence S passive skill halves bleeding from wounds, and its active skill increases recovery after killing monsters. Raven reassured her, "Don't worry, Yurei just shorter, you haven't lost strength." Einar shouted, Yurei trying to burst my eardrums. "I am ruined." Einar clutched her head in pain, shocked. "If I look like this, no one will respect me. They already underestimated me for being a woman." Raven leaned in to comfort her. "But now you look much prettier." Einar was astonished. Raven joked that her face looked smaller, could be used as a beauty trick. Einar hissed in horror, "That means I look even less like a warrior." Bjorn tried to console her. "Everyone knows Yurei a strong warrior." He thought that without her tattoos she'd look like a normal girl, but he needed to reassure her first. Hikurod was upbeat. "Joking aside, this essence is really interesting. If I drank it, I'd probably shrink away entirely." Raven added, "Hey Einar, if you don't mind, when we return to town I can examine you." Einar was devastated. She was doomed. He had a headache from these crazy people talking recklessly in this situation. He turned to Einar. "Don't be like that. Test the Essence S effects first." The group encountered a Reaper. He called to Einar, exasperated. "Einar, you look 10 years older. Even if you don't look like a warrior anymore, we still have work to do." The Reaper lunged at Einar as she gripped her sword. She delivered a single, finishing strike to the monster. The other two were surprised. Only one hit was needed. He was delighted. "See, Einar, you're much stronger now." Einar was moved. "So I am still a warrior." Bjorn praised her. She wasn't just an ordinary warrior, but an exceptionally strong one. Einar perked up. The other three ambled ahead indifferently. Hikurod sighed, saying they really fit together. Raven casually, "Yes, let us go." They stopped before a door, which led to the guard room. He grinned with delight. "It's almost over. It's been fun going with everyone." Raven was happy too. "What a pity, I wanted to keep going with you all." He mulled it over. "All right, I am about to get guard essence." The two ahead chatted cheerfully. "Right, we're really lucky today." He agreed, "We really are lucky. I got an essence for Einar and we defeated the corpse golem." He recalled the journey from his modern life until now. Has his life ever been this smooth? He worried what he'd do if something bad happened now. Hikurod gripped the doorknob, "Then let us go in." He noticed something odd. Wait, was the doorknob this color before? He rushed forward to stop him, closed the door quickly, but it was too late. Hikurod opened the door, bewildered. "Huh, what do you mean?" The door opened and a danger alert sounded. The system announced that the red vampire of the castle had awakened from its slumber. He was terrified. It was already too late. Raven couldn't believe it. "No, this can be. Why isn't at the Death Knight Cambormine sitting inside?" It looked like a doomed creature with sharp fangs and a long, excited tongue. "It has been a long time since I've seen another creature like this. The guards have been altered." Raven went pale. True vampires usually appear after floor 6. Vampires don't show up here. This is a high-tier monster with superior intelligence. He asked coldly, "Where do you come from?" "He is the vampire Count Cambormine." Monsters are divided into 4 main types. Mutated monsters. For example, goblin archers and swordsmen of the same race but different ranks. High-tier monsters include those superior to normal ones. This classification is only relative. An example is the Reapers from the Deadly Lands. Rare species like the corpse golem can be encountered in some special regions, and mimics are extremely hard to find in ordinary places. These species rarely appear. Finally, there are monsters with unique memories, intelligent thought, and distinct titles. The superior mutated species. The group turned and fled in haste. Hikurod was shocked. "What are those monsters? Why did a vampire suddenly appear?" Bjorn urged desperately, "Run, stop complaining." The vampire Count Cambormine, a high-ranking solitary broodling and a level 5 monster, was not only skilled in melee combat but also proficient in dark magic. Raven tensed. An exceptional mutated monster appearing here was unprecedented. "I don't understand either. Aren't superior mutants not supposed to appear on floor 3? Tusk, using floor 1 as an example, it's fair to say this has never happened. Even someone who has played this game 10 times has never encountered a vampire count here. I only learned of its existence from watching others play." Raven asked curiously and suspiciously, "But how did you know something was off, Bjorn? You told me to close the door before I could open it." Bjorn was annoyed. "She still wants to learn even now." He shouted urgently, "Just run." She replied nonchalantly, "But I am carrying someone. Is there even time to run?" That was too true. He couldn't argue. Damn the enemy. He explained, "I just had a bad feeling about the door ahead. The color of the doorknob was very unusual. I tried that stage hundreds of times, but it never appeared. So I rewound the footage over and over, recording the vampire count appearing many times to see if anything was different. I discovered a small change: the door. It was the only thing in the video that differed from the times I played that stage. He gritted his teeth. If I hadn't obsessed over videos of this stage and replayed them so many times, would I have noticed it before opening the door? The dwarf panted and suggested, if we don't take him down, we won't get out of here. Isn't he fighting better? He stressed they should at least run towards sunlight. Cambormine's voice. These guests are so rude. He appeared, hovering to block the group, his form a vengeful spirit. This is precisely why I hate magic-using monsters. My physical strength is useless against him in spirit form. He shouted to Raven. She was scared but understood. Cast a spell, everyone close your eyes. A powerful fire spell detonated, blasting Cambormine's spirit form with infernal flames. After the blinding flash, he looked up and it was gone. Einar was also terrified. The vampire had vanished. One of the vampire's common magics is the vengeful spirit form. It can move swiftly while the true body cannot leave its original position. Instead, it can swap places with the vengeful spirit when needed. It is hard to deal with, but the mage managed to dispel that spirit in time, preventing the true body from swapping in. We've bought ourselves 3 more minutes. Suddenly someone shouted, Bjorn the mage, she has been attacked. He flinched. What? Tarjan anxiously called for her. She lost consciousness and blood was trickling from her mouth. He was puzzled. Internal injury. As far as I know, vampire magic doesn't have that kind of long-range offensive effect. He suddenly feared it was a backlash, or an attack from some other magic he didn't know. Even in the recorded footage of this stage, they died before they could do anything. I don't know what other spells this vampire count might have. He deconsidered every possibility, but now they had to get out first. He turned to the group. Let us get out now. Hicurod panicked. What do we do? The mage knows the way. She is unconscious. He pointed at himself. Don't worry, I know the way out. Of course they didn't believe him. Wasn't this his first time in the Blood City? No time to explain, he said briefly. I still remember the path. Follow me. Inwardly he cursed his luck. Damn it, even if I am treated like a strange genius, I have to get out of here alive first. Bjorn led the group at full speed down the long corridors. Yes, I still remember the way. How could I not remember the halls I've traversed hundreds of times in the game? The exit was in sight. Relief surged. There's the exit. Did you really remember the way? Bjorn startled. He sensed Cambormine's power closing in right behind them. Damn, it is tailing us again. Hurry to the exit. They all leaped out of the dungeon, and it chased them right to the threshold. Einar ran at the very rear. Outside it was still daytime, and Cambormine's power dissolved upon meeting the light. The sizzling sound was clear as everyone panted after escaping danger. The vengeful spirit form weakens in light. Thankfully, it wasn't dark yet. Hicurod wiped his sweat and admired him. He couldn't believe he remembered the way after only passing it once. How is someone like him so smart? Did you really only have your coming-of-age ceremony last month? That is strange. Einar enthusiastically praised him. Obviously, because Bjorn is a clever and great warrior, he nodded. One day he'll become a great warrior, but not yet. He asked, so where do we go now? It is getting dark. Bjorn calculated, we don't have time to rest. Let us go, carry the mage on your back. Tarjan hesitated, but going outside the walls would be better. We could camouflage and find a hiding spot more easily then. Tarjan was not very agreeable. I think it is better to let her rest here. He shouted angrily, do you want us all to die here? If you want to live, get up and carry her now. I must protect the mage. Even at the cost of my life, Tarjan had to accept. All right, let us go. The group found a temporary resting place. Tarjan gave Raven medicine. Bjorn thought to himself that despite careful planning, there was no other option. He told everyone, until the mage wakes, I'll keep watch here. I want to go back into the dungeon for what we left behind. I need to retrieve the item I missed earlier. I'll be careful to avoid suspicion. After returning to the fountain, he smashed off the head of the statue in the middle. He looked at what was inside, satisfied as he expected. It was here. The goddess Estir is commonly called a relic. It can only be used once and can heal wounds or even repel monsters. The system notified, your character has obtained the goddess Estir. Back outside, he went to Tarjan, who looked pale as a withered leaf. You ray awake. She replied faintly, yes, we've escaped. He said bluntly, but that thing will reappear as soon as it is dark. She was not surprised. Is that so? He wondered what kind of spell affected her. Raven hesitated. I am not sure, but maybe it is pain sharing. Bjorn was surprised. Pain sharing? Luckily, she had the essence of an 8th-tier monster to help withstand that damage. He asked, how long will it take her to recover? She estimated 20 minutes. After that time, I can cast a level 7 offensive spell about 5 times. He winced. 20 minutes, that's troublesome. He continued, as if interrogating, can you use any other fire spells? Raven was annoyed. Do you know it's rude to ask a mage what spells they know? As a conscientious gamer, of course he knew. He knew because he read all the game guides. But was that question hard to ask her? He picked his nose, clearly uninterested. He thought this and gave a forced smile. I am a species that behaves rudely to everyone. She knows that, the height of rudeness, it's a man-beast. Raven was speechless. She sighed, all right. Telling you is pointless. I suppose I can use that light sphere spell. The sunlight sphere is similar to a fireball. But it's a level 6 magic spell with the scorching quality of sunlight. I need more. Can you use any other enhancement spells besides strength buffs? She stood up. Okay, if I have more mana, give me about 10 minutes to recover additional magical power. He gripped his weapon, resolute. 30 minutes. I will try to hold them off until then, so recover the mana you need to cast the spells. She agreed instinctively. All right, I will. She hesitated, something felt off. Wait a moment. Why is he the leader now? Do I have to take orders from you? Bjorn confidently asked. Any suggestions? I am more than willing to consult with you. You act as if you haven't thought of anything. Well, in this case, Hikyorod laughed heartily, threw a thumbs up at Bjorn, sorry, but he's already earned my trust. I am confident because I can see people's true nature. He didn't expect to be trusted either. Thanks for your support, everyone. Night has fallen. Cambormine appeared again. How strange, very strange. When I look at you, I feel an irresistible urge to drain all your blood. He laughed savagely. Do you know why? Everyone took up fighting stances, forming a shield around Raven. It's coming. 30 minutes before the spells are ready. We must hold it off at all costs. Cambormine's claws lengthened. Black wings sprouted from its back. It howled a piercing sound. Bjorn ordered, get Raven out of here now. Raven and Tarjan hurried away. He worried just like when he played before. Despite trying different tactics, the confrontation still hit a dead end. Cambormine lunged, its sharp fangs and blazing red eyes locked on its prey. It struck with its claws. The attack was immediately blocked by the dwarf. He snorted, showing he had some real strength. Cambormine continued its assault. Hikyorod stood firm at all costs, blocking every blow. The dwarf did not retreat despite being attacked. His endurance was superior. This is the dwarf's first essence. A level 7 monster ability, balanced stance, which, as long as he stands firm on the ground, makes him absolutely unshakable or unpushable. Added to that is damage absorption and reduction, very valuable for a tank like him. He and Einar rushed in. Einar, you two split to the sides, I'll handle the left. She moved in from the left. She swung a heavy strike. He realized and backed away to dodge. Just as he ambushed, gripping the fallen tree, Bjorn gathered his strength and delivered a powerful blow. Catching it off guard, Cambormine was pushed back. His right hand throbbed with pain, the sensation like an electric shock. On the other side, it seemed unaffected by his blow. He was startled to see countless black crows emerge from its body. Crows. Those gruesome flocks of crows charged at the three of them and struck true. Those terrifying flocks of crows barreled into the three of them and hit. His second essence triggered an emergency recovery. The crows slammed into shields which burst, blood spraying everywhere. Bjorn sweated as he had to block it. But the poisonous blood splattered everywhere, too dangerous if exposed to it. Einar turned pale. Strange sigils appeared on her and Hikyorod's foreheads. Bjorn, what on earth is this? The situation just got worse. Damn it, we were all covered in poisoned blood. Even he was splattered. The vampire's ability marks a sacrifice. Characters marked become sacrifices. The Duke Vampire's power increases based on the number of sacrifices within 100 meters. This skill enhances his regeneration and strength. The Master of the Blood absorbs power from marked targets when draining them directly, showing great might in combat. He also uses dark magic to turn into smoke to dodge swords, or transform into exploding black crows, and even summon monsters from the blood spattered across the battlefield, demonstrating the cunning of a high-level creature. The careless dwarf was struck and flung into the wall, blood spurting. Einar worried that Hikyorod had been hit, and warned him not to be careless. Cambormine lunged at him. Luckily, he managed to block with his shield. This is hell. At this rate, we can stop this vampire duke. Is the game over? He asked Raven via telepathy how much she recovered. Alua Raven's voice rang out. Can everyone hold on 5 more minutes? He gritted his teeth. 5 minutes. The dwarf who took the brunt had been defeated. He and Einar were gravely wounded. He had no choice but to shout loudly. Einar, take the dwarf and run now. She was astonished, but he gave her no chance to hesitate. I'll hold it off and buy time. Hurry. Einar hoisted Hikyorod and fled. Bjorn took the hit, I know. He decided to go all in. No more holding back, no need to worry about anything. From now on he wouldn't just defend, you bastard. Cambormine's claws pierced his flesh, red blood gushing out. The creature recoiled in shock. He drank a vial of provocative restorative potion. "Keep stabbing me then." Cambormine's claws sank in deeper. Raven watched, pale-faced, wondering what on earth he was doing. Did she think that drinking a potion would let him endure continuous damage? She was inwardly astonished. She'd never heard of fighting like this. Under the potion's effect, his wounds slowly healed. He braced himself against Cambormine. The wounds on his body grew increasingly severe and dangerous. Normally, no one could endure the pain from such overwhelming stabs. Depending on the injury's severity and location, the pain became more intense. Countless empty potion vials rolled across the blood-soaked ground. His body was riddled with wounds, blood surging. In this condition, death from shock or blood loss was not surprising. How could he block the Vampire Duke's strikes in that state? Cambormine kept attacking. He endured, unable to move, let alone counterattack. The creature frowned in annoyance, and though he couldn't block every blow, his body was covered in wounds. The Vampire Duke's strikes were lethal, aimed at vital points. But most of them he blocked accurately, aiming for Bjorn's neck. Jander intercepted in time. He recalled the texts. "The true value of a berserker isn't superior strength but iron will." Raven murmured, "Now I understand that saying." Tarjan worried, "But Tarjan, the situation is too dangerous. How much longer can he hold on? Wouldn't it be better to run out of here now?" he said. Raven pondered, "Run where? There's nowhere to escape to. The only way is to destroy the guardian monster and strike at the Vampire Duke's weak spots." She questioned herself. What am I doing right now? Even a berserker, who had just completed the coming-of-age rite, judged coldly and acted precisely. A mage like you has no countermeasure. If Bjorn dies, everything will be over. She tightened her staff and ordered, "Get Hikurod out quickly. Let Einar join the battle with me." Einar hesitated but obeyed. "I understand." She rummaged through her pack. Mages do more than cast spells from behind. They analyze situations with broad knowledge and provide effective courses of action for allies. She thought she must make choices even at the cost of her life. She took out the corpse golem essence. It was the best option available. Raven began the ritual. Interlocking magic circles appeared in the air, increasing accuracy, guiding the item's trajectory and auto-targeting. She threw the essence vial at Bjorn. He froze, bewildered. The vial struck his armor and shattered. A brilliant white light burst forth. The system announced the golem essence was absorbed into the character's soul. His base stats skyrocketed. A new status panel appeared. My head ached like being struck by a hammer. My vision blurred. When a person faces danger, one must decide what to abandon and what to hold on to. I cannot waver. I cannot possibly block every attack, nor can I waste energy protecting hands or feet. Instead, the body's weak points must be the top priority. The system announced the golem essence has been absorbed. Bjorn Jander used both hands to block. This time the claws were stopped. The vampire's nails skidded across the ground. Bjorn was surprised. The vampire's nails couldn't pierce his bones. He suspected she had just thrown him the corpse golem essence to absorb. It was exhausting to think he'd have to train in a different way in the future, just because of this. But regarding its effect in this moment, it was truly a welcome result. Cambormine backed off, widening the distance. Bjorn regretted it. A punching bag that once only took hits could now move more nimbly. Even if that was the only change, Cambormine launched an attack. It lunged, he leapt to dodge, the ground beneath him cracking and splintering. Though he still took a hit, Cambormine's claws missed him. Thanks to that, my survival chances increased 100-fold. If I kept taking hits like before, I'd be done for. Couldn't he let that happen? Suddenly another vial flew and struck his armor. Another vial suddenly hit his armor. It was a high-grade healing potion. Raven had helped Bjorn recover quickly. She was trying to support him with her potions. Bjorn was overjoyed. The young mage had finally awakened. With that recovery speed, the Vampire Duke bared his fangs and lunged. Bjorn glared at him. "There's my chance." He immediately charged in and wrapped himself around it, letting it slash at his flesh. Bjorn Jander held on and refused to let go. He was an immortal revenant. Bjorn Jander held on and refused to let go. He was an immortal revenant. Blood splashed onto Cambormine's face and immediately sizzled. The acidic blood harmed the Vampire Duke. The witch continued to toss more potions. Cambormine screamed in pain. Bjorn was relieved. His wounds healed very quickly, and thanks to the healing potions and the two essences, his injuries would mend in moments. Cambormine was utterly enraged, sweeping him aside to attack. Einar rushed at Bjorn. She was fired up. ILL helped too. Einar slashed forward, but he evaded it. Bjorn, quick as lightning, threw a punch. He leaned back and dodged, and even landed a counterpunch on him. Bjorn writhed in pain, fresh blood gushing out. His internal organs severely damaged. He helplessly shouted, watching Einar attack, "Damn it." Then he took turns throwing himself into the fight with all his strength. When would the magic be ready? Suddenly Raven's voice came like a lifeline. Jandal, the fireball is ready. As if seeing light in hell, Bjorn leapt up to gain momentum. He used all his strength to hug the vampire Duke once more. He strained, summoning every last bit of his life force, and hurled him into the wall. Bjorn Jandar shouted, "Do it now, Murad." Blue bolts of lightning crackled around the dwarf. I understand. He was using lightning magic. Volt lines of power shot out from the hammer. He swung the hammer forcefully and launched the orb. The gigantic ball of lightning struck Cambormine. He was hit and suffered a stun effect. Bjorn seized the moment and rummaged in his boot. It was time, the thing he'd taken from the fountain. After surviving so many dangers, now was the moment to use it. The tear of the goddess. He shoved the vial into Cambormine's mouth. "Take this precious thing from me, you bastard." He added a punch to the jaw, shattering the vial. "Eat it, scum." Its light of blessing poured into his mouth, rendering him incapacitated, stripping him of all resistance, and causing massive damage. The stun effect was converted into a paralysis effect. Raven screamed from behind, "Jandar, get out of that area now." She was casting the fireball, forming a gigantic searing orb. She warned hoarsely that he'd be hit if he stayed there. At last she fainted. The orb flew toward Cambormine. At last she fainted. The orb flew toward Cambormine. At last she fainted. The orb flew toward Cambormine. The fireball caused a horrific explosion. Multiple system notifications appeared, and he was stunned by the flames. Meanwhile, Cambormine used sheer pain on everyone else. Time passed. Bjorn woke again, his eyes bloodshot. His body was covered in wounds. Have we won yet? Why is everything so quiet? Is that damned vampire Duke dead? He propped himself up on his hands, trying to get up. Is everyone unconscious? There is too little information to know the current situation. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock. Cambormine still wasn't dead. Damn it, how is he still alive? The Eternal Life skill activated, restoring him. The Dark Origin skill activated. As long as his heart remains, he won die. His flesh was regenerating at a terrifying rate. His wounds were healing with astonishing speed. This skill is seriously bugged. Bjorn had no strength left. At this rate, he'd be fully recovered in no time. I don't fully understand the situation, but I am the only one still conscious. Now I have only one task. He trembled, taking step after step closer. Despite bleeding and torn wounds, Bjorn staggered forward. He shoved his body down. He had to kill him before he regained consciousness. He panted as he sat atop him. Although his body was a mangled mass of injuries, he couldn't reach the vampire's heart. Had he shielded that heart with his hand while taking hits? He raised both hands and punched hard into his chest, causing no damage at all. Bastard, damn you, die. An idea sprang to him, how to use it. Ah, right. Bjorn placed his hand on the chest. The body exploded. His hand blew apart, blood spraying everywhere. Bjorn gritted his teeth. God, it hurts like hell. He trembled from the pain, but to survive, he used the chain of self-explosions. Body explode, body explode, body explode. His vision was full of blood threads. His instinct warned he was nearing his limit. Body explode, even if it would take repeating this a few more times to kill the vampire. The scent of fresh blood mixed with dust in the air. Body explode, body explode. A red warning appeared. His vitality was below 1%. He would die too. He continued detonating his body. The life countdown began. He couldn't stop, losing 3 willpower per second. 46, 43. Even if he stopped, his fate wouldn't change. His willpower stat continued dropping to 37, 34. It fell very low, down to 16 points. Bjorn's vision went dark. He lost feeling. Cambormine's body charred black. My hand was gone. He pressed his whole body against Cambormine, so he'd use his entire body. He used the final self-explosion. And at that moment, the system finally issued a kill notification. Bjorn's vision dimmed. At last, that bastard was dead. He had held on to the last moment. The willpower countdown continued. 10 points left, and he leveled up. Bjorn's vision dimmed. At last, that bastard was dead. He had held on to the last moment. The willpower countdown continued. 10 points left, and he leveled up. The notification Bjorn had been waiting for appeared. The vampire guardian essence was seeping into him. He learned the Dark Origin skill, activated Eternal Life, received rapid healing. Vitality was restored above 1, countdown halted. A new achievement unlocked, and a new status panel appeared. Bjorn regained consciousness and roared like a lion. She asked gently and affectionately, "Are you awake?" He doubted reality. "Am I still alive?" He asked Einar, "How is everyone?" She recounted the days after the battle. Everyone had left 3 days ago. "Are you okay? You were unconscious for 3 days." Bjorn panicked and sat up. "Has it been 3 days? So it's the 7th day now." He moved his fingers. His body, after using the soul, was normal with no wounds. Suddenly Bjorn went pale. He looked down at his legs, wanting to sink into the ground. Einar, where are my pants? Einar stood behind nonchalantly. I tore them off. They were already in tatters. She gave a thumbs up in praise. There's nothing for you to be shy about. You're a great warrior. Bjorn, you look truly exhausted. Returning to the main matter, Bjorn asked, so while I was unconscious after fighting the vampire count, did anything happen here? She replied sternly, some dwarves took the items after the vampire count was defeated, and the sorceress took all the items and the stones she obtained. He thought he was lucky to have survived the battle with the vampire count. Perhaps the guardian's soul had been absorbed. The guardian's essence had assimilated with the other essences in his body. Einar wondered like him. When many items drop from defeated monsters, shouldn't you roll dice to divide them? But that witch and those dwarves just took the items without any division. Raven was serious. I already spent too many support items on him, even gave him a high-level soul. So I'll take these things. Murad scratched his head. Let it go, do as you like. I couldn't contribute much anyway, so I have no opinion. He thought the dwarf had no objection about dividing, but I found the split unfair. GV reacted sharply when he disagreed. She irritably questioned, after all, he already got a high-level soul from me. What more do you want to divide now? Einar summed up, that's all there is to it. Bjorn was stunned. It seemed she had guessed that he had absorbed the vampire's soul after killing it. He thought he gained nothing. The corpse golem's soul was used, the recovery potions were gone to prolong her. He sighed. What else could there be now? She was greedy, but he wasn't angry. Surviving was fortunate. Einar was indignant that she had taken all the items while he was unconscious. It's true that teammates who risked life together would treat each other like this. Too greedy, Bjorn sympathized. Einar's anger was justified, but she couldn't be stopped. He smiled in thanks. Thank you for staying with me when I was unconscious. We're lucky to have survived. She acted brotherly. It's nothing. We're friends. After finishing, Einar asked what he wanted to do. Now that the dungeon was cleared, shall we go up to the next floor or go outside? He answered calmly, I still have some business here. Although that greedy sorceress took all the vampire count's items, she doesn't know about the hidden item here. Bjorn was excited. I'll go get that right away. I need something to hide it with. By the way, do you have any clothes I can wear? The system announced he transferred to the first floor of the crystal cavern. The maze closed to return. He put on decent clothes, so burly that people were intimidated. I returned to this city. This trip was dangerous but yielded many benefits. Try selling some items. The clerk handed him a bag. Here are your 1,520 stones. He looked at the bag, amazed. So I got 1,520 stones, nearly dying just to receive these stones. What a loss, he thought. But luckily I absorbed 2 souls on this expedition. Bjorn was about to take the bag when the clerk suddenly snatched it back. He was puzzled. Why? The clerk hesitated. This amount of stones is too large for a level 9 person like you to earn. What's in the backpack you're carrying? He scowled in annoyance. Why are you asking that? They didn't question me like this before. Is there a problem? Suddenly some guards appeared and ordered everyone to stand still. That fanatic. Bjorn fell silent. What is this? They barked, if you have any explanation, say it at the city's investigation office. The crowd hurried back and forth. Only Erwin stood still. She wiped sweat from her pretty face. Indeed, exploring the 3rd floor was really difficult. She thought the level 7 monsters there were beyond her ability to handle. It was the first time she felt so powerless. Even with her sister's full help, level 6 monsters weren't easy, and she had to divide her attention a lot to cope. She remembered the first time exploring the 1st floor was dangerous, but going with Bjorn was easier. This time it was truly life or death. She wondered how Bjorn had been lately. She queued to go upstairs. She hadn't seen him in a long time. It seemed he was busy exploring the higher floors of the tower. Erwin happily wanted to meet Bjorn. She wanted to show him the souls and stones she'd earned. She wondered if she could adventure with him again. She wanted to crack her shoulder and cry out. Oh, my shoulder, she fretted. She was a little worried about him. Surely he's fine. She hoped to see him soon. Finally, she went inside. The clerk announced a total of 4,100 stones. For an adventurer like her, that's quite a lot, right? She explained, I explored the dungeon with my sister. The clerk flipped the ledger. What's your name? Daria Wittember di Tercia. Erwin cheerfully heard the result. You're an adventurer under sponsorship, so you're free to go. You may leave. Elsewhere, Erwin returned to bathe. She sang happily like a little bird. I wonder if I'll see him here. The green dress made her glow. Now that Einar had given her money to buy new clothes, meeting him would mean a nice meal together. She beamed with excitement, eager to meet him. She wondered if he was still at that tavern. Shocking news arrived. Are you looking for the person in room 302? That guest hasn't returned. She was stunned. He hasn't come back. She worried, is something wrong? I hope he's safe and returns soon. 1 week later, Erwin walked past room 302. She panicked and shouted, hey, you there. Why are you packing up the things from that room without permission? The room attendant said bluntly, please understand. We've waited too long for that guest to return. The maze has been closed for some time and he still hasn't come back. What do you think the reason might be? She trembled at that. Maybe he had died and left no trace in that maze. She curled in agony, crying in the pouring rain. Someone ran over. She looked up. Is that you, sister? Tercia held out a helping hand. I've heard the news. Don't worry too much. It may not be like that. He isn't that easy to kill. She resolved, sister. I want to become stronger so I can protect the people important to me. Bjorn had been wrongly accused for several days. It had been a week since he was imprisoned. He was accused of theft. At the first interrogation, the inspector pressed him. Where did you get this crossbow? Have you fired any arrows with it? Bjorn tried to explain, this is the weapon of the ones who tried to kill me. Everything would have been peaceful if they hadn't attacked me first. He laughed coldly, then we'll have to investigate who attacked first. He glared, are they arresting people for reasons like that? Has the Adventurers Guild really gone bad? Bjorn's face remained dark. No matter what adventurers carried, there was an unwritten rule not to interrogate without clear evidence. The inspector sat down and explained, the guild's regulations changed a few days ago. To reduce looting, we've decided to thoroughly investigate level 9 adventurers first. He thought irritably that it's miserable to be treated as lowly everywhere. I'm carrying a lot of magic stones and holding others' equipment. Maybe they picked out obscure backgrounds like mine for interrogation. He continued to insist Bjorn confess. Come on, tell the truth. Where did you get these items? He was annoyed. I already said. From the attackers, there was a group of 4 bandits who ambushed and looted me. Of course, I dealt with the ringleader. He was driven to hell for breaking his own oath after he made a deal with me. The inspector pushed up his glasses in disbelief. You say you were stabbed in the throat and survived. So where is that scar? He snapped irritably, are you stupid? Can't you see? Where else but on my throat? Bjorn felt and couldn't find it. He was startled. Could the vampire essence have boosted natural regeneration so even the scar healed? Why is everything so messed up? I finally mentioned the rift from the expedition, something I didn't want to reveal. But he laughed loudly, mocking a spatial rift. A vampire count appearing from a rift on the 3rd floor. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Bjorn yelled at the absurd inspector, then summon a mage here. Just verify it with a memory recall spell. He scoffed, calling a mage just to investigate a level 9 adventurer. You need to be level 7 or above to request that. Bjorn made a counteroffer. What if I pay the fee? He sneered coldly and left, saying it wasn't worth wasting resources now and they'd consider inviting a mage later. The first day ended badly. 2 days later, a mage came to examine him. The mental defense barrier was extremely high. I suspect he must have considerable mental strength. A mage from the tower, Bjorn swore, damn it, the 9th level mage's mana couldn't affect his mind. The inspector folded his arms and frowned. Calling in a high-level mage for such a trivial case seemed pointless. Even mentioning Raven or the dwarf, this investigator didn't even bother to listen. He held out his hand, implying compromise. Look, give up the mental resistance and confess quickly. They're just trying to force a confession. But this was the 7th interrogation since morning. He smugly produced it. Finally, he said they had found convincing evidence against Bjorn. Bjorn felt uneasy. Was that the message stone obtained when fighting the Crystal Alliance on the 1st floor earlier? He smirked slightly, as if this wasn't the first time Bjorn had plundered. I read the sequence on this stone and found it belonged to a dead adventurer. I already received testimony about your misdeeds in that trial tower. He hastily concluded that Bjorn would be executed in 3 hours. Bjorn was truly desperate in the cell. Negotiation was over. Yet if he rashly broke the bars and fled, he'd only become a condemned escapee. So there was only one way to survive, prove his innocence. He was resolute. He absolutely must not die. The system allowed self-detonation of the flesh. The entire cell erupted in fierce flames. The explosion was terrifying. Bjorn slowly stepped out of the cell. The guard stumbled back, shocked. What is that? What are you doing? Bjorn struck the man, a prison break. One blow, and the man collapsed unconscious. All right, run for it. He twisted his wrist angrily. Bjorn took the keyring from the guard. The prisoners nearby began to shout too. You madman, did you really do that? He's gone crazy, please get us out of here. Bjorn pondered, surely some of these were actual criminals. But there were also poor souls falsely accused like him. Whatever, free them all and create chaos here. The prisoners ran out joyfully. Freedom, freedom at last, let's go. Long live the madman, long live Badian, we're free. The Adventurers Guild 1st floor hall. The soldiers heard the commotion. What's that? A loud bang, the door smashed open. The prisoners surged out like a flood. We're free, prison break. The attendant hurriedly pleaded, adventurers will pay handsomely. Please help us subdue these escapees. Both sides fought fiercely, die. Taking advantage of the chaos, Bjorn ran up the stairs. The others would likely be recaptured soon. Unlike the adventurers, the escapees had no proper weapons, only a few stolen clubs. He ran at full speed as fast as possible. Could they hold out for 5 minutes? Not nearly enough time. Bjorn zigzagged. His goal wasn't to escape. Bjorn cursed under his breath as the guard spotted him. Damn it, those escapees end here. There's the branch chief upstairs, absolutely no stepping on that floor. Bjorn unleashed the power of the flesh explosion. Human flesh shredded, blood rained down, leaving those below stunned. What's happening? People clutched their heads, screaming in agony. It's so hot, it's burning. The system announced physical stats, temporarily increased, based on the number of sacrifices within 100 meters. Bjorn advanced ferociously into battle, completing the power-up process. Bjorn leapt, winding up and launching himself forward, initiating an attack. He smashed the soldiers to pieces, bones crushed and flesh torn. The soldiers were beaten until they shattered. They angrily retaliated. That bastard, however, was also beaten to a pulp by him. They were astonished. What is that? How are his wounds healing so fast? He didn't even use medicine. How is that possible? Bjorn fought 10 men at once, unmatched prowess, strength boiling through his body. An unstoppable power. They trembled before Bjorn's muscles. Terrifying. You're really only a level 9 adventurer. How can that be? He raised a mocking fist. This branch only imprisons low-rank adventurers. You can't imagine someone with this strength being locked up here, can you? He launched a flurry of blows, shattering each man. Blood splattered everywhere. When it was over, he stared at the office door, full of fervor. He had reached the 3rd-floor branch chief's office. Bjorn boldly opened the door and stepped into the branch chief's office on the 3rd floor. But the enemies were already lying in ambush. Luckily, he noticed the sneak attack. The man sliced at his leg with lightning speed, blood spraying everywhere. He was smug all right then, but blood sprayed onto his face. The branch chief immediately felt a burning pain and screamed miserably. Bjorn sneered, sorry, my blood is highly acidic. Suddenly a scream put him on alert. A girl in a yellow dress stood there shouting. She covered her mouth in horror, branch chief. The branch chief clutched his face, trembling and shouting, don't you touch her. She's the daughter of this area's head. Bjorn thought this was an advantage. The branch chief has a daughter. Lucky. He growled a warning, if you so much as touch a hair on her head, you'll have no life left. Bjorn angrily punched him unconscious, smirking as he changed his plan. He hadn't planned this at first, but taking the girl would change everything. The girl trembled and stammered, how can you be so cruel? After all this, will things become easy or spiral out of control? She pleaded in fear, you already know everything, don't you? Even that me being here today was part of your long-planned scheme, right? Bjorn gritted his teeth and clamped her mouth shut. Shut up. This woman talks too much. Just then the soldiers burst in. There he is. He took control. Order, bring the investigator who interrogated him and the head of the Crystal Alliance here, along with the guild's mage. The words stunned everyone. If not, I'll kill this woman. The soldiers faltered, hesitant. He led the branch head's daughter out to the balcony. He stood silently thinking. Then he took a deep breath. He roared like a beast and began to counterattack. The crowd below gaped. People drew together. What's going on? Is that the escaped criminal? How did he get all the way to the 3rd floor? Bjorn explained, my name is Bjorn Yandel. I am a level 9 adventurer framed and persecuted by the Adventurers Guild. By God, I am innocent. He emphasized that the guild blamed him unjustly and that he was truly innocent. As the situation escalated, he felt he could not stand by. At the Radiant Magic Tower, an unexpected call from the Adventurers Guild. Dayan calmly reported, yes, a request for reinforcements from the branch leader. It seems some madman has appeared there. Raven held a chemical vial, baffled. A madman. Dayan nodded. He freed the condemned prisoners and took the branch chief's daughter hostage. She exclaimed, good heavens, he actually dares do such a thing. Are there really people that insane? Raven, the witchy mage, perked up. All right, I'll go take a look. I also need to find someone, and I'm curious what this madman's face looks like. On Bjorn's side, he held the branch head's daughter. She behaved and stayed silent. Raven flew in, stunned. You're Bjorn Yandel. Do you even have a brain? He pondered, so you're a mage from the Radiant Tower. Are you insane? How many lives do you have to risk doing something this crazy? Bjorn was annoyed. Enough. Get to the point, use magic to verify my memories. Seeing her, he glared, hurry up. There isn't much time. Raven suggested, all right, but in return promise me you'll do me a favor later. I have no reason to refuse if my power allows it. The bargain struck. She landed and said, you promised. Raven cast a spell to examine Bjorn's memories, but it failed and she was surprised. No, are you using an artifact that acts as a mental barrier? She frowned in frustration. Do you really think I could do that? After I was called here, I did nothing. Suddenly, the inspector shouted, "Branch Chief, are you all right?" The inspector turned pale, angry. How did things come to this? The escapees on the first floor were already dealt with. He said, "Now let's finish this here." Seeing Bjorn, he shouted, Who are you?" The inspector pointed at him. "Informant, this is the man who harmed you. He's the one who caused this incident." The branch chief clutched his face in pain. "I know about that." The inspector panicked. "What? Then why have you stayed silent?" The branch chief bowed his head, saying he had always claimed he was framed. "You were responsible for investigating him, weren't you? Is there any evidence to convict him?" The inspector, fearful, flinched and defended himself. "Are you saying I framed him?" "Nonsense." He said the man possessed a large amount of magic stones that a level 9 adventurer would hardly obtain. He continued, "Suspicious, so we checked his backpack. Inside it was filled with equipment and items that could only be stolen goods." He added from the investigation results that there was testimony claiming Bjorn Yandel had killed an innocent person in the Crystal Alliance and stolen some items there. Bjorn angrily questioned, "Wasn't that testimony from a member of the same guild? How can you accept that at face value?" The branch chief turned to the inspector. "Why didn't you verify him with memory check magic?" The inspector sputtered. "That's because he always lies. He claims he survived after being stabbed in the throat, no wound at all. He says he absorbed the essence of a vampiric beast." The branch chief was baffled. "Absorbed the essence of a vampiric beast?" The inspector affirmed, "Yes, sir, that's what he said." "Isn't that absurd? How could a vampire appear in a fissure on the first floor of the trial tower?" He revealed that the man clearly lied and, moreover, had a special constitution or an item preventing memory check magic from working. He lied like that, yet we had to summon 10 mages from the tower. Isn't that troubling them too much? He craftily adjusted his glasses. "Let's end this here. That's savage." The mage spoke up. "It's true, Yandel really did absorb vampiric essence from a fissure on the first floor." Both froze. "That," she recounted calmly. "I was there to witness it, but I couldn't use magic on myself." The inspector was astonished. "You say that's true? What do you mean? Even if he is someone you know well, you can't cover for him like this." Raven's face darkened as she spoke loudly. "Are you implying I'm lying?" He trembled with fear. "And no, I didn't mean that." She was icy. "If not, then what? After your limited authority investigated the adventurers, do you now treat the tower mages as a joke?" The inspector stammered apologies. "Sorry, I apologize. I absolutely didn't mean that. Tower mages belong to the semi-noble class. Despite many schools, they unite to protect their interests. A low-level inspector who dares doubt a mage is digging his own grave." The branch chief intervened. "Enough." He said solemnly, "Mage, you should be well aware of the current situation before speaking like that." GV crossed his arms with a grim face. "There certainly is no precedent for a vampiric beast appearing in a fissure on the first floor of the trial tower." She said, "Thank you for informing us." Raven hadn't finished, but she clarified responsibility. "Isn't that something an adventurer's guild branch leader should address?" He was at a loss for words and couldn't rebut. She declared boldly, "Since the trial tower's inception, it has been full of mysteries. People never know what will happen or when. Why did you stay silent?" She was cold. "How can you be so sure?" Bjorn glanced and thought. She yelled at the branch chief. Was she just an ordinary mage? Suddenly someone entered. "You are Bjorn Yandel," Bjorn asked back. "And who are you?" He introduced himself. "My name is Niall Urbans. I hear you've caused quite an uproar." The girl in Bjorn's arms shouted, "Father." Bjorn was startled. That's his father, so he's the regional head. The Adventurers Guild is organized. Guilds operate in groups with various forms and provide diverse information, all for the explorer's benefit. The guild's management is simple. Each branch has a manager. Above them are 13 regional managers, and above all is the guild master. Simply put, the 13 regional managers hold the second highest authority in the guild's ranks. There are things even they would never dare to do. He went pale as if pushed and rolled aside. He turned pale and asked, "What's going on?" He paused, looking at him. "I heard you were looking for him." The investigator gaped, stunned. "He is." Bjorn bent toward the kneeling man. "So you're a lackey of the Crystal Alliance." He raised his hand, eyes like a demon. "I heard you gave false testimony against me, is that right?" He desperately denied it, insisting he never did. Raven, beside him, spoke little and immediately cast memory-reading magic. She discovered something amiss. This man was lying. Everyone waited expectantly. Bjorn felt relieved. Now the man could no longer deny it because the tower mage's memory-reading magic proved it. He recoiled in terror. His face fell. Niall sighed heavily. "So you said the name was Bjorn Jander, right? Innocent man." He finally released the girl. "So what will happen to him?" Niall's cold voice made him tremble. "Because he had caused all this with forged evidence, we will investigate thoroughly before deciding how to handle it." He nodded. I expect you to also investigate his guild further. He emphasized the promise. The Crystal Alliance has long been a major problem for the Empire. I will deal with it as well. He then returned to punish the inspector. The inspector who worked with you will be dismissed. The inspector frantically appealed to the regional manager, saying, I swear I did nothing unlawful. Niall angrily and coldly said, Are you trying to blame your poor management and operations on the guild? There will be a reinvestigation of all the cases you handle. If any misconduct is found, you'll just put some dirt on your forehead and let the people get used to the smell. He calmed and negotiated seriously. Now let's discuss how the guild should compensate you. First, we'll recommend you for promotion to rank 7 adventurer and replace your current equipment with brand new items. The soldiers are ordered to return the items to you immediately. Bjorn was furious. Why is the reward only a recommendation? I could become rank 7 just by using more rank 5 monster essence. Does he think I'm an idiot? He hesitated weakly. But you only have 2 months of experience. Bjorn snapped, enraged, demanding a solo. Then let me face a rank 7 adventurer one-on-one. I'll prove who's stronger. Which rank 7? Come and clash with me. Niall wants to call for backup right now. He frantically tried to soothe things, saying this is unprecedented. Raven charged forward to guard, of course. Raven winked and smiled, pointing at Bjorn as a witness. I am certain no adventurer has ever defeated a rank 5 vampire and returned alive after absorbing that vampire's essence. It's absurd that you treat something he clearly achieved as guild compensation. He gritted his teeth, cornered. Fine, what compensation do you want? Bjorn smiled. Cunning compensation. He has a special fondness for gems and jewels, of course money. I'll take at least 5 million mana crystals. It sounds excessive, but after all, I'm a damned magic-born. That should be enough. The branch chief was stunned at 5 million. Niall reluctantly agreed. Very well. Raven seized the opportunity. I'll take 1 million separately as my fee for coming here. He was shocked. Did he agree because a tower mage was present? He nodded, saying nothing. All right, Miss Raven, please put in a good word with the tower master for me. Bjorn marveled. Is this the power of the tower? Cut to the Tower of Magic, the mage of Altemian Academy. Are you a Raven's personal laboratory? Bjorn looked around and couldn't help but complain. Why is this place such a mess? Raven handed him a vial of liquid. Here, drink this. He thought to himself, what is this? Bjorn looked baffled. Is this water? Raven grinned mischievously. I don't have a cup here, or would you prefer basil? It's thicker. Bjorn went pale and declined. No thanks. I'm sure this strange concoction still has monster innards lingering in the jar. He sat down and asked Raven with concern. So why did you bring me here? She covered her mouth laughing. You promised to help me with something. Now you remember, Bjorn, right? I only agreed hastily because I was in a rush. But I didn't expect to become friends with a tower mage. He stressed, afraid of Raven. I remind you, only if I can actually do it. Raven reassured him. It's fine. What I want is to study the essence you've absorbed. That will also benefit you. Since you've never let anyone examine your body after absorbing those essences, we might discover new traits. He observed and noticed her expression change. She was utterly passionate about research. It's because the golem corpse essence she wants to study is rare. And a vampiric guardian never before seen in the entire tower is even rarer. So of course she's excited. Are all mages in this world like her? She concluded anyway, this request isn't disadvantageous to you. B paused a moment. Wait, everything she said about signing an agreement was because of this. He recalled a few minutes earlier Raven negotiated with Neo. Don't let anything that happens here leak out, okay? If you agree not to record that Jander took the vampiric essence, I'll accept the condition. He thought Raven seemed kind and felt grateful, believing she was genuinely generous. Back to the present, Raven looked flustered. That's not wrong, Bjorn said indifferently. Am I wrong? She brightened up and said, forget it. Come here once a week and help me for 3 hours each time for half a year. Bjorn refused. Too long, 3 months only. And tell me the research results. Raven sighed. Remember, Jander, you're alive because of me. You even got 5 million mana crystals, remember. Don't you think you should feel grateful? Bjorn reconsidered. He agreed that was true, but that's another matter. To keep this relationship going, I need to show her my true self. Bjorn smiled and said, Aren't you the one who should be giving me the money? She looked puzzled. Why? Bjorn stared closely. Anyone who doesn't stand up and fight for themselves is a fool. Raven looked up. What are you glaring at? Bjorn's words reeked of death. You let me absorb the golem corpse's essence without my consent, didn't you? Raven trembled. That. So what? I gave you the essence for free, didn't I? She huffed and pushed Bjorn. He gritted his teeth in anger. You forced me to absorb it so you could survive that vampiric golem. This is a serious problem. What else? Raven retorted. Didn't you think I did it to save you? Bjorn growled darkly. No, I don't care. I didn't want to absorb that essence. Pay me 10 million mana crystals. I heard it takes about that much to cleanse and remove the essence at the temple. Raven snapped angrily, cursing. Why would you want to remove it, you crazy magic-born? Bjorn bluntly explained, because it's not the essence I wanted. In other words, you severely harmed my body. Raven fumed at this madman. I heard it's rare and valuable to adventurers. Shouldn't I be the one to be compensated? He demanded loudly, arguing that it's just the mage's subjective opinion because you can't absorb essences yourselves. Ask other adventurers. She turned away in anger. I bet you say that because you think I don't know any adventurers. Just wait. Raven touched the connected blue orb. The connection succeeded. A man's voice came through. Who is it? Raven immediately greeted. Report. Hello, Mr. P. Giant. I'm Arua Raven from Ultemian. You've met my advisor before, right? The voice on the line answered. MS. Tarjan, yes, I recall, but why are you calling? Trying to gather information. I just want to ask, if someone is made to absorb an essence they didn't want, how would that person feel? The other side hesitated and replied, I don't know why you're asking such a strange question, but probably. Bjorn smiled wryly, waiting. Raven anxiously awaited the answer. First, Bjorn smirked in satisfaction. It would make me very angry. She was stunned and puzzled. Huh, you said angry? A level 7 essence and an extremely rare essence as well, so would that do? The man shook his head. It's the same result. An unplanned essence will only have adverse effects on the body. He added that a mage like her probably wouldn't understand. Bjorn grew more delighted the more he heard. He stated plainly, someone like her can't just absorb any essence she finds and expect to understand. Raven hesitantly glanced at Bjorn. So what compensation will you demand for this? He answered immediately, if it were me, I'd demand cash compensation first. 15 million mana crystals, he said. The number shocked her, 15 million. Bjorn adopted a grimmer tone. If I was made to use an undesired high-level essence, the compensation would be even higher. Removing that essence through the temple takes time, money, and isn't easy. Raven timidly asked, then if they can't pay him in cash, what would he do to them? He sneered indifferently. Do what? If the person responsible is right in front of me, I'd just break their neck on the spot. Bjorn watched her stunned expression with relish. So she understood what I meant, right? He assumed that having connections to mages in Tower B meant she was a competent adventurer who understood how crucial essences are when absorbed. He continued, if you asked a desperate level 9 adventurer fighting to survive, you'd likely get a satisfactory answer. Her fatal mistake was acting hastily. Now she must face her own carelessness. Suddenly someone entered, smiling as he said, a lunatic who can argue better than a mage. You're even more interesting than I was told. Mr. Type, pleased to meet you. I'm the master of the young lady who just screamed. There, Bjorn Giant, right? Raven hastily denied I wasn't crying, was I? Bjorn pondered. Raven's master, he asked tensely. So he's the one who controls 5 floors of the Ultemian Guild Tower, equivalent to a district chief. He might even be more important, a true great man. Dayan smiled brightly. I've been listening to your conversation. Raven was stunned. What? You've been listening to us? But I'm sure my silence wards were active. He replied casually, it seems I need to teach you more. There are many loopholes in your magic. He said my youngest pupil has brought an Einar magic-born along with a lunatic for the first time, and more importantly, this one is still alive. I must ask you the things I'm curious about. Bjorn was baffled. Still alive. Dayan's smile deepened. Most lunatics brought here either die or are only brought for us to harvest their hearts. Bjorn's face darkened as he frowned at him. Dayan laughed eerily and explained, cheer up. I'm kidding, I'm joking. Bjorn was bewildered. So that's funny to a mage, he replied. I'm a lunatic who can joke too. Is your name Dayan or something like that? He thought he should return the greeting with a lunatic-style joke. He gave a bitter laugh and pointed. I feel like smashing your skull in. Dayan was taken aback. What did you say? Bjorn chuckled. Of course I'm joking. Old man, cheer up and laugh, you old man with white hair and beard. Dayan gaped in shock. Old man, huh? Bjorn satisfiedly reminded him, so you can spout any nonsense as long as it's amusing. He patted Zan's head. Ah, that was a joke too. Zan looked stunned. Are you crazy? I should have realized when you acted so wild after joining the guild. Seeing his reaction, he worried. Did I go too far with the joke? How do I fix this? Unexpectedly, Dayan laughed loudly in approval. Hey, this fellow has character. He said, relax. I'm not one of those petty youths who obsesses over every word. Bjorn thought as he looked at him, you seem annoyed. So what will you do with me? After all, I'm a lunatic too. He continued, are you really enjoying my banter that much? Then I'll take back calling you old man and call you grand wizard instead. Dayan remained composed. Luloy, I'm not one to hold grudges. Oh, and about those 10 million mana crystals, if I give you this instead, would that suffice? He produced a numbered frost spirit jewel, number 9425. The number may be low, but it's still a numbered item. Bjorn immediately recognized it was a numbered item, only obtainable from rare high-ranking guardians and possessing special powers. He thought, you just give me a frost spirit jewel. He pretended to ask, what's so special about this? Dayan smiled faintly. It's exactly what you need. It will seal one of the effects of any unwanted essences the wearer has absorbed. He asked, you obtain the golem corpse's essence, right? Its acid-containing blood can be dealt with, but it's very troublesome. So what do you mean? Bjorn considered this thoughtfully. Even this old man didn't seem to fully grasp all the jewel's properties. Fine, I understand. As they left, Raven ran after him and remember to come here twice a week. You promised to help me study the golem corpse's essence. He replied coldly, I know. She sighed uneasily. Will he remember? I'm worried. Afterward, he apologized to Zan. Master, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. The venerable man replied, it's fine. It's just a numbered trinket with no market value, so it couldn't be sold anyway. He estimated the ring's market value at only about 1.5 million mana crystals. Once that stupid berserker realizes the ring's worth, he'll be floored. Bjorn leisurely left the tower. He thought mages were among the world's most intelligent, yet Raven had no idea how to extract the god's tears in that cellar. That made him even more confident. He snorted, even mages were no different from novices, easy to fool. They didn't see the true value of the frost spirit jewel. Bjorn was pleased. Night fell in the small house. The servant cried out in surprise. Hey, aren't you the one who was dead? He was flustered, having reclaimed the room thinking he was dead. Bjorn frowned, so where did you put my belongings? He stammered, I threw everything out. Bjorn ground his teeth in anger. I'm sure I still had at least a week left on the lease. The servant, frightened by his look, begged, I'm sorry, I'll pay you back. He clenched his teeth uncomfortably, unable to suppress these negative feelings. He startled and realized, wait, since when did I start thinking like this so naturally? He thought that since waking, even with his kin slain, his mind remained calm. When he killed someone for the first time, it had been too easy, almost mechanical. After escaping the cell, he hesitated only briefly. He feared he might lose control of his emotions to a dangerous degree. Arguing with the old man in the tower, something Lai Hansu, a 29-year-old office worker, would never have done. At first he thought it was just circumstance, but the unease kept growing. He realized that each fight awakened the berserker body's instincts. His mind became simple, dull, and aggressively berserker-like. He wondered if he was being assimilated into a berserker, but to survive, he thought this was the better way. He ordered coldly, give me 300,000 mana crystals and I'll leave immediately. The servant stammered, only 30,000 crystals. I couldn't get even 150 when I sold that pile of cheap, worthless junk of yours. Bjorn laughed coldly, sell it. The servant panicked, realizing he'd spoken out of turn. His face darkened with murderous intent. Didn't you say you threw everything out? A while later, he leisurely sat down and sighed that he felt more human now. He thought this place cost twice the inn he had before, but at least it had a window and a private bath, and was closer to the square. He worried about what had happened to Einar. He and she needed to split the loot. He had to meet her tomorrow. The next day, at the Angry Horn Inn, Einar burst out in tears. Einar hugged him tightly, yearning. Where have you been all this time? Of course I knew you were Bjorn, throw you into hell and you'd still come out alive. He was bewildered, something had happened. Einar looked up and remembered. Right, have you heard the news? He shook his head. What news? An excited Magicborn rushed over. About that berserker of freedom, the whole city is buzzing about him. Bjorn turned pale. Buzzing? Why does that sound like they're talking about me? I don't know the berserker's name. The Magicborn scratched his head, confused. Who knows? I don't know either. Strain. It's the only thing they haven't spread around. Bjorn breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. It seemed the guild dealt with it without exposing personal details. They all cheered together. But I'm proud someone like that came from our tribe. He fought 100 to 1 and erased all those false accusations made against him. They went on. He led everyone in the jailbreak and secured their freedom, the berserker of freedom. He is the greatest warrior. Bjorn was bewildered amid the cheers. I didn't expect this to become such big news. Nothing important will happen, will it? Then the two of them went to Cam B. Einar looked around excitedly. This is my first time here. Einar looked around eagerly. Cam BL District 2, stretching around the Kazan Gold-Silver Road in a belt shape, is the middle-class area of Jafnir full of craftsmen and shops called the Free Market. He handed Einar her coin pouch. This was her share from selling everything from the loot taken from the bandits to her scrap iron, about 800 mana crystals. Quick estimate. The items from the dungeon fisher were about 500 crystals. Bjorn solemnly handed over 300 crystals. Einar gasped. That much? Bjorn was firm. Don't refuse, just take it. She accepted it shyly. Thank you. Suddenly Einar excitedly spotted something. Look over there. People are eating clouds skewered on a stick. He was puzzled. What? They have cotton candy. Einar stared longingly. In the eatery, Bjorn bought her a stick of candy. Einar was delighted. Humans can make things like this? Are they omnipotent? With what I earned today, how many cotton candies could I buy? Bjorn was at a loss. Suddenly, cotton candy is a unit of currency for her. He sighed and began eating. Einar praised Bjorn. Thank you for never discriminating against me. He was suddenly bewildered. Einar went on, you know, I haven't changed much, right? I'm just a little smaller. Other men no longer see me as a warrior and have been avoiding me these past few days. She said, whenever I go somewhere, people swarm around me. What a sweet name, someone gushed. Lady Einar, I pledge myself at your feet. I promise I won't let a drop of blood touch you. She clutched her head in horror. How awful, I've never been so disgusted. She slammed the table angrily. Ugly am I? Bjorn was embarrassed and began to question humanity. He was about to say Einar about that. She cut him off huffily. I've decided, Bjorn, I can't go into the maze with you anymore. He was shocked. What? Why all of a sudden? Einar had already left. Her changed appearance was unsurprising, but that wasn't the reason. The elder of the sanctuary, famed as a master swordsman, took a great interest in Einar's talent. On that day, Einar decided to formally study swordsmanship under him. He once asked her, couldn't he spare a day to meet you here? Einar shook her head. I wish, but his cultivation method is special. He cannot leave the sanctuary for 6 months. Hearing that, he was stunned and wondered, could it be that cultivation method? If so, I understand. It's a great opportunity for her. Einar also said, I don't want to make you wait until I'm stronger, nor demand to rejoin your party unconditionally. I will train diligently so that, when I return as a brave warrior, I won't be a burden to you. Thinking of that, he drained his cup at one gulp. Bjorn sighed, knowing he couldn't stop her. On their second expedition, Einar A was struck down by bandits and forced to swear an oath. She had no choice but to helplessly watch her comrade Lam and Guy. That was likely the last straw. It affected her decision this time, so we'll have to find another partner. Of course, she could also go into the trial tower alone. I'm completely different from 2 months ago. I've absorbed essences from the corpse golem, the vampire dragon, and the guardian. My basic stats have increased dramatically. As for recovery ability, however, it can't compare to the powerful warriors on the tower's 2nd floor. Even so, reaching the 3rd floor would still be hard to endure. Dungeons and Stones are still team-based support games. No matter how strong a character is, they can hardly go it alone. The further you go, the more indispensable roles appear in a team, requiring teammates to fill different positions. So I need to find partners of the same level and target higher floor monsters. Bjorn went to see Raven. She asked excitedly, You're here. Bjorn calculated that if he could form a party with a level 6 mage for this run, it would bring him one step closer to his goal. He smiled and greeted her. Yes, if we can survive and come back from this. She asked enthusiastically, Are you ready? After business was settled, B gently hinted, but Raven irritably refused right away. No way. What kind of mad mage would join a pathetic party with only 2 berserkers? He tried to reassure her, Hear me out. She huffed a condition. If you want me to join, at least some members must be level 6 or above. Recruit a healer first, then think about that. Raven sneered mockingly, I know. Will it take you at least 3 years to manage that? Bjorn knew his place. No chance of inviting her into the party. Unbelievable. Raven handed him a sheet and said, Enough nonsense, take this. This is the analysis data for the vampire dragon essence. He glanced and saw it only listed high, medium, low, meaningless. It's fine. I already know the exact figures anyway. Vampire dragon essence increases agility, physical defense, magic sensitivity, sunlight vulnerability, strength, magic resistance, spirit power, and dark resistance. He thought to himself that he already knew, but it was still good news. Especially high values in natural regeneration, magic resistance, and spirit power. And the Guardian Essence also has, not to mention basic passive skills. The system also reported the Root Darkness skill remained intact. The active skill, Sacrificial Mark Enhancement, depends on the number of living beings sacrificed. The active skill, Decisive Absorption, steals a victim's skill. The active skill, Immortality, strengthens proportionally to lost vitality. Bjorn was pleased. He'd acquired all the active skills he currently needed. Now that I have the Immortality Mark and Guardian Essence, my in-combat recovery is basically sufficient. I've been playing this game for 10 years, but I've never progressed so quickly. All right then, I'm going. Raven ran after him to stop him. Wait, I'm curious about something. Earlier in the fight, what was that? The thing you shoved into the unconscious vampire's mouth looked like holy power. He immediately remembered she meant the god's tears, right? I can't tell you that. Bjorn twitched his nose, feigning to Einar, or did you missy? It was chaotic earlier, maybe you were mistaken. Raven stubbornly insisted, no, I saw it with my own eyes. Bjorn also persisted in pretending to Einar to the end. You're mistaken. There was nothing, I've got to go. He switched to the berserker's flash speed. Raven hurriedly called after him, wait. She stamped her feet angrily. He's hiding something, isn't he? You think I didn't notice? Just wait. Inside the vast library of thousands of books came the excited voices of people who had found something. General notes on Rift 3. Raven flipped through intently. The tome recorded valuable clues about the rift. Even the Academy didn't have the name, nor was the author known. Which page is decisive? Searching desperately, she finally discovered it. Knew it, this section is unreadable. What does it say? The golden mask and the god's tears. She casually grabbed another document. I must have read about the god's tears in this one before, right? There it is, the god's tears, a rare holy relic of unknown origin. When shattered, the surrounding area receives a powerful blessing. 150 years ago, when the dimension was dying, Cardinal and Du used all 3 vials of holy water to save the church. Afterwards, they disappeared. Raven was stunned, a holy relic. Its use and effects are exactly like what I saw. Did he happen to acquire it? A berserker who just completed the coming-of-age ritual. How would he know the secret location where the god's tears were hidden? Even if he stumbled upon it, how would he know its use to counter that vampire dragon? Could it be Yandel? The golden mask is an item obtainable after defeating the boss in the Blood Fortress. Under certain conditions, it allows the wearer to change their appearance at will for 30 days and can be used 5 times. Bjorn sat on the bed, studying the mask in front of him intently. When I used to play the game, I wasn't interested in characters' looks, those 2D pixels. I even sold one for 500,000 mana crystals. But this is reality. I was just falsely accused and imprisoned. If something illegal happens and I'm hunted, this strange mask will come in handy. I'll keep it for now. In the inn, people were animatedly discussing. Heard the news. The Mana Crystal Alliance just disbanded. Shocking, right? An entire guild vanished overnight. Tercia listened quietly to the conversation. The Mana Crystal Alliance had built a vast network with countless relay stations, providing many conveniences for first-floor explorers. It was an adventurers' guild that had grown explosively over the past decade. The others voiced their indignation. A whole guild? Were they ever real adventurers? No, they were just scum. Tercia pondered. At first things were good. Many struggling townsfolk had been helped by them. But as they grew stronger, the Mana Crystal Alliance began to rot, shunning outsiders and bullying newcomers. She stood and called the server to settle the bill. She knew from what happened to her sister. Admit it, without that berserker, her situation would have been dangerous. I thought I had to handle it myself, but now I don't. They were still gossiping, but why did they suddenly disband? The man next to her whispered, don't tell me you don't know. It's because of that berserker of freedom. She silently gave thanks. What a twist. Thanks to that berserker, I didn't have to intervene. The other asked in confusion, the guy who broke into the prison to clear your name and even took the district chief's daughter hostage. The friend nodded. Despite the chaos, there's even a rumor he'll level up. That's what the escaped prisoners said. More surprising was that the berserker wasn't even a formally ranked adventurer, yet he caused an uproar in the entire prison. It means he just completed his coming-of-age ceremony. Tercia froze in doubt. A level 9 explorer is that berserker. It can't be a coincidence. But didn't that berserker die? If the berserker of freedom is him, it explains why he hasn't returned to the inn in a week. She slowly made her way home. She hesitated, hand on the doorknob, but this matter. In the end, she opened the door and called softly. Her sister sat alone in the dark, face gloomy and despondent. Tercia wondered whether she should tell her sister. The next day, Bjorn approached the front desk. Why are you here? Bjorn answered, I'm looking for suitable companions. A team of at least 4 people operating from the 3rd floor upward. The staff asked you to show your ID and badge. He quickly took them out. The person skimmed it. Bjorn Ian, rank 5. The other person was stunned in shock. Rank 5. Bjorn was bewildered. Rank 5? What does that mean? But he played dumb and stammered. Why are you talking about ranks? Oh, never mind. Here's a list of teams that match your criteria. Explorer Yandel. He sighed and took it without bothering to expose any evasions. It must be the guild code. In any case, it's valuable, and his attitude was cordial. But suddenly, Einar looked astonished when he saw that name. Hikurad Mured beamed and laughed. Knew it was you. I was still skeptical. So you're level 7 now. He sat down politely and replied, long time no see, Hikurad. The man warmly said, I'm so glad to see you, but later. There's someone else coming to meet us. Hearing that, he asked with interest, you've recruited someone else? The man answered vaguely, not exactly, but if it's a mage, you could say so. Bjorn was surprised. A mage with rare talent wants to join the team. Hikyorod waved, yes, they're coming. Look, there they are. Who do you think it could be? Bjorn grew anxious. Is this team really recruiting a mage? A dark-clothed, fair-haired, scholarly-looking member cheerfully entered. The short berserker smiled and introduced himself. I'm Lear Dwaki. I want to join your team, so I came here. Hikyorod enthusiastically stood to shake his hand. Nice to meet you. You're a mage. Will we meet Einar then? Dwaki half joked. He winked just as a mage happened to pass by the place. That timing is a bit of a coincidence. Hikyorod looked puzzled and flustered. He didn't catch the meaning. Bjorn sighed and explained, I mean that mage is him. Hikyorod snapped awake. Ah, I see. He and Dwaki shook hands excitedly. Anyway, great to meet you. I'm Hikyorod Murad, a level 6 explorer. I'm an 8th level mage of the Rafdonia royal family. Hikyorod was baffled again. The Rafdonia royal family? Bjorn irritably reminded him, meaning that the mage didn't work for that guild. He grumbled, thinking this short man knew nothing. Didn't he work for the magic tower? Dwaki looked at Bjorn with interest. You're a berserker, but very knowledgeable. May I ask your name? Blood boiling, he thought the guy was provoking him. But keeping his composure, he replied gruffly, Son of Jandal, Bjorn, take a seat. Once everyone was seated with food and drink overflowing, Bjorn became serious. I'll get straight to the point. He asked why the young man wanted to become an adventurer. In truth, 8th level mages rarely go exploring like this. He analyzed that the mage lacked experience for mid and high-tier trial towers, but low floors didn't pay well. Working magic in the city was steadier and more profitable. Dwaki cheerfully replied, It's simple. I want to become a famous adventurer and raise the fame of the Einar family and the Baron's title. Hikyorod was stunned, nearly overturning the table. The Einar Baron? Your nobility? Dwaki nonchalantly said, My mother's sister's husband is the 3rd brother of the Baron's wife. Bjorn was annoyed, thinking, what? They don't even know each other, so he's not really nobility. Dwaki smiled amiably. Don't worry, I don't intend to look down on anyone. Bjorn was speechless. This guy's crazy. The more he spoke, the more he seemed a fraud. Dwaki had a handsome face, blonde hair, about 160 cm tall, skinny, skilled in hypnotic magic, curse control, and dark arts. An inexperienced 8th level mage with a vain arrogance. Bjorn was suspicious, but figured that having a mage would attract better members to the team. So treating him as bait, they decided to accept Dwaki. After that, many skilled people signed up for the team. As predicted, Bjorn and Hikyorod met 3 or 4 times a week to review applications. Bjorn read the forms attentively and nodded. I think he's fine. He sighed, tired of working together but doing most of the work himself. Hikyorod was excited. So shall we accept him? I was worried you'd turn him down. And they formed the team. They upgraded their equipment. Bjorn hurried over to boast to Einar. She was cold and indifferent. What's this about? Bjorn was enthusiastic. See this. If you want to know, I'm happy to tell you. This is armor and a shield made of lithi. What's on my back is an expanded backpack slot. It wasn't expensive, but I just bought it. She cut in apathetically. Someone's complaining. Please take off the armor. He awkwardly complied. All right, guess she doesn't like jokes. After finishing at the library, he left quickly. Suddenly, a sobbing sound caught his attention. He turned and froze. A berserker. He wondered why the man had no weapon. All berserkers treat their weapons as lifelines. Whether starving or freezing, they always carry them. He stepped forward to ask. Tarikin flinched, startled by the murderous look. Bjorn reassured him, Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Where's your weapon? What are you doing here? Tarikin hesitated. I sold it because I had no money. Bjorn doubted him, sold his weapon, politely said. He smirked, convinced the bastard was an evil spirit. He introduced himself. I'm Jandal's son, Bjorn. Tarikin nodded. I'm Lian's son, Tarikin. Bjorn kindly took him to eat. Tarikin devoured the food as if he'd never eat. Halfway through, he choked up. I won't forget what you did for me. Bjorn thought it unlikely. He said he had completed the coming-of-age ritual a month earlier but got lost and couldn't enter the dungeon. He guessed the man had fled out of fear, that he couldn't fight the monsters. Escaping from a mob of riled berserkers was easy. But then other problems arose. He tried to find work in the city, but no one would hire a berserker, their biggest weakness. Bjorn thought experienced players would know how to open a side room at the abyss door. An experienced man should know how berserkers are treated. But he didn't. He nodded and asked, Then what did you do after that month? Tarikin replied sadly, I didn't enter the dungeon anymore. Bjorn was shocked. What, you never went back to the dungeon? Are you crazy? Tarikin stammered, but without a weapon, how could I fight the monsters? Bjorn was at a loss, worried for his fate. That's why you should have gone back the first time. You didn't even grasp that basic thing. Do you play the game at all? Tarakan recounted miserably. Then I was kicked out of the inn for lack of money. He continued, just as Bjorn predicted, I had to endure the cold, hunger, and disease, then tried to go to where the berserkers stayed. But they expelled me. Bjorn pondered. How did he survive 3 months with such inexperienced behavior? He thought if he'd fled out of fear that day, he'd likely be like this man. Tarakan brazenly asked, after hearing my story, do you feel any sympathy? Does it make you want to help me? You may find it hard to believe, but I know the dungeon very well. I'm sure I can help you. Bjorn flatly refused. I won't go into the dungeon with you. Tarakan was saddened. What? He shook his head. I'll help you in another way. Here are 150 spirit stones. Use these to buy a weapon and go into the dungeon. Tarakan nearly cried with joy, trembling as he took them. Are you really giving me this? Thank you. I'll repay you someday. Can you go somewhere else now? I'm tired. Tarakan understood and stood up. Really? I'll come next time. He cut in, don't. Leon's son Tarakan. Whether you lose the money, squander it, get rich from the dungeon, or even have enough to pay me back. Once you leave, never come back here looking for me again. He asked, understand? Answer me. Tarakan hesitated, then said, all right. That night Bjorn tossed and turned at home. He thought himself obnoxious and recalled the past. He told himself a rational person would call his actions stupid. An emotional person would be angry that he only helped that much. He felt conflicted. Neither view was wrong. The act might seem hypocritical, but it was the best he could do. He convinced himself that meant Tarakan would survive. Time passed quickly until the dungeon day. Dwaki peered around excitedly. So this is a dungeon. Where do we go now? Lear Dwaki, human mage, level 8, 25 years old, naive like a child on his first outing. Is that crystal from the crystal cave? So exciting. So this is what exploring is like. Bjorn was annoyed. In short, the bastard Dwaki, second Braun Rotmiller, human explorer level 8, 34 years old, 8 years steady experience. He held Dwaki back. Wait, I'll check a bit. Rotmiller judged this direction wasn't bad. I think we'll be safe if we follow a path someone has taken before. Bjorn remarked to himself that he was the most ordinary member of the team. Third, Hikurad Murad, dwarf level 6 explorer and tank, led the team, laughing heartily. It's been a long time since I adventured in a party. Fourth, Bjorn, berserker explorer level 7 tank. Finally, a soft voice rang out. I itch to punch something. Haven't flexed my muscles in ages. That was Misha Karlstein, Beastman Explorer level 7 with 5 years experience. She giggled about chopping off a few monsters' heads. Bjorn noticed her odd habit of adding a little vocal tick at the end of each sentence. Born that way, he'd never seen anyone like her. Hikurad teased, I can't disobey the princess, can I? Misha got angry, I told you not to call me that. Bjorn was puzzled. It seemed Hikurad said she was the tribe's 13th princess, couldn't remember. Misha charged at him angrily, I'll kill you, dwarf. After Rotmiller finished measuring the route, he called, let's go. Everyone don't split up. And the team began their first expedition, following Rotmiller's directions. After 10 hours, we finally reached the gate to the second floor. Rotmiller was not surprised. Sure enough, someone got here before us this time too, even though we moved as fast as possible. He sighed with regret. Bjorn silently gave him a heavy look, satisfied quite quickly, it seemed. But the man still wasn't content. A navigator's special skill is pinpointing the exact location of a gate. I didn't expect much in value since it's not his specialty, but this is pretty decent. The group quickly moved in. Let's go. Bjorn frowned, slightly disappointed they hadn't opened the gate first, so they wouldn't get the experience points. If we'd gone with Einar, I might have gotten XP from a game glitch. Remember how he once hacked someone else's drop and craved it? Bjorn comforted himself, resolving to form his own team next time. After a while, they were teleported to the monster's lair. Hikurad went pale. No matter how many times I come here, I still can't stand this smell. Bjorn quietly calculated. The second floor is connected via a gate on the east of the first floor. As the name suggests, monsters will appear on this floor. After complaining for a bit, the dwarf remembered and turned back to ask, Dwaki, are you okay? Dwaki clutched his stomach, face pale. I'm going to be sick, please don't talk to me. Hikurad snorted, patted his shoulder, so you can't handle it. Misha jumped back in horror, moving several meters away. Gross. Bjorn sighed. This place is characterized by an overwhelmingly foul stench. He looked to the front and asked, Rotmiller, are you all right? I heard you have an acute sense of smell, so your senses are more sensitive than others. Rotmiller nodded reassuringly, I'm fine. After all, it's not my first time here. From here on, there will be many sinkholes along the way, so if you don't want to fall in, follow me. Not only was he unaffected, he continued working very professionally. Bjorn marveled. Only he stayed calm, probably because he has 8 years' experience. Everyone continued to follow Rotmiller, crossing the swampy area. The monster's nest was a patch of land inside a canyon. To cross it, you had to wander along cliff walls like a maze to find the way. Traps were everywhere, of course. The navigator's role is especially important in places like the Goblin Forest. The level 2 monsters were relatively easy compared to the team's stats, so there was no significant danger. Along the way, they continually collected monster heads, enriching their experience points. Not to mention those flashy characters who got their comeuppance. First were bandits, then werewolves, then saber-toothed tigers, wall-climbing chain rats, and countless other things too numerous to name. Moreover, thanks to Dwaki's warning magic, we took turns standing guard and I managed to sleep for a full 6 hours. It was currently night. Dwaki and Hikurod were on strict watch. But you were still curious and didn't understand. Why stand night watch? What's the point of warning magic? Hikurod laughed loudly and explained, "It's not that I don't trust your magic. The warning spell only detects monsters nearby, right?" Dwaki nodded blankly. "So what? In the dungeon, adventurers can be more dangerous than the monsters themselves." Dwaki went pale and broke into a cold sweat. He hesitated, realizing it. Hikurod nodded. "Exactly. You should go back to sleep. A mage doesn't need to stand guard." He kept brooding, head bowed, and stumbling over his words. "I know." Bjorn still couldn't sleep. He lay listening to the conversation and silently resolved that this would be his last expedition with this maid. On day 2, just after midnight, Rotmiller warned carefully that after passing this area there would be a gate to the 3rd floor. "This place has level 7 monsters. We'll mainly hunt those." The 3rd floor was a large map called the Pilgrimage Road. The 2nd floor had many different maps depending on which gate connected from the 1st floor. But in the end, they all led toward the 3rd floor. Of course, there are many gates leading to the 3rd floor based on paths from the 2nd. Hopefully, we'll find a good spot. Misha suddenly remembered and curiously said, "Now that I think about it, Bjorn said this is the first time Einar has reached the 3rd floor, right?" "Curious, why?" "Just surprised, of course. I spent a whole year crawling to get to the 3rd floor." Misha exclaimed. Bjorn was stunned. "A whole year? Then how long did it take you to reach the 4th floor?" She frowned, thinking, 2 years? I can't believe it took me that long." Hikurod was surprised. "You're like me." Misha wasn't pleased. Inwardly she roared, "Unfair. The captain has less experience than me and is only a level 6 adventurer. I'm still level 7. He laughed, teasing, "Isn't Miss Misha from a well-born family?" Rotmiller spoke up, coldly admonishing, "That's enough, both of you." Misha and Hikurod were startled and immediately fell silent. "Apologies, sorry. I'll be quiet now." Bjorn watched with puzzled curiosity. What was that? For some reason he seemed more irritable than before. He came up with a casual answer to himself. "Well, the guy is working hard alone, so he can't stay calm when those behind him are lazy and slacking." Right. The team continued their journey, stepped through the spatial gate, and entered the Pilgrimage Road on the 3rd floor. The place they set foot in was the Ironstone Hill. Suddenly Rotmiller flinched, sensing something. Before he could react in shock, Bjorn had already expertly leapt forward to defend and shoved him back. It turned out a pack of wild boar monsters had charged out of nowhere, violently ramming Bjorn's shield. He wondered why there was a monster right in front of the gate. He had to grit his teeth and admit it was strong. If it weren't for his lithi shield, it would have been smashed to pieces. Like the dwarf's shield, for example. As he thought that, he glanced over at Hikurod, struggling to hold it off. Sure enough, the dwarf's shield had shattered. Fortunately, he quickly activated emergency repair and managed to block its 1,000-ton charge. Hikurod growled loudly, "Bjorn, this is a level 7 iron dwarf. Stop it, just don't get pushed back." He curled his lip. "I would have known even if you hadn't said." Inside, Bjorn stirred, thinking something else entirely. He recovered so fast, I won't be jealous at all. Actually, maybe a little. The iron dwarf's active skill is counterweight, which reduces knockback effects. I benefited a lot from the dwarf's essence in the Blood City. Hikurod had to dig his feet into the ground to avoid being pushed away. Immediately, he activated the super counterweight and directly confronted it. Dwaki also contributed by casting a corrosive spell, causing the monster pain and distraction. A cloud of toxic smoke kept pouring out, enveloping the creature. Hikurod drew back to gain momentum and praised, "Well done, Dwaki. Let me kill it." No sooner had he finished than he charged straight in with his weapon and struck the beast. Dwaki hurriedly covered his eyes against the choking dust. I already did my part. On Bjorn's side, things weren't finished yet. Misha sprang up from the ground, stepped onto Bjorn's shoulder. Bjorn used the momentum to warn that it was still alive. She clenched the dagger in her hand and executed a beautiful flip through the air. She laughed loudly with excitement as she approached. With a few deft maneuvers, Misha saw landed lightly. She neatly took off the creature's head. It thrashed in pain before disappearing. Afterward, the giant monster vanished and they received experience points. Bjorn was suspicious and on guard. An iron dwarf shouldn't be here, so why did Einar's thing appear here? He turned and asked, "Hey, Rotmuller, is anyone nearby?" He understood and immediately activated body heat detection. He scanned the area by living heat signatures but found nothing. He shook his head. There was no one around. But from the scent, it seemed someone had been here not long before. "I think they left about 2 minutes ago," Bjorn analyzed, "which means it's possible they saw us and left." Hikyorod was alarmed. "Wait, does that mean someone's targeting us?" Rotmuller frowned. "I don't think so. Although monsters near gates are a common method used by raiders. They assume it's when we're off guard and unprepared." Misha crazily narrowed her eyes and suggested, "How about we catch all those bastards and beat them up? If we kill them, we'll get more money too." Rotmuller didn't object, "That's true, but finding them is hard. Besides, we have no proof. If we we might even be blamed." Misha snapped back in a hard voice, "Throw them out. But once they're dead, they can't snitch anyway." Hikyorod sighed and suggested writing a few warning lines to the raiders at the gate and moving on. Dwaki trembled in a corner, sweating as he listened to them debate. Along the way, Misha kept exclaiming, "Rotmuller is amazing. I didn't even know that method existed." He modestly led the way. "I've only heard of it. This is my first time experiencing it." She shrugged nonchalantly, guessing that most people rarely run into raiders like this. Bjorn asked, puzzled. "Rarely." He asked curiously, "How many times have you run into them?" She rubbed her chin to recall. "It seems about 8 times in the past year." Bjorn was stunned and alarmed. "What? That's actually few. I thought raiders were everywhere. I've encountered raiders 5 times in 3 months, even just now." She snorted teasingly. "Bjorn, you must be cursed with bad luck, huh?" The dwarf chimed in. "Terrible. I heard thieves ran rampant 150 years ago, but their numbers have dropped recently due to stricter laws." The group couldn't help bursting into laughter at his open-mouthed expression. "Maybe you're the reason we keep meeting raiders." He stiffly snorted. "What's wrong with my life?" Rotmuller spoke up. "Soldiers, stop teasing him. Everyone knows how lucky Miss Drouse is." Bjorn grabbed the lifeline, looking at him with hopeful eyes. "Right. I'm not alone, though the number he revealed still hurts. Don't be sad. I run into them about once every 3 months, Rotmuller said. Bjorn felt dismayed. Even so, that's still less than 5 times in 3 months. Rotmuller was puzzled. "Why?" He shrugged and said, "Keep moving." After clearing the initial obstacles, they chose a roomy spot to make camp. That night, Einar and the others would set up camp here, and tomorrow they'd move to the next area, the border region. The reason they camped in this out-of-the-way place was that there were fewer monsters here. At night, Hikyorod delicately asked, "Dwaki, are you all right? You've seemed off since earlier." Dwaki was taken aback that his state was so obvious. "Really?" Bjorn also turned his attention. "It's true, he usually talks a lot, so why is he as quiet as a clam now?" Dwaki spoke sadly. "Actually, my dream of becoming an adventurer has been completely shattered. I know everyone will think I'm too young and naive. Things like adventurers killing other adventurers are terrifying. Adventurers say that killing those other adventurers means you can steal their money. But reality is very different from that fantasy of mine." He wondered whether, if this continued, one day he would end up killing someone or be killed himself. "So on the road I had to steal my mind beforehand." Bjorn asked seriously, "And are you ready to do those things now?" Dwaki nodded, his eyes shedding those weak emotions, and now only glowed with fierce, crimson determination. "But I'm not sure I'll do well when the time comes." Bjorn naturally saw that Dwaki's resolve lacked self-confidence. He seemed very confused and afraid. Hikyorod worried, "Dwaki, you." But he praised him. "That's still better than someone who only whines, lies, and cries when truly facing danger." "But," Rotmuller sighed, smiling to reassure him, "the important thing is not to be arrogant and overconfident in yourself. I find what you said far more trustworthy than someone claiming they can do it right away." He folded his arms mysteriously. "Could everyone give me a moment? I want to show you something." Rotmuller led the team to a special spot. The sight before them left everyone stunned. This was a vast open space with rolling hills in the distance. Below lay a lake reflecting the glittering moonlight and brilliant snowflakes like a fairyland scene. Rotmuller introduced with satisfaction, "Isn't it beautiful? This is the only time everyone can behold this sight." No one understood why this phenomenon only occurred on the 3rd floor, but once they saw it, that no longer mattered. Dankai gazed in rapture. Yamilo smiled and asked him, "What do you think? Do you have more courage now to continue exploring?" Dwaki fell silent, lost in thought. Then the light gradually faded and darkness covered the maze. Except for Bjorn, who had to stand watch, everyone fell asleep. Suddenly Bjorn keenly sensed a disturbance from Dwaki. He smiled to himself, and only after a while heard the soft breathing from Dwaki's sleeping bag. The next morning, before sunrise, the team set out. Bjorn calculated that with accumulated experience they'd gain just over 50 points. They needed 150 experience points to reach level 4, so the road ahead was long. At level 3, he could absorb 3 essences. He had already absorbed 2 essences, and only had 1 more slot to absorb an essence, so he had to level up faster. After all, another good essence would be great. After traveling a stretch, Miller announced, "We're here." Before them was a dark, dense forest. This was the Ogre Territory. Ogre Territory had the largest number of monsters on the 3rd floor, consisting only of creatures level 8 and above. Its difficulty ranked 2nd on the 3rd floor. Unless heading straight to the 4th floor, this was the ideal hunting ground. Hikurod proposed, "Let's try hunting first. Then we'll plan the next steps based on the results." Miller used heat detection and immediately noticed. There's a group of O moving this way at the 1 o'clock direction. The pack leader growled as it spotted the team. The group quickly formed battle lines. Bjorn shouted, "Good, do what we've practiced." The ogres charged fiercely, as if seeing a tasty prey. Dwalkie commanded his ice spear master technique. A sharp shard of ice flew swiftly and struck the head, taking one down. Bjorn organized carefully. Dwalkie and Rotmiller handled ranged attacks while he and Hikurod held the front line. He and Hikurod steadfastly blocked the battle-hungry ogres. Misha wiped out any enemy daring to approach the ranks. She lightly used her rapid skill to take down 2 or 3 at once. Rotmiller readied his bow. He was startled to discover an ogre spellcaster, casting a berserk spell on its allies. A dark magical stream coalesced into a mass in the air. That was the berserk spell. It multiplied the ogre's combat power and endurance many times over for 10 seconds. The lead Osur's eyes burned with murderous intent. It used its huge body to dash swiftly past Bjorn and Hikurod. He blanched and warned that it had broken through. Miller, if a monster pierces the formation. He stressed, "You must protect Dwalkie, the most fragile mage in the party." Rotmiller panicked. "Dwalkie, hide behind me, quick, go, thanks." The monster struck hard at the shield, but Miller held firm and withstood it. The ogre realized the danger and felt uneasy. But it was too late. Misha's murderous aura swept in like a gust of wind. 10 seconds are up, darling. It was taken down instantly. Misha landed with graceful agility. On Bjorn's side, the two-horned O roared menacingly, but it hadn't finished its cry before he struck it down. The team's experience from the battle increased significantly, and the group excitedly discussed it. My heart is still pounding. That fight was thrilling. Bjorn pondered, calculating it took about 8 minutes to defeat the monsters. The formation lacked damage because there were 2 tanks and a guide. The guide dealt damage, but not much. Though their kill speed was slow, the formation was very stable. He nodded in satisfaction. "This formation is good, hope we can keep it." Dwalkie excitedly asked, "I killed an O, right?" Misha praised, "Well done." The group continued their journey toward the center of the OR territory. The closer they got to the center, the more O groups appeared. There was even an elite level 7 O warrior with one group, but the team dispatched them easily. However, things couldn't go smoothly forever. A hoarse voice rang out, "Meteor shower." Ahead, a terrifying explosion erupted, billowing smoke and flames with such force that the whole team recoiled. Bjorn raised his shield to block, swearing, "Damn it, what kind of freak show is this?" If that blast had fallen on our heads. A man strolled forward calmly. He declared coldly, "Ogre territory belongs to the Dizarwi Guild. Get out of here now." In the game, besides role-playing, there was an area management element. Initially, players couldn't move between maps before finishing the main storyline, but guilds could control hunting grounds. Forming a guild required manpower and resources, and if a hunting ground lacked rare or valuable monsters, the guild wouldn't benefit. Bjorn wondered why the Dizarwi Guild would choose to control the 3rd floor. Hikurod protested, "I know the Dizarwi Guild operates from the 6th floor upward, so why are you guys in a place like Ogre territory?" The old wizard frowned. "I have no obligation to explain myself to you." Hikurod heatedly questioned him. "I've heard some guilds are recognized for contributions to the association and granted control of certain maze areas. But I've never heard this area is your guild's domain, and I don't even know if you're actually a member of that guild." The old wizard snorted coldly, "You're bold, aren't you?" The two glared at each other, the atmosphere tense as if a fight was about to break out. Hikurod argued fiercely, "I know you must hear that a lot." Bjorn worried, thinking Hikurod acted out of captain's duty, but the situation was bad. Suddenly Misha turned pale and trembled, hiding behind Bjorn. He wondered puzzlingly why she was hiding behind him like that. A mocking voice suddenly sounded, "Is that you? You idiot." Saw flinched in terror. She tried to steady herself and poked her head out, trembling. "Respected brother." He snapped, "I told you not to call me that outside." She stammered, "I'm sorry." He clicked his tongue. How many times do I have to repeat it for your thick skull to remember? The old wizard asked, is that girl your sister? He frowned, yes, as of now she is. The old man pondered and changed his tone. I still owe Mr. C. Drouse a debt, so if she truly is your sister. He cut in coldly. It's unnecessary, I can't tell you the reason. It's a family matter and my parents wouldn't care anyway. The old man nodded. If you say so, fine. Now I'll tell them why we're in ogre territory, so they know why they should leave. He spoke gravely. Because of some urgent matters at the guild, we are urgently hunting for the Ore Warrior essence. If things go well and we obtain it soon, you'll be allowed to hunt here from the next loop onward. So I hope this time you can hunt somewhere else. Be doubted that a 6th floor guild would go to such lengths just to obtain the Ogre Warrior essence, which wasn't that rare. Was that really all, or were the two elders hiding something? The old man smirked coldly. Fine, if you insist on staying here, there will be no monsters left to hunt. You'd best leave for somewhere else as soon as possible. Bjorn broke into a nervous sweat, thinking that if they didn't leave, the others would obstruct them by any means. In the maze, large groups and powerful people set the rules. Bjorn thought they couldn't act rashly. Hikyorod cursed angrily. Damn it. Bjorn regretted that Hikyorod wanted to do everything for the team, but to avoid danger he had to yield. We understand. Suddenly a voice cut in. Leave this to me. B was stunned. Dwaki stepped forward with a friendly smile. Nice to meet you. My name is Lear Dwaki. I am an 8th level mage of the Rafdonia royal line. I have devoted my life to studying magic. The old wizard sneered coldly. In the end, you're still garbage. Dare to call me an old man? You bastard. You learned a few basic spells and dare to call yourself a mage. Devoted your life. He pointed and continued berating him. Your thick-faced arrogance gives me goosebumps, so please never call yourself a mage again. Dwaki was shocked and stammered. My Bjorn was speechless, thinking Dwaki mad to address him that way. He deserved the scolding, but shouldn't fight back. Bjorn fretted anxiously, then Hikyorod stunned him by shouting, hey, that's going too far. Bjorn went pale with anger, thinking once more that this short lunatic. Now's not the time to argue. Move, man. The old wizard said coldly, I'm only speaking the truth. Hikyorod boiled with rage. What truth? We'll see. Bjorn weakly reminded him, but before he could finish, Hikyorod used his thunder skill and charged. Bjorn thought, are you really going to fight the 6th floor guild enforcers? He brandished his thunder hammer, launching forward like a raging storm. The old wizard's face darkened. He stood still as Hikyorod closed in. Then the old man shot him a cold, gloomy glare. At the most dangerous moment between life and death, Bjorn appeared in time, forcing him to drive his head into the ground. Back to the earth for peace, saving Hikyorod. The atmosphere fell immediately silent, eerily quiet. Dwaki and Misha were shaken to the core, frozen in place. Rotmiller exhaled and lowered his bow. It seemed he had intended to fire a few shots to snap Hikyorod out of it. Bjorn's face was grim, deadly serious as he quietly said, calm down. Despite his fierce words, inside he was terrified. We almost died. The old wizard and his close followers stared at them like weak prey about to be smashed. You have a decent teammate. Be thankful to that Mandy fellow. After that, somehow they left. Only when they reached a clearing did the group recover their composure. Hikyorod bowed his head in apology, almost kneeling. I'm sorry. The old man sighed with regret. I lost my mind and acted on instinct. Miller and Bjorn scolded. You nearly got us all killed. He hung his head weakly. I'm sorry. He stood behind, nodding repeatedly in agreement, waving his arms and legs. Good. Rotmiller, keep criticizing him until he really learns. Before he could relish it, the fellow suddenly veered, catching him off guard, though in the end nothing happened. So I won't say more. Bjorn asked, trailing off, do you forgive him? Rotmiller sympathized, scolding and praising at once. It was foolish, but personally I think standing up for your teammates is admirable. Bjorn was astonished. He even praised him. He was furious, ready to flip a table, panting, thinking MRO was far too kind to be team leader. If it were me, I'd have cursed him out. Misha moped, scratched her head. I'm really sorry. Things might have been much better if it weren't for me. Dwaki hurriedly waved his hand to reassure her. No, I think we were kicked out because you're on the team. Don't say things like that. She looked at him, touched and cheerful. You mage Hikyorod, laughing so gleefully. That's quite a way to comfort someone. Bjorn was shaken to his core, doubting life. His mind spinning, goosebumps rising as the atmosphere suddenly shifted. This vibe makes me feel so awkward. Am I the weird one? Misha smiled sadly and bowed her head. Does anyone know why I hate talking about my family? I'm the only one in my house who couldn't form a contract with a spirit beast. Beast folk are a race that can form contracts with ancient creatures called spirit beasts. Contracts can take many forms. Some can summon spirit beasts to aid them in battle. Others receive direct power to enhance physical strength, or they may receive a favor to cast special types of magic. Of course, Only a few beast folk are chosen by spirit beasts. But the important thing is that Misha is one of the bloodline members of the Ka So Tai clan. In other words, her inability to form a contract with a spirit beast is a disgrace to her family. Misha recalled bitterly, I once had very happy times with my siblings when we were young. When I was reckless and young, I could run and play carefreely. But as I grew up, the spirit beast still didn't choose me. People began to ignore her. They gave her looks of hatred and contempt. Don't touch me, you mongrel. People started calling me a mongrel. They said I was a hybrid, a child born outside the noble line. My mother died young, so no one knew the truth. I couldn't bear the coldness, so I left home and learned to fight. That's how I became an adventurer. Hikyorod moved, held her hand, tears welling. It must have been very hard for you. It's not easy to say that. Thank you for telling us. Misha was moved to tears. No, you're the one who cared about us and got angry for us. He laughed heartily to soothe her. I'm glad you think so. Adding one more of Hikyorod's victims, Bjorn couldn't stand it in bursts. Who sent this old man through a pressure cooker? Where did that conclusion come from? Are you done yet? Of course not, he said, grinning foolishly. Then I'll tell you about myself. My dream was to become a blacksmith, but the swords I forged wouldn't take shape. Warped, crooked, ruined, Hikyorod said sadly. I lacked talent. For 10 years, I couldn't even graduate from the training course. That's also why I chose to become an adventurer at 30. I needed to earn money, so I just ran off. Dwaki cried until he had no tears left, pounding his chest. I'm certainly the most talentless. I could have entered the magic school thanks to family connections, but I lacked the talent to enter the magic tower. You can only stand outside and longingly look in. Thinking of that old wizard, if I were a real mage, I'm sure he would respect me a bit. Hikyorod moved, patted his shoulder consolingly. No, that mage is the bad one. You are a wonderful mage. Dwaki looked at him with shining eyes. Thank you. Bjorn was bewildered. What the hell is going on? Yeet Miller spoke thoughtfully. I've joined many teams, but I've never experienced anything like this. Bjorn exclaimed proudly, that's exactly what I wanted to say. But he forgot that he's an expert driver, sharp turns, drifting and weaving, sitting still he'd probably fly off. I also want to apologize to everyone. Bjorn startled, you too. He confessed his feelings when Musette and Koka C. Drouse talked about age and experience. I was very annoyed. It seems he snapped at that moment and told everyone to be quiet. It was because of the disgusting jealousy in me. I thought those two had no right to complain, since they were non-human adventurers who hadn't considered what the others had endured. Hikyorod was suddenly bewildered. Really? Isn't it advantageous to be a human adventurer? Misha Sa was also confused. Yes, humans can use aura and become spirit mages, or saints. Bjorn understood well, but that's only a rare talent. He was too lazy to say it aloud. There was no need right now. Hikyorod laughed heartily. So our team is full of mongrels. That's great. We can rely on each other and stop feeling bad. Dwaki was excited. I promise I'll do my best to be more useful. Misha patted his shoulder encouragingly. Hang in there. Hikyorod joined the celebration, hoping they'd stick together long-term. Bjorn broke out in a cold sweat, twitching his mouth. They're confessing their problems and comforting each other. Now it's just me, huh? Sure enough, the whole group turned their attention to him, staring with expectant eyes. His heart pounded with unspoken words. Why are they looking at me like that? Will I be kicked out of this team? What if I stay silent? What should I say? I'm not used to being in groups like this. Bjorn, wrenching his heart, pushed out each word. I don't have a mother. He lied without blinking, shouting it out. The group fell silent, faces contorted, frozen in place. I see. Seeing their awkward, stunned expressions, Bjorn clenched his teeth in horror. Was that still not enough? He had to shout, it's true. My mother died right after I was born. My father also went into the maze and never returned when I was a child. I've grown up now, but even if I wanted to, I could never see them again. Bjorn placed his hand on his chest, fully into the performance. But somehow the atmosphere became even heavier than before, utterly silent. Bjorn's tired gasp could be heard clearly. What was going on? Did I hear Einarinnar tell it like that? So melancholic and sympathetic about such a childhood. It must have been hard. I'm sorry I complained about my family without knowing. Dwaki sobbed bitterly. Had he always pretended to be okay all this time? Hikyorod held his hand, eyes watering. Bjorn, I can't be your father, but if you want. He got goosebumps, recoiled his hand quickly with a dark face. It's fine, please stop. The group began to sniffle and choke up, looking at him with sympathetic eyes. Right, Bjorn is the youngest in our team. You don't have to hold back around us. Bjorn twitched his mouth. He felt like the most pitiful person here. Oh well, it's true I don't actually have no mother. He nodded with satisfaction, recalling his own cool achievements. Besides, I'm a young Mandy who reached Adventurer rank 7 in just 3 months. Suddenly he froze, shocked as something occurred to him. I really was pulled into the game world and had to fight for my life many times. But the most important thing is, Misha immediately noticed something was off and shouted, "Bjorn, what's wrong?" The group clamored anxiously. "Are you remembering your mother?" Bjorn looked pale as if about to faint. "Why does life have to be so hard for me?" Misha and Dwaki hurriedly reassured him. "If you're missing your family, you can consider me your sister. It's okay." Yeet Miller here returned to a serious tone, discussing business with Hicurod. "What do we do now?" "I think we should head to the Witchwood." Misha wondered, the Witchwood? What about the bog and the swamp? Rotmiller nodded. "It will take up to 6 days to get there." Dwaki suggested, "Then let's go straight to the 4th layer. I've heard the Witchwood isn't suitable for warriors." Hicurod cut in thoughtfully. "I think it's too early to go up to the 4th layer now." Bjorn agreed. He's right. Hicurod's tone turned serious, a warning. "I've seen many teams underestimate the difficulty and end up dead. It's not too late to travel together a bit longer before going up there." Bjorn rubbed his chin in thought. "The Witchwood is a place you only go when absolutely necessary. It's not ideal for hunting." His uncle's reasoning was firm. The 4th layer really is that dangerous. On the 4th layer, there are level 7 and level 8 monsters like on the 3rd. But occasionally, there will be level 6 monsters. The chance of encountering them is high enough that you'll likely meet one after about 4 days of exploration. But that also means we're almost certain to face one when we go up there. I've died countless times on the 4th layer, simply because I wasn't prepared enough before. I had to tear my hair out over the problem of dying without rest. I thought this time would be different, so I understand his point. You had to tear your hair out over dying without rest. I thought this time would be fine. But Hicurod spoke up. "I think it's also okay if we go up to the 4th layer now." Bjorn Jandal carefully assessed that both he and Hicurod were tanky and resilient. Even facing level 6 monsters, they could still open an escape path for the team. He confidently thought that, like a dragon's magical essence, fighting level 6 monsters wouldn't be too difficult. The formation lacked damage, but with a young mage and 2 seasoned members it would be slow, yet they were capable of conquering the 4th floor. Misha whispered to Dwaki. "He's right, but I'm still a bit worried because he's a fanatic." "Fanatics have their heads," Lear Wu of Dwaki said, nodding. "I think so too, but sometimes he's right. Maybe this time we should listen to him. It'll probably be fine." Bjorn ground his teeth in annoyance, thinking the two were whispering so loudly. He shouted, "I can hear what you're saying. Don't make me angry or I'll kill you all." Hicurod hesitated before offering his opinion. "I still think it will be very dangerous." "All right, then let's vote." The decision was unanimous. Proceed to the 4th floor, and the team began their journey. The pitifully loose formation resolved to conquer the 4th floor. On the 3rd day in the labyrinth, guiding by the compass, they observed, "Set up camp here tonight. I think this spot is fine." Hicurod propped himself up and suggested to Rotmiller, "I think we still have energy, and it's not too late. How about going a bit further to find a safer spot?" Rotmiller shook his head in objection. "If we go 3 more hours, we might find a better place. So I think we should rest here." Hicurod fell silent. "Agree then? Fine, we'll rest here and follow your lead." As they sat down, Misha and Dwaki chatted cheerfully. "Want some jerky?" "Thanks." Bjorn took out his watch, thoughtful. It was exactly 9:00 p.m. The team had camped at this hour the first 2 nights as well. Rotmiller must have calculated the forest points based on speed and distance. It sounds simple, but is actually difficult. In the labyrinth, there's no distinction between day and night. Bjorn relaxed and removed his gear, watching Rotmiller curiously. "Rotmiller, what's your plan for tomorrow?" Rotmiller busied himself with the map and replied, "I think we'll reach the Witchwood by tomorrow before noon." Bjorn murmured, thinking of him as a navigation device, an experienced explorer, though that wasn't necessarily all good. Rotmiller warned, "Tomorrow in the Witchwood will be tiring. We should rest early." Rotmiller finished arranging his things and asked, "Is it my turn to stand watch tonight?" Misha smiled and leaned back. "Good night." Beneath the warm firelight, the team fell asleep while Rotmiller kept watch. Late at night, while they slept soundly, an urgent cry woke Bjorn. Bjorn blinked and asked, "Is it my turn to stand watch?" Rotmiller shook his head. "Not yet." Rotmiller replied anxiously, "Both." Bjorn fell silent, thinking, both monsters and hostile explorers. While the two were tense, a distant, desperate scream rang out. Help. Bjorn wondered if someone was being chased by monsters. Rotmiller's face darkened as he looked toward the scream. "Seems so, but it's not important. Do you remember when we encountered that wild boar monster a few days ago near the gate?" Bjorn frowned. "You mean there are traces showing people set a trap for us here before?" Rotmiller nodded. "Exactly. The scent I detected is the same as back then." Hicurod worriedly speculated, could they be the same bandits from before? Rotmiller pondered. "Exactly. I don't know who they are, but they've targeted us as prey." I guess they plan to pretend to be chased by monsters to blend into our group. Misha drew his knife defensively. If so, what do we do now? We're almost there. A sharp cry rang out, fire, fire. Bjorn quickly put on his helmet, eyes sharp. I think we should take advantage of this. He grabbed his weapon and stood, thinking if they weren't confident in their act, they should stay put. The others were rushing over to rescue me. Bjorn warned sternly, standing firm. Don't come any closer. Take one more step and I'll send you to the afterlife. Tayson panted, please, please help us. All the members of our team are dead. I will reward you, please. Bjorn ordered coldly, drop all your weapons right now. Tayson hesitated. But the monsters are right behind us. Do we have to do that? Bjorn rolled his eyes and assessed the situation. The orcs tailing them merely stood and watched without attacking immediately. They were wary because they saw the other group was larger, which made them easier to handle. He said sternly, this is your choice. Either drop your weapons or get out of here. They grit their teeth and resisted, but in the end they yielded. Fine, I'll do as you say, so please help us. They hurriedly threw down their weapons with clatters. Bjorn signaled quietly, Rotmiller, gather those weapons and move them away from us. Rotmiller agreed, understood. The orcs clicked their tongues in regret and trailed off. Bjorn pondered, did they leave because they thought those people had joined our group? The monsters were cunning. Suddenly, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Thank you for saving us. The nun from the other group smiled and introduced herself. I'm Alyssa. You truly are our saviors. Her skirt was torn below, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. Hikurad swallowed and cleared his throat. He stepped forward warmly. I'm Hikurad Mured. I don't know what happened, but you all must have had a hard time. Bjorn scornfully thought the dwarf was an old lecher, probably a beauty trap. The two others spoke in turn. I'm Irida Tayson, and I'm Hans Argo. Bjorn was startled. Dark memories surged up. Hans was the bandit he'd met in the dungeon the first time. Hans smiled amiably. My name's common enough. Have you met someone named Hans before? Bjorn replied casually, I have, although I already dealt with him. Alyssa acted moved, tears welling. If not for you, I don't know what would have happened to us. Leetla's the Lord showed us mercy. We're so lucky to have met you. Rotmiller was surprised. Leetla's, could she really be a nun? Alyssa clasped her hands and implored, indeed, yes. I am a follower of the goddess of light, the deity of exploration and human bonds. The star that shines at dusk will guide us. Bjorn smiled inwardly. Did she think he'd buy such nonsense? He suspected they were bandits posing as nuns. Hans Argo stepped forward, Miss Alyssa. Could you look at my wound? Alyssa smiled brightly, of course. Bjorn was taken aback as a warm light enveloped and healed the wound. She truly used a holy healing spell. Hikurad was stunned. Is she really a nun? Misha whispered to Rotmiller, Rotmiller, are you sure you're not mistaken? Rotmiller was confused. About that, I'm pretty sure I remember that scent. Bjorn mused, understanding Rotmiller's feeling from Dungeon and Stone. Nuns are sacred beings. People here are devout and revere them. Alyssa skipped over cheerfully. That should be enough to prove my identity, right? May we retrieve our weapons? Bjorn flatly refused. No, Alyssa was stunned. What? Bjorn scowled and stepped closer. I know you're a nun, but so what? Only humans worship the holy. Fanatics are a different species. We only worship our ancestors. He coldly proposed to give them payment for the help they'd received. He remained extremely cautious. Whether or not she used holy power, he saw no reason to change his stance. Alyssa sighed. Payment for saving you? I've heard of that custom. All right, how much do you want? Bjorn shouted a gouging price. 2 million spirit crystals will do. Consider it the price for your lives. Alyssa hesitated. We don't carry that many spirit crystals. When we get out of the labyrinth, I'll pay you then. Bjorn pressed to the limit. I trust no one but my comrades. If you don't have money here, pay with items. I see some of your comrades' armor looks decent. Hans grimaced reluctantly. Compared to our lives, it's not worth that much. We'll do as you say. Bjorn calculated silently. Take everything valuable now. Without their gear, they're helpless. Alyssa asked anxiously. Can we rest now? Bjorn tightened his grip on his weapon. Of course. He thought coldly that in any game, killing healers first is an unwritten rule. Alyssa smiled kindly and advised, if anyone is wounded, let me heal them. She fell silent in panic when Bjorn suddenly brandished murderous intent with his weapon. He stared at her, convinced killing the support first was the rule, and swung down straight at Alyssa's head. For a few seconds he wasn't satisfied, so he struck again with a powerful blow, and her body collapsed to the ground. Everything happened so fast that everyone went pale. It was shocking. Dwaki and Misha screamed. Hans and Tayson panicked. What the hell did you do? Bjorn sighed hesitantly. Sorry about that. He smiled warmly with blood smeared across his face like a fiend and grated out. I slipped. I feared you were bandits, so I did it first. Preemptive strike against the strong. The two clutched their heads, lost the will to fight, trembling. Man, we're going to die here because of these crazy bastards. Suddenly Bion noticed something off. What? Wait, what are they looking at? Where are they staring? Those vacant eyes. Tayson spat blood. His eyes went white as black smoke enveloped him and he writhed to the ground. Hikurod was horrified. What is this? Lear Dwaki, did you just do something? Is that a new spell of yours? Lear Dwaki sweated and denied it. I didn't do anything. I'm still stunned. Alyssa's cold, bloodied body emitted a gruesome laugh and twisted upward. Strange. Bjorn turned his head heavily as her voice broke off. How did you know I was the enemy? Alyssa's hair hung loose, blood-smeared, her grin reaching ear to ear, like a demon risen. She twisted her body like a block of Lego. It was too late. Bjorn swallowed fearfully and muttered, "Damn it. Why does nothing in my life ever go smoothly?" Rotmiller and Misha trembled in shock, witnessing the bizarre scene. What the he sighed. They were all stunned by the sight. Bjorn decisively shouted, "Everyone, wake up. I'll handle this." He lunged forward without hesitation and swung again, so she would know the taste of mortality. Hikurod gaped, tongue frozen, and later he managed to stammer a few words. "Bjorn, what did you do? That's an insult to a nun." He coldly wiped the smear of Syro from his face. "What the hell are you saying? You can still talk after seeing this. The best defense is to strike before we really die." He breathed a relieved sigh inwardly, ready to flip the table. Swearing, damn it, if she can die and then come back like this, there's only one explanation. For those who don't know, after Priest Karui became a cleric and reached Chaos rank 5 or higher, there is a hidden vocation one can choose that includes all kinds of combat spells, healing, and some curses. She can use both holy magic and dark sorcery at the same time, but must suffer the corresponding punishment. Because Karui is an evil deity, being caught with such a dark vocation is tantamount to a death sentence. Moreover, to preserve the skills of this vocation, living sacrifices are required to be offered and absorbed. Perhaps that's why she was forced to become a bandit in the Tower of Trials. It's the safest place to find sacrifices without being detected by the guards outside. At the same time, Hans, who was standing trembling over there, suddenly showed similar symptoms. He coughed up blood as if an invisible hand was squeezing his throat, draining his life away. Alyssa succeeded in absorbing his life. She stood intact and cast her spell. Half her face remained distorted, not fully healed, her voice echoing like it came from hell. "Because of you I lost 2 valuable subordinates." Bjorn sneered darkly, still blaming others at a time like this. "You clearly weren't raised properly. What a bastard." Confused, "What did you say?" Bjorn feigned fury. "It's all your fault Hans and Tayson died. You should have died when I struck you and gave you that skull fracture." Alyssa's brow furrowed. "Nonsense, why should I die for that?" She cried out, overwhelmed. "Damn you, I'll avenge my 2 new friends, Hans and Tayson." The comrades spun dizzy, not understanding what he said, but unknown to them he was already calculating. "Of course we'll take all their gear and valuables after this fight. Already looking forward to it. However, taking her down won't be easy." Without further words, she immediately used the enhanced death call. The 2 undead instantly revived, radiating murderous intent. Would they obey her? Without further words, she immediately used the enhanced death call. The 2 undead instantly revived, radiating murderous intent. Would they obey her? This was within Bjorn's knowledge. This thing is a basic skill of the Karui cleric vocation, the death call. Originally, the move only summoned monsters, but here it was different. It seemed upgraded. When summoning the corpses of her subordinates, it could make them far stronger. Alyssa laughed loud. "By my command, kill them, my slaves." The 2 immediately leapt forward like hungry tigers, and Bjorn's group also readied themselves for battle. He and Hikurod bravely rushed forward to block the 2. Misha silently appeared nimbly behind her and cast a poison sigil. Then, quick as lightning, struck Tayson hard. Lear Dwaki also contributed, sending a super ice spear that pierced Hans through. Hikurod braced himself and exclaimed, "Our formation coordinated well without prior discussion, but ice magic has no effect here." Bjorn pondered. "In fact, the undead resist both poison and ice, so our offensive damage isn't very effective." While wrestling with that corpse, he hurriedly called for a plan. It turned out Bjorn had prepared in advance. "Wait a moment, it's almost ready." As soon as it was done, he urgently announced, "Retreat now, I'll act." Rotmiller hurled a glass flask filled with oil, flames blazing at Tayson. The hard glass struck his head, shattering. Oil splashed everywhere and covered his face. Quickly catching fire and spreading, the flames engulfed Tayson, causing him to scream in agony. Bjorn breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, they feared fire more. Alyssa scowled and cast the super necro flame, snorting coldly, useless. Dark magic shot from her hand and immediately took effect. Surprise! Those flames were absorbing the surrounding fire. Bjorn gritted his teeth tensely. The fire was being stopped. That's not good at all. "I can't use holy power because there's no cleric." Bjorn quickly came up with the best plan. Everyone focus your attacks on that nun. Hikyorod and I will hold them back. He was extremely confident about handling those two. I had already disarmed them earlier, so now that they resurrect as undead, they only attack with brute force. That means the two of us deal little damage but can endure, useful for buying time. The three others quickly ran the opposite way and nodded. I'll handle this side. Alyssa giggled with delight when she saw someone approaching. Come here, you cat. She silently summoned dark guardians. Black currents of energy swirled in the air. Misha startled and shouted a warning, something's appearing, everyone be careful. She laughed loudly by my command, bring me their heads. Misha, undaunted, lunged straight into the dark magic and swung hard. Rotmiller used his bow to attack, firing through. Lear Dwaki summoned ice magic, launching volley after volley. But strangely she showed no fear. Instead she laughed mockingly in waves. A sense of unease rose in Misha. She was sensitive to it, and she suddenly realized the black thing was a curse. But it was too late. The curse formed a spirit like lightning and lunged to seize Misha. Luckily, at the crucial moment, someone rushed over. Hikyorod darted across and stood before her to block the blow. Hikyorod's heart pounded as he remembered Bjorn telling him to always stay by her side and protect her. Misha worried, so now Bjorn, does he have to handle those two zombies by himself? Alyssa flew into a rage, swinging her arm. Damn you, she screamed, eyes bulging. Tace and Hans, you were supposed to protect me, you miserable fools. Can you hear me? Where did you run off to? Bjorn curled his lip in a derisive grin that said it all. Sorry, but these two are busy with me. I didn't expect you to handle both alone and push them into a weak spot. Alyssa clenched her teeth in astonishment. I will never forget this humiliation. See. No way to win, she immediately cast a teleport. Bjorn glared at her in frustration. What? No way, that bastard's trying to flee? Let her escape. True to villain form, before leaving Alyssa spat venomous words. You can't do anything, try to survive. We'll meet again. Then she darted off like a stream of water. Bjorn stood stunned and numb. Unbelievable, the monsters had vanished with her. A prize snatched from his mouth. Suddenly he felt dizzy and reeling. It turned out she had time to lay countless curses on him before leaving, 115 in total, including energy drain, mild necrosis, reduced strength, and more. Bjorn trembled, pain contorting his face as he swore, damn it, that insane demon nun put a whole bunch of curses on me before disappearing. At least there's Dwaki. He can handle these curses. He turned and asked, Dwaki, I need you to dispel these curses. Dwaki looked puzzled. What do you mean? Bjorn asked, bewilderment written all over his face. You said you know curse magic. Dwaki awkwardly scratched his head. That's true, but I only use a few curse talismans. That doesn't mean I know how to dispel them, does it? Bjorn went pale and froze in place. What did you say? He was furious, grinding his teeth, goddammit. That Lear Dwaki is a fake mage, useless and incompetent. The painful part is that if this curse can't be cured now, his physical health will be permanently drained to death. Bjorn Jandal panted, his face dark, forcing himself to keep running. He cursed, damn it, this is bad. Hikyorod, anxious, ran beside him and asked, Bjorn, are you okay? He reluctantly nodded. If I collapse now, I'll be dead anyway. I'll hold on, don't worry about me. But inside he was screaming, feeling near exhaustion, running for over 5 hours with a pile of curses stacked on him. Without anti-magic elixirs, dragon magic resistance, and dark energy resistance stats, he would have collapsed long ago. The teammates were cursed too, but only 1 or 2 curses each so they could still hold on. He was the unluckiest. They ran while encouraging each other. Almost there. Bjorn, can you hear me? Hang on a bit longer. He seethed, thinking that bastard dumped too many curses on him. At that she yelled, madman, you won't survive to get out of here. Worse, he suffered a debuff to his stamina. Any action requiring stamina couldn't be helped by recovery or elixirs. In the game, when stamina drops below 10%, the character can't move. He was still running, so he had about 30% stamina left. Rotmiller announced, just a little more, we're almost there. Bjorn panted, sprinting, thinking only of one goal, the destination. The wilderness was gloomy, filled with the cawing of crows signaling the uncanny. Magic there twisted unnaturally. It was the dreaded witchwood. 5 hours earlier, by flickering firelight. Rotmiller rubbed his chin, conclusion. That damned Karui priest is targeting us. Bjorn solemnly examined the 2 corpses. She seemed like a level 5 adventurer. Her healing and curses were formidable. Facing her directly meant she wanted to annihilate them. He swore, thinking how bad it would have been. If they hadn't disarmed and stripped armor and struck first, several team members would have died immediately. Misha excitedly admired that having a reliable berserker was the best thing. I thought Rotmiller was mistaken because of some subterranean hallucination, yet he didn't hesitate. 1 blow crushed the head. Amazing. Bjorn twitched the corner of his mouth, choosing not to comment. He turned to Rotmiller, do you have any way to track her traces? Rotmiller sighed, unfortunately no, we can't find a single trace of her. She vanished too quickly. Bjorn worried she knew they'd discovered her identity and certainly wouldn't let the team leave this floor safely. Dwaki laughed confidently, then we'll just face her as we are. We already beat her once, she won't escape next time. Bjorn grew angry, murderous intent flaring, wanting to smash Dwaki a few times. He thought, what if we were attacked from behind while fighting monsters? Besides, Dwaki is such a useless mage. He stammered he hadn't thought of that. That. Bjorn decided solemnly. That's why we must go to the Witchwood right now. There they'll be safe. The Witchwood surrounds the gate to floor 4. It's filled with level 7 and 8 monsters, many immune to physical damage, putting a team with 2 warriors and only 1 mage at a disadvantage. This is the best choice. Upon entering, all effects including gravity were nullified. Misha stopped in surprise. She stretched excitedly. I feel noticeably lighter. Rotmuller nodded, twisting his wrist. It seemed the curses had been lifted. Rotmuller stared at Bjorn thoughtfully, surprised that he could use the Witchwood's geographic features to break the curse we suffered. You said this is your first time reaching floor 3, right? How did you know that? Bjorn felt guilty and embarrassed but kept a nonchalant air. I learned it in the library. Rotmuller judged quickly, he thought. His teammates pleased him. Misha and Lear Dwaki laughed and teased. Don't lie, a berserker who reads books. I've never heard of that. Bjorn angrily swore under his breath but held back, thinking that being here reduced the Karui priest's curse effects. The brief joy was shattered as Misha jolted in terror. The nearby monsters screamed wildly, die. The other trees howled, die. Orphans, motherless bastards. Bjorn coldly and wearily thought the illusion didn't affect him because he had a mother. The forest's mental attacks and insults had no effect on him, but not everyone was immune. Misha held her head and sobbed, clearly affected. She writhed in bewilderment. Bjorn, how can you calmly endure those insults? I can't stand it. Bjorn thought silently that the other 3 were still okay. They were reliable comrades. But wait, Lear Dwaki remained useless in every situation. Strange. The illusions and disorientation made him feel like he was looking through a convex mirror. He regained his composure and worriedly watched Dwaki retching. Can you cast magic in that state? Dwaki mumbled, don't worry, my magic still works fine. I'm okay. Bjorn, annoyed at how mages always irritated him, suggested, let's rest here until we adapt to this environment. We hardly slept last night anyway. Hikurad volunteered. I'll keep watch while the others sleep and recover. Bjorn immediately lay down, panting, trying to relax. Damn it, I'm exhausted. When Hikurad came over to check on Bjorn about what happened with Alyssa earlier, Bjorn angrily cut him off. Not Alyssa. It's that wretched woman. Hikurad awkwardly agreed, yes, that wretched woman. Hikurad continued. I mean, when I was posting recruitment notices at the Adventurers Guild, someone kept asking me a lot of questions. Looking back, it might have been her in disguise. Bjorn was stunned. What? Hikurad admitted honestly. Actually, in the Blood Fissure we went through on our last run, I found an item called the Guard's Protective Gauntlet. That helped raise my adventurer rank. Thanks to its stats, I gained quite a bit of strength. The Guard's Protective Gauntlet is a rare item from floor 4 and above, part of the top 3,000 strongest items series. It has auxiliary attachments and special stats. Bjorn gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that while he was toiling killing monsters, this guy picked up an item worth 50 million crystal shards. This guy was incredibly lucky while he was unlucky. He demanded, why didn't you recognize her earlier? Hikurad hesitated. It's because she dressed quite differently than in the city. She wore priestly robes that were very dirty and torn all over. Torn exactly where they needed to be. Bjorn was speechless and contemptuous, thinking he didn't notice because he was infatuated with women. Hikurad continued, the tavern meeting could be eavesdropped on. She probably followed the team. Hikurad smiled wryly. Yeah, big rewards always bring trouble. That's true, Bjorn corrected. Don't blame others, it's your own carelessness. Hikurad felt guilty. I should have anticipated this. It's fine, there won't be a next time, now rest. There's a lot to do tomorrow. Bjorn ground his teeth anxiously, thinking this team is full of useless people if there's no next time. Despite his resentment, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. When a call woke him, Bjorn came to. Rotmuller looked at Bjorn, half asleep and bewildered. He slept too soundly. Even a berserker with strong spirit needs to stay more alert, right? Misha rubbed her head in wonder. You can sleep through all that noise. Bjorn, did the monsters appear while you were fixing the team? Rotmuller tipped his chin. Bjorn cast a cold, sweeping glance over there. A flock of level 9 dark fairies. They emit poisonous dust and status-inflicting toxins. In the game, they're not aggressively dangerous. Bjorn pondered and warned, if the dark fairies are gathering like that, it means he's nearby. Prepare for battle. Hikurad agreed. This doesn't look like an easy opponent, especially with those fairy monsters supporting them. Looks like Dwaki has something to do. Try calling him out. Hikyorod gathered his strength and used a power-enhancing skill. He summoned a divine hammer, a fierce lightning strike aimed at the fairies. They writhed in pain and screamed before finally turning into experience points. A pair of milky eyes watched silently. A monstrous cry echoed through the forest as a grotesque form emerged from the thick mist. Huge claws slammed hard into a tree. It was a level 7 half-giant. This monster only appears in the Witchwood, famed for hunting alongside packs of dark fairies. Hikyorod was terrified. Oh, it's so strong. The monster roared and lunged to attack. Hikyorod reacted quickly to block the strike, but his arm went numb. His face drained of color, and his joints felt like they were about to snap. He trembled and knelt down. Oh, it's too strong. Bjorn thought the short man couldn't endure pain as well as a berserker. Hikyorod endured well but was limited by his physique. Berserkers are highly valued in the Witchwood. Used to taking hits, the pain-amplifying effects increase their suffering. Most monsters here have high physical defense and cause mental disturbances. At this moment, the monster's resistance to physical damage made the team hard to handle. Hikyorod urgently called out, "Hey, where's the mage? Cast a spell." Lear Dwaki hurriedly, Done, wait a moment. He cast a freezing skill to boost power. He followed with an 8th tier damage spell, firing crackling bolts that downed the monster-level threat. Hikyorod inspected and saw there were no elixirs left. This was not an easy monster to deal with. Rotmiller urged, "Let's move, don't stay here. Resting in the Witchwood isn't good for us. Let's quickly get up to floor 4. Suddenly Rotmiller froze, furrowing his brow. He vaguely sensed an adventurer ahead. A familiar, gentle voice rang out. "Those adventurers are them." Karui approached with a group, pointing indignantly. "They are the ones who killed my companions. Bring me justice." The wary group posing as heroes warned, "Lady Alyssa, please step back." Bjorn was furious. That bastard was already troublesome. Now I have to deal with those fools too. A frontal attack would have no chance of winning. There was only one option left. He signaled to the others, "Hikyorod, use that thing." Hikyorod understood and immediately invoked the Guardian's arm. He gritted his teeth and swung, unleashing powerful, imposing bolts of lightning. Hikyorod acted as bait, drawing their attention while using the item so that harmful attacks aimed at teammates would be nullified. Bjorn shouted, "Now's our chance, everyone run." The group sprinted away. Misha fretted inwardly. "What? How did she catch up to us? Isn't your hiding spot in the Witchwood supposed to be very safe?" He pondered. "In this situation, once we enter the Witchwood alone, it would be very difficult if Alyssa chased our party. So she likely found some foolish adventurers by pretending to be a poor cleric who had lost companions to vicious bandits. Her plan was to have us fight those gullible fools who couldn't tell right from wrong, then take out both groups at once when both were exhausted." The more Bjorn thought, the more terrifying that woman seemed. Enough talk, run faster. He calculated carefully. The Guardian's arm pushback effect only had about 5 minutes left. It was nearly expired. They had only run a short distance when the Witchwood's pushback effect timed out. Rotmiller narrowed his eyes and activated his superior tracking sense. A Pathfinder would notice traces of monsters and enemies. Those people can guide the whole team through traps. They used existing knowledge, maze data, and countless past expedition experiences to find the best route. However, this only works from floor 3 upward. A true Pathfinder skill is discovering the secret routes within the Witchwood. That is the final gateway before reaching floor 4. Rotmiller's primary skill is tracking. He synchronizes his tracking stat and boosts it with Owl Essence. Rotmiller concentrated intensely, weaving through to find the way. Even in the disorienting Witchwood, where foliage blocks sight, he could still find a path to floor 4. Once his tracking reaches a certain level, he can sense residual magic traces on routes and use them to navigate. The Pathfinder with that other adventurer group also seemed skilled. He pinpointed our exact location. So they have to speed up now. Bjorn watched anxiously. The priority is to reach floor 4 and escape, but everyone looked exhausted. Misha panted, nearly out of breath from the exertion. Staggering, one foot slipped and the other struck a rock, and she fell down in pain. "Oh no." Bjorn anxiously ran over. "Are you okay?" Although Misha's foot was swollen, she hid it to avoid worrying the team. "I'm fine, just a cramp, don't worry. Everyone keep running." Without a word, he hefted her onto his shoulder. "HMPH, crampy little monkey. Obviously your ankle is twisted." Misha blushed and fumbled. "Bjorn." He cut in coldly, "Don't wriggle, stay still." Misha reddened and slumped down. "Okay." The worrying thing was the gloomy, misty scene ahead with no clear path. Wasn't the dwarf guide right in front of us? Misha, terrified, instantly realized. "Bjorn, did we lose the others?" He frowned and cursed. "Damn it, I just let my guard down for a second." She was so panicked she wanted to leap down and dash after them. "What are you waiting for? Chase them quickly." Bjorn tensely lit a torch. "Quiet, let me see the situation. Don't move like that." Rotmiller will notice we fell behind and will find us soon. They looked around, but only saw oppressive blackness. Bjorn wasn't pleased. Inwardly, he thought this was dangerous. Without a guide in the Witchwood, they couldn't find the path to floor 4. Misha anxiously pressed, "Bjorn, do we have to wait?" Suddenly a terrified shout echoed through the forest. He jolted and recognized the shout as the dwarf's voice. She panicked, sweating and pale. "Bjorn, what do we do now? Should we go help them?" Bjorn decisively objected. "Even if we follow the voice, we'll end up somewhere else. They're being attacked and won't have time to look for us. We need to get out of here first. When danger strikes, what's most important? Water, rations, hiding places, weapons. These are all important, but if I had to choose one, I'd pick morale." He panted, sprinting through the forest. Misha sobbed, clinging to his back. "No way, I can't die like this. I tried so hard, it would be such a wasted death." Bjorn gritted his teeth and tried to calm her. "Stay calm. In situations like this, the important thing isn't to deny reality, but to accept it calmly." She tormented herself with guilt. "If only I hadn't fallen." Bjorn yelled angrily, "Misha, if you don't want to die, then listen to me. My way of seeing things is pragmatic. We must focus on the present. First, find the recovery potion in my pack and drink it. Then you'll be able to move on your own." She wiped her eyes and obediently replied, "Understood." After a long run, when the surroundings quieted and danger seemed gone, he put her down. "We'll rest a moment." Misha, bewildered and breathless, drank the potion while still on the berserker's shoulder. "I thought I was dead." He asked with concern, "Is your leg okay? Can you fight now?" Misha nodded firmly. "I'm fine now." By the flickering fire, Bjorn silently calculated. "We've only been in the tower 4 days. The remaining days won't be easy, especially for a melee warrior and a berserker who specializes in endurance. We still have to survive 11 more days. The biggest problem is that most monsters here have high physical resistance and are agile, so it's hard for me to damage them. I really need elemental abilities." He frowned, reconsidering, then spoke up with a question. "Misha, are you married?" She blinked, bewildered. "Huh. Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" "Not yet. Do you have any beliefs like it's wrong to be intimate with another man before marriage or something?" Misha awkwardly scratched her face and hesitated. "That's hard to say." "Bjorn, you're asking strange things." He removed his hat and smiled. "Good." Bjorn began taking off his armor. Misha immediately panicked in shocked alarm. What does he mean by that? Seeing his teasing grin, she waved her hands frantically in protest. "Stop it, don't come near me." She hugged herself tight like a precious statue. "What are you going to do to me? I'm not ready, go away." To her surprise, he simply produced a ring. "Here, take this. This is the ring I saved for when I met the right person." Misha was stunned. "A ring? Why are you giving it to me?" He leaned in and spoke words that could be easily misunderstood. "By the guardian's soul. When you accept this ring, from now on you must stay by my side." Misha flinched, dizzy and shocked. "What? Bjorn, are you crazy?" Bjorn repeated seriously what he'd said before. "The moment you accept this ring, I swear as a warrior I will stay by and protect you, so I want you to do the same." She blushed but complied. "Are you serious? It's sudden, but I'm proud to accept. If that makes you happy, then good." Misha's face flushed like a tomato. "But Bjorn, I'm sorry. I never thought you'd be so bold. It's not that I hate you, but because you didn't." Bjorn, straightforwardly single by force, looked bewildered and confused. What did she just say? Misha yelled with practiced bravado, "I like skinny, handsome men." He jumped in surprise. What on earth is she saying? "You're not attractive to me, and not my type, you berserker." Bjorn, baffled and with no romantic intent, hurriedly waved his hands to explain. "There seems to be a misunderstanding. I didn't mean that. I only wanted to use the ring to formalize our relationship as companions." Misha was stunned. "Oh, really?" She fumbled awkwardly, rural and flustered. "Oh, I see. I kind of guessed." Bjorn added dryly, "Of course, if you give me an equivalent ring or 15 million spirit crystals, the pact ends." "Understand?" Misha was surprised. "What? How's that possible? That ring is worth 15 million spirit crystals." He seriously took her hand. 15 million spirit crystals is a bargain. It could fulfill your wish. If I hadn't played Dungeon and Stone for 10 years, I wouldn't pick it either. I'll help Misha awaken. The spirit ring is an item received from a special quest for Headmaster Artemian. At first it seemed like an ordinary item, but when destroyed, a unique effect appears. It seemed harmless, but repeated tests produced results. If a beastkin who hasn't formed a pact with a soul master wears the ring, an event will occur. Skadia, the ice beast, awakens. The frost beast offers to form a pact with Misha. She is excited and anxious. Of course, Misha reached out and lightly touched its face. "I accept the pact." Immediately, a biting snowstorm swept through. Powerful energy erupted, and Misha was engulfed in a surge of icy spirit energy, successfully forming the pact. Her body sinking to the ground, Misha exclaimed joyfully, Forming the pact was so easy. She asked, curious and bewildered, Bjorn, what exactly is this ring? Does something like this really exist? Why didn't my father ever tell me about this? Bjorn, adjusting his gear, shrugged. Maybe even he didn't know. She was astonished. He didn't know. He replied it seemed a mage had only recently discovered the effect after long research. She doubted it and asked how he knew and where he got the ring. Bjorn evaded and reminded her, put your clothes on first, then we'll talk. Misha looked down, embarrassed. Since when was I? He said slowly, I left a few outfits for you, so put them on. I also set some exploration gear beside them. Misha awkwardly remembered. Bjorn was also wearing some protective clothing. Ah, Bjorn, why am I naked? He calmly said, I took your pants off. I heard the ritual would destroy all your equipment. Misha shouted, then why did you ask about the wedding earlier? Bjorn answered reasonably, in case you already had a husband, I'd be furious. She accused him sharply. You knew this and didn't tell me more? Were you planning to take advantage of me? He stood up, preparing to look indolent. It was so rushed I forgot. Enough, aren't you going to say something to me? Misha whispered, I'm sorry. Bjorn barely heard it. What? She bashfully corrected herself. Thank you very much. She bashfully corrected herself. Thank you so much. Misha wondered, do I really have to say it louder? Suddenly she smiled and softly called Bjorn. I once tried to kill myself, but my father found me and saved my life. He curtly said she should be grateful to have a father. Misha circled, well, it wasn't exactly a pretty story. She continued, do you know what my father said first when I regained consciousness? I was dazed then. Oh, he darkened and snarled. Misha Karlstein, if you really want to die, then go die in that dungeon. How much more will you disgrace this family? Bjorn silently felt sympathy, realizing her situation was worse than he had thought. Misha leaned against a tree and gave a sad smile. That's why I entered the dungeon. Of course, I didn't intend to go looking for death like my father said. I just wanted to escape the family that hurt me. I thought if I became a famous, excellent adventurer, maybe my father would accept me as family. She watched the ice energy flicker in her movements. Of course, I don't know if he'd still accept me now that I have this, but that doesn't matter anymore. Misha stepped forward, bowed solemnly, thank you, Bjorn. I will treasure and repay your kindness until my dying day. He snorted with a laugh. Swear on the spirit guardian. Misha beamed and emphasized, I swear on the spirit guardian. When a beastkin forms a pact with a soulmaster, they usually gain a summoned enhancement or a skill. But Misha received an enhancement, and she nimbly combined her old techniques with the new ice energy. Her form struck a chilling blow. Into the monster, the cry of the ice dragon rang out, and the monster was felled instantly. Bjorn tucked his mouth in satisfaction, thinking the team finally had an elemental attacker and could now deal with spirit-type monsters. Spirit monsters are easier to handle since they're lower rank. Misha defeated the demon but felt bewildered. Every hit felt strange to her. Bjorn leisurely sought more experience, thinking Misha fighting alone would free his hands to deal with other monsters. Like during the Berserker's soul phase, a beastkin's soul also develops in stages for Misha. At the early stage, before channeling ice into her weapon, as a martial fighter she could do more with the beast spirit. But fighting alone in the witch forest is a problem. Seeing the new group of monsters, she panicked. Bjorn, they're coming. Both of them hastily ran off. He shouted, we need to get out of here. Roger. Bjorn gritted his teeth to steel himself, thinking survival. It's only just beginning. About 11 hours passed. In the dark forest, they chose to fight when enemies were few and run when they gathered in numbers. They slew countless monsters with coordinated teamwork, and their experience points rose rapidly. After the battles, Misha was lethargic, cracking her joints, utterly exhausted. Bjorn sat down to rest and quickly gathered up the spirit crystals. He held the crystals and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking how lucky they hadn't encountered the level 7 Nunkarui, who still showed no sign of pursuing them. But the spirit ring vanished when the monster awakened. The ring's disappearance triggered the passive skill release of the corpse golem. Bjorn frowned, sensing acidic blood beginning to corrode his chest armor, while his Tier 2 shield also started to rust. He worried, thinking he still hadn't found a replacement elemental essence. The fatigue that had been building up in Misha, it became increasingly clear that Bjorn's condition wasn't improving. He estimated only about a 30% chance of surviving back to the city. If you've been wandering in the forest for 12 hours, an abnormal status will appear due to the witch forest's influence. Bjorn took a rope and instructed Nis, tie this rope around your waist. If you're separated, tug the rope to signal me. She knew about the abnormal status from staying long in the witch forest and nodded, carefully tying it tight. I know their vision is limited and everything spins hazily, Bjorn said tensely. Then let's go. From now on we can't waste any more time. The land is afflicted by the detrimental witch's eye effect, the real reason the witch forest is so hard to traverse. Getting lost is caused by this effect. The effect is simple. If you stand still in an area for a period, a level 7 Carnivaro will appear and attack. That interval shortens as the witch's eye effect level rises. He and Misha had spent 70 hours in the witch forest. The abnormal status reached level 5, and the obscuring effect intensified. On the afternoon of the third day in the witch forest, Bjorn was exhausted. It had been 60 hours since splitting from the caravan, and they were still stuck here. And we were still wandering in the forest. Because the witch's eye abnormality had been triggered, we couldn't stop to rest. At level 5, the spawn interval is about 10 minutes, rest, and it appears. By calculation, it takes about 15 minutes to deal with one monster, which means stopping would lead to being surrounded and killed. Another change from being forced to wander in the disorienting witch forest was that I tied a rope between myself and Misha. This way, if one of us fell behind or got lost, we'd find each other faster. Misha was at her limit, her face pale and struggling to breathe. Bjorn, please slow down a bit, I'm exhausted. He agreed, all right. Glancing at Misha, Bjorn assessed carefully. Her condition was worsening. She'd been drained since morning, not from illness or serious injury, but her stamina had reached its limit. After all, she was a woman. The rope tugged harshly around her waist, causing her pain. Misha tensed and let out a soft groan. Bjorn worried that even though he'd slowed the pace, the rope stayed taut because she couldn't keep up. At that slow a pace, she still couldn't keep up. Of course, it was hard for her, fighting alone and enduring the forest's disruptive illusions in this haze of phantom bones. He decisively decided to call out, "Come rest here quickly." She looked like a startled fawn. "Huh." Bjorn reminded her, "Maybe it'd be better if you doze for a bit." She hesitated awkwardly. "But Bjorn, if I do that, I'll be even more tired when the monsters." Without lengthy complaints like last time, he simply lifted her up. Misha startled in panic. "What?" He carried her on his back reassuringly. "Get on. I'll carry you for a while, take the chance to rest." Seeing her reluctance, he thought she'd normally resist, but she seemed too exhausted. Misha inhaled deeply. "Thank you so much." After 87 hours in the witch forest, the abnormal status was pushed to level 6. It had been 17 hours since I'd been carrying Misha through the witch forest. This was too exhausting for me. The sour trees screamed non-stop. "Die, die, 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 you pathetic things, maggots, die, worthless murderers." Bjorn panted, his face gloomy. He was nearing his own limit of endurance if they didn't quickly find that thing. Suddenly a sweet female voice rang out, striking straight at his mind. "Why don't you leave her behind, my love?" He was startled to recognize the voice as coquettish. "I've even fulfilled your lifelong wish already for you. What does she have that's better than me? I can tell just by looking." Bjorn sweat profusely, bewildered that his ex-girlfriend from a past life was appearing here. This wasn't even like an illusion anymore. His ex began to attack. Maybe she feared being abandoned again, had her family done so. Bjorn swallowed dryly, feeling as if touching her would let him feel her body heat. She kept writhing seductively. "Oh, darling, come here and let me massage you. Then all your fatigue will vanish." He had to admit all her gestures were exactly like hers in his past life. She took the initiative and moved close. That was always her. "My love, I always try to understand and sympathize with people. Haven't I gone a bit overboard? I never tell you what I want." Seeing her sulky expression, he softened. She was still the same. He knew her well. "I love every inch of your body," she said, sweeping back her bewitching hair. "We've had so many intimate moments together, haven't we?" Then she gently reached out to stroke his cheek. She fondled his firm thighs. "Look, I've changed my socks. I always liked you dressed like this." Bjorn was flustered, his face burning. Damn, is this really her? For a moment, his first thought on seeing his ex was sexual desire. His ex dove into his arms, whispering, "Forget that wild girl and come back to me. Stay with me tonight, my love." Bjorn was completely overwhelmed. His belongings fell off him. She hugged him tightly. "Other girls don't understand what you want." "Right." Bjorn felt his blood boil as if steaming. "Are you serious?" She lightly stroked his lips. "Isn't that right, my love? I'll make you feel no more tired." In the heat of the moment, a piercing scream cut through. Bjorn snapped back to his senses. A forceful punch sent her chin flying. She was blown backward. Bjorn's heart pounded in astonishment. Was this an illusion too? Misha leapt up and unleashed a flurry of kicks, sending the dryad flying. "Die," she ordered, calming him. "It's okay," Bjorn said, excitement returning. Boasting of her deed, "I handled that dryad, wake up now." He trembled, his face paling. A dryad, a rare level 8 monster in the witch forest, had used a charm skill. The dryad was defeated, and they gained bonus experience points. Bjorn hastily put his gear back on, frightened. No wonder the illusion looked so real. It wasn't an environmental effect, but the dryad's charm skill. He looked at Misha. "Thank you. Without you, I'd have been lost long ago." She smiled shyly. "You're welcome." Suddenly, Misha saw something surprising. Bjorn looked. An exploration team was approaching. He marveled with curiosity, the first expedition team they'd seen since getting lost. The archer scratched his head. "Just the two of you?" He smiled in greeting. "Oh, looks like you're lost." Bjorn was wary. The witch forest was vast and unsuitable as hunting ground. So few people came here, and meeting another expedition was rare. It was already the 8th day on this floor, so most teams heading to the 4th floor would have passed through this forest by now. Stove spoke up to inquire, "You two got separated from your team?" He nodded. "I must remind myself not to trust them easily." Misha giggled excitedly. "Bjorn, we're saved, right?" He whispered sternly, calm. Noticing his wariness, the group hurriedly waved their hands to reassure him. "Don't worry, we're not bad people. We have children in the city to care for too. Don't be too anxious, you two must be tired. Come here." Bjorn replied bluntly, "I refuse. If they have children, it's even more dangerous. Having children to care for means more incentive to earn money." Misha questioned in confusion, "Bjorn, why are you doing this? They'll help us." He cleared his throat to warn her, "Be quiet." He felt conflicted and awkward. How should one act when meeting other adventurers? He'd pondered it a lot, but the conclusion was always the same. If a deal involved a reward and paying them to guide us out of the forest, they'd probably accept for the right price. But to negotiate, he needed to know who they were and whether they were trustworthy. He decided to introduce himself. "I'm Bjorn Yandel." The blond man smiled. "You're cautious, huh? I'm Hans Stove. I'm the scout of the team." He was startled. His name was Hans. The man laughed and nodded. "That name is common, isn't it?" Bjorn gritted his teeth tensely. Why are there so many Hans in this world? He'd met 2 other Hans before, and both had died by his hand. A bad name docked 1 point of credibility. 2 warriors, an archer and a scout. The 2 forced smiles were awkward. Horrified, he realized their formation was dangerous. In the dark forest night, 2 silhouettes faced them, well-equipped soldiers whose heavy presence was overwhelming. These people were extremely dangerous. Bjorn Yandel gritted his teeth and instructed Misha, "Misha, follow my decision." She replied softly, "Okay." He tensed, thinking not to be overly suspicious, but something felt off. He spoke first to find a way to retreat. "You should leave, we'll be going on ahead." The group awkwardly withdrew. "Weren't we trying to help you? Why are you leaving?" Bjorn sensed nothing good. The longer he stayed with them, his intuition screamed that they were the threat. He declined politely, "No need, we can handle ourselves." He turned to Misha. "Misha, let's go." She quickly nodded, "All right." Suddenly, an arrow whistled out of the darkness. It shot toward Bjorn, but he blocked it in time with his shield. Just as he suspected, the people before them had ill intent. He cursed inwardly. These were not ordinary adventurers. The helmeted leader panicked. "What the hell are you doing?" He glanced contemptuously. "You fool, don't you see the gear they have?" The old woman ogled Bjorn's gear greedily. "Those are Rytinium-made items. Do you know how much they're worth?" The helmeted man tried to restrain his comrades. "We're all old adventuring friends here." Hans Stove stepped forward with his sword. "Kid, if you can't do it, then step aside." They scrutinized Bjorn's equipment. One asked, "What's in the bag, you madman?" Another explained, "That's an expansion pouch. That's so expensive you couldn't buy it with a year's worth of grinding." The helmeted man was flustered. "I don't know how, but I still can't bring myself to attack them." The archer sneered and aimed at Bjorn. "Then get lost." The armored man wielding a heavy weapon supported the old woman. "I'll take it with you. This isn't the first time I've done this. Our finances are bad too." Seeing the danger, Misha urged Bjorn, "Bjorn, we should run." Bjorn held a defensive stance, thinking the chance of defeating them was low, 2 against 5 and still exhausted from the previous trial. He scanned the surroundings and saw scouts in the distance, so fleeing would be hard. There was only one way left. He whispered to Misha, "Buy me some time, Misha." She trusted him despite not knowing the plan, understood. He cautiously pretended to negotiate. Wait, let's negotiate. I'll give you the bag, and this shield, just spare our lives." Misha suddenly burst into tears and begged, "Kill this madman and leave me. I'm the merfolk envoy princess, spare me. I'll give you even more money." Bjorn froze, thinking she was only acting. Misha's eyes welled with tears. "Please." Hans Stove questioned skeptically, "A merfolk princess? What now?" The old woman angry, "What else? Kill the pair and spare them, they won't report us, right?" 2 others moved with hungry expressions. "If she's a princess, she must have something valuable, right?" They rushed forward to fight over the prize. "Whoever finds it first gets it." Bjorn raised his shield before his chest, thinking they wouldn't stall and were charging faster. There was no choice but to fight. Suddenly Carnivaro appeared with a horrific face, roaring, "Die!" A level 6 Carnivaro monster. The group preparing to attack Bjorn froze. Hans Stove was horrified. How did these Carnivaro monsters appear so quickly? We only paused a moment. Bjorn cursed silently, thinking them stupid to expect monsters only after 10 minutes. He hurriedly turned to Misha, trembling, "Misha, cling to me." She obeyed, okay. Bjorn gripped his shield and charged, thinking escape was futile. Carnivaro would pursue relentlessly once engaged. He carried Misha on his back, vaulted past it, and sped forward. The Hands group was stunned. What the why, don't come over here. Bjorn used them as bait to lure Carnivaro, and then fled. They panicked when he attacked. What's wrong with this guy? Bjorn unleashed a flurry of skills and exhaled, thinking Carnivaro's target had switched. Now it was their problem. Carnivaro drove its staff into the ground, and dense demonic energy emerged. Hand Stove clutched his bleeding head, warning not to move. There are magic mines everywhere. What about the others? Hand Stove anxiously said to deal with Carnivaro first. They couldn't run far. Bjorn assessed the situation behind them, thinking the magic mines were hard to avoid. But he had planned for this, running over the minefield from the start. He gritted his teeth and accelerated. Misha suddenly noticed something wrong and shouted, "Bjorn, your leg." Carnivaro let out a demonic roar and struck its second blow. The hunting hounds crazily lunged out. Hand Stove cursed, "Damn it." Son of a, he couldn't defend and was torn apart by the hounds. The armored man panicked, "Damn, there are mines so we can't run." A bloody massacre unfolded. They collapsed, clutching their heads in terror. "Sir, I don't want to die." "Stop." The hounds tore bodies apart, limbs scattered. A small-mouthed hound drooled and chased down Bjorn, biting into his leg. He didn't look back. He used a finishing move and the beast exploded. He ran, panting and panicked, thinking he'd lost feeling in his leg. Bjorn looked down and thought his leg was gone. He couldn't run anymore. He stopped and decided to change the plan, telling Misha, "Clean them up." She nodded, "Got it." Bjorn leaned over to let Misha jump down. He instructed, "Deal with them quickly and come back." Misha rushed forward, cursing, "Die." She sprang up, gathered momentum, and unleashed a skill in a single strike. Wounding it, she carefully surveyed the scene. The 5 corpses of the adventurers sprawled and writhing on the ground, begging for mercy. The old woman wept with trembling hands. "Save me. Please give me a potion." Misha looked at her coldly. The woman begged, "Save me, I'll pay you later." Her voice broke as blood spurted out. Misha returned to Bjorn and poured medicine into the wound, worried. "Bjorn, are you really all right? This wound, one potion won't fix it." He endured the pain and reassured her, "I'm fine." Bjorn pondered, thinking the wound would heal quickly thanks to the vampiric mana essence. Misha stared in shock, witnessing it. What the hell? His legs regrowing. Even a high-grade potion couldn't do that. He calculated silently, vampiric mana essence plus the berserker regeneration trait at 150. No potion needed. Given time, the wound will heal. Misha suspected Bjorn. What exactly is he? Even after taking potions, he no longer felt pain. He lied about the medicine, claiming it was berserker spirit. Memories returned. After taking potions, he also didn't cry from pain due to his endurance, but the outcome was the same. In a short time, his leg recovered, and he put his boot back on. With his hands, he tied the rope tightly and said to Misha, "Get out of here before Carnivaro returns." Misha asked, "But Bjorn, how did you know those adventurers were dangerous?" The rope was tied around their waists to avoid getting separated. He calmly explained, "One of them was named Hands. I have a dislike for that name." Misha was puzzled. He kept walking without looking back, and because of that they escaped. She recalled the group thoughtfully. She had suddenly turned 180 degrees, but maybe she had once been good. Bjorn suppressed her emotions. If we hadn't looked weak, if we didn't have valuable items, if we'd met in the city rather than in the labyrinth, she might have been a good person, he thought, but she was the one who started the attack. Misha said sadly, "I don't understand." He turned and asked her, "Why did you enter the labyrinth?" She replied without thinking, "I have to earn money." He added, "So do they." He pondered. The image of the guillotine appeared, a bloody scene no one wanted to remember. Money meant protection in this harsh world. The memory surfaced of their fake smiles. "We have children too, don't worry, look out for each other on the road." He understood they didn't just protect themselves, but earned money for their children. He quietly said to Misha, "This trip has weighed on me. I've learned a lot." They reached the Witch Forest with 109 hours of survival time remaining. Misha noticed something and called to Bjorn. She approached the large tree ahead and looked at him happily. Found it. Misha was moved and speechless. Bjorn looked up and breathed a sigh of relief. This was the only safe place to rest in the Witch Forest. The witch's hut. Bjorn quickly cast a spell, praying nothing would go wrong. His hand touched the rough trunk and the tree glowed. A notification appeared. The player is entering the witch's hut. The witch's house appears randomly in the Witch Forest and lasts for about 8 hours. It is a place where environmental effects don't apply, monsters don't appear, and this safe zone is very hard to find. This is the only refuge in the Witch Forest. It took a while to find the first hut, but thanks to Misha, the second was found quickly, and exactly 53 hours remained until the labyrinth closed. Bjorn and Misha had just stepped into the hut when it shut because it had reached the 5-person limit. The scene inside was picturesque. She happily looked around, marveling for the third time without getting bored. While she was excitedly monologuing, Bjorn suddenly cut her off, stern. Misha fell silent. "Stay there, is someone else here?" She panicked. "What? How do you know?" Bjorn peered into the house to investigate. The witch's hut allows a maximum of 5 people inside. If there are more, the entrance closes. Misha was alarmed and worried. "So someone else is here?" He nodded. "Yeah, let's find them." Treading carefully, he accidentally discovered a crutch and a discarded helmet thrown onto the flower meadow. Bjorn froze and searched his memory. These people were the ones traveling with Alyssa. His condition looked terrible. What had happened? Misha ran over and reported, "Bjorn, there are more people inside. They look like the group that chased us earlier." He pondered and advised, "Just knock them out first." Then without hesitation, smash one straight on the head. Misha watched silently as he struck the man repeatedly, not missing a hit, and puzzled asked, "Is that called knocking someone out?" After a while, the group had been beaten into a pitiful state, all squashed into one spot. "Beaten that badly and still alive." Misha added, "But since they were nearly dead, maybe no need to revive them." He was silent and pulled out a vial, pouring it straight onto their heads. A stabbing, numbing pain shot into their brains, snapping them awake as they screamed in agony. He sat down with a cold expression, awake now. The knight stammered, You are that berserker." His mind immediately raced. He wailed miserably, explaining, "It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. We were all manipulated by that woman. When we captured your group, there were only 3 people there. To keep them from escaping, I ambushed the one who looked like a scout and caused some injuries to him." He hurriedly added, "The wound wasn't deep, just a scratch on the shoulder." Then, as before, a light from somewhere repelled us and they panicked. "What the?" It turns out Hikurod used some kind of divine gauntlet item. When I came to, our scout had been pierced through the head by an ice spear. He screamed in horror, "How dare they?" Bjorn guessed that Hikurod's group had escaped. The scream then was probably when Rotmiller was injured. The man trembled as he continued, "Losing our scout, we couldn't pursue and had to fumble through the forest. But things got complicated. About 2 days after the fog began, Alyssa suddenly turned depraved, seducing and bewitching one of them. Alyssa, as soon as he let his guard down, she strangled him, drained his spirit, and the bone specters beneath her command rose from the earth. The others panicked, asking, "What is happening?" Hans now recalls seeing his comrade drained dry. I immediately recognized her ecstatic smile. "That woman is clearly a villain of Karui." He knelt low, "Van, it's all our fault for being manipulated and seduced by that woman. I swear, we never intended to rob anyone." Bjorn cut him off coldly and silently. He sobbed and shouted, "Thinking about it, I still haven't forgiven myself. We're fools for falling into her trap. Of course we'll compensate for the damages. Please spare us." Misha whispered, "Whatever you do, I support you." Bjorn hesitated. "What should we do? Since arriving in this world, I've killed many people. But those were situations where I was in danger, and the enemies couldn't be saved. But these people, even if they've caused a lot of trouble, none of them are dead yet." They look at him with tears in their eyes, begging, "Please, I beg you." Indeed, this situation is different from before. Would killing them be right? Bjorn felt as if he stood between 2 sides, judged by his conscience. Bjorn's ego growled, "Does right and wrong matter here? Killing them is easier than having to watch them, isn't it?" The humane part of him vehemently protested, "Why overthink it? Clearly killing is wrong." Bjorn pondered for a moment, awaiting a verdict. He glanced at Misha and asked, "Misha, what do you think?" She frowned, "I can't trust them. Whether it was a mistake or not, they all tried to kill us. I don't think these people should be forgiven." He fell silent. "Is that so? I understand. Go with the Buddha in robes, walk with a ghost in paper clothes." He tightened his grip on his weapon. "In other words, you must die." The man was stunned and panicked. "We said it was a misunderstanding." He decisively struck down. "Maybe we're mistaken this time, but who knows what you'd do to me if I let you go." Thick, foul blood splattered, even onto his face. He stood silently, watching the messy scene before him. He had known this from the moment he woke in this body. Bjorn realized he now had to live up to that name, not just the name, but become the berserker. It's the only way to survive here. Misha noticed his hand trembling and stepped forward. "Bjorn, are you okay? Your hand is shaking." His gaze darkened. He replied curtly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He gathered his gear. Later, a terrified scream from Misha echoed through the hut. She looked bewildered as he dragged several corpses. "What are you doing?" Bjorn dragged 3 bodies to the hearth and threw them in. The first offering was made. The witch's hut extended its duration by 8 hours. The flames roared and consumed the man. He stood silently watching the flickering fire. "Just like in the game, I knew it. Now we have 2 more logs. We can rest at least another 24 hours. Misha, alarmed, witnessed his strange actions. "Bjorn, are you really okay?" Seeing her lingering in a corner, he removed his helmet and asked, puzzled, "Why are you still standing there? You should rest. Saying that, he lay face down on the bed, soft and warm, relaxing comfortably. Indeed, you should sleep on a bed. His mind was still tangled. Earlier, there was no more hesitation. He had chosen to abandon his former civilized self and become a berserker in order to survive in this terrible world. There was no other way. A series of memories from his past life returned. Images of him diligent and professional, sitting at work. Then the memory of the first time he met his lover appeared, eating and drinking heartily with her, living peaceful days by her side, and even sleeping with her. Those carefree, worry-free times were truly peaceful. Back in the present, he jolted awake. Bjorn gasped, stunned. Below him, Misha was still nuzzling against him, sleeping soundly. Bjorn, terrified, couldn't sleep anymore and slowly sat up. He frowned. Was it a dream? In this body, I have to fight monsters to survive. This is my life now. He glanced at the clock. Have I slept nearly 7 hours? Only then did Bjorn notice Misha dozing beside him. When did this kid climb up here? Was sleeping on the chair not satisfying enough? He sighed and shook her. Misha, wake up. She groggily complained. 5 more minutes. He grew annoyed, blood boiling, and shouted like a sonic cannon. Wake up, wake up. Misha, dizzy, protested. Stop shaking me, you brute. About 24 hours before the labyrinth closed, and 1 hour before the witch hut sealed, he and Misha were nibbling on rations. The day had finally come. Endure today and they could escape the forest and return to the city. She excitedly complained about how inconvenient the forest was. I want to shower as soon as we get back. Bjorn, what will you do when we return? He shrugged indifferently. When they finished, they quickly left the witch hut. The environmental effect activated immediately. As soon as they emerged, both were horrified. The entire forest lost its gloomy tones and turned blood red. Terrifying. Misha froze. Bjorn, what's wrong? He gritted his teeth, sweating with fear. Damn, this is a scene transition. At the same time, in the real world, lines of text kept jumping up on the screen. A series of offering notifications had been raised for the hut up to the 7th offering. The final line confirmed. 7 offerings had been completed. Over here, a massive monster imbued with enormous dark mana had awakened. Awakens, the lord of chaos and ruler of this land, had appeared. The chaotic lord Awakens emerged swiftly. The creature had long fur, 2 horns flanking its face, and a sharp, menacing tail. In the game, it's known as the master of the 3rd floor. Each floor has its own unique boss. Awakens shouted hoarsely in terror. The monster that rules this land. She stressed, no way, I've heard there are no monster lords on the 3rd floor. Bjorn Jandal turned his face nonchalantly. Not only is it real, it also has its own summoning method. His gaze darkened and his voice grew serious. If some madman on this floor summoned it, the casualties here won't be small. He paused, muttering that Awakens was a 3rd floor boss. Recalling his memories he shared, this doesn't just affect the 3rd floor. Once summoned, it will sweep through the dungeons, wreaking destruction until it's defeated. He continued, when the portals are about to shut, escaping to another floor is impossible. 3rd floor adventurers face the risk of massacre and must unite. Misha blurted out, what? Then why did the monster lord appear now? Misha asked. Bjorn, tense and puzzled by her reaction, replied that it was probably because of them. He remembered the cremation scene in the witch hut's fireplace. It's a summoning condition for Awakens. Didn't we burn those bodies in the hut's oven? That's one of the summoning conditions for this monster. Misha cried in shock. What did you say? Bjorn pressed his lips together, tense and unable to explain. Didn't the information he had say the last summoning was over 10 years ago, so he thought burning those 3 bodies wouldn't matter much. But who knew some idiot had burned a 4th corpse? Misha loudly demanded, Bjorn, what did you do? The madman you mentioned earlier was you. Now we're all about to die because of you. Bjorn hung his head, cold sweat pouring. I didn't know someone else had done what I did and burned up to 4 corpses, which is why we're screwed like this. And by the way, don't tell anyone about this. If it gets out that we summoned this worm lord, we're done with the other adventurers. If we hadn't rested in the witch's hut, we'd both be dead. He reminded trembling Misha, now we can leave the forest without needing a scout. So get out of here as fast as possible. He said slowly, certainly. If we want to live, we have to head to the Orc territory, the silver badge of the Dizarwi Guild, representing a major guild operating on the 6th floor. With hundreds of senior members, a level 4 house bearing this badge sits at the center. Bjorn explained, we can't go alone. If we accidentally run into the boss lord, we'll be finished. If we want to increase our chances of survival, even a little, we must rely on the Dizarwi Guild. He bitterly thought not all Dizarwi members are concentrated at the Orc territory on the 3rd floor, but to control the hunting grounds at least 10 people were dispatched. Misha worriedly reported, there are too many people here. Bjorn, the old man stood above, clasping his hands to reassure them. Everyone remained calm and follow the instructions. The more he spoke, the paler everyone grew. Someone shouted, "Among you I heard there's a high-level mage. Please use a spatial teleport gate. I'll pay any fee." One furious man swore at whoever summoned the monster lord. "I'll kill them myself." Another worried, "What will we do now? How can we fight it?" Someone else added, "The Dizari Guild is a big guild. They won't just kick us outright." Bjorn sighed helplessly, witnessing the chaos. A woman pressed her hands together in prayer, and light spread from somewhere, surrounding the area. Iggy Draus grabbed the badge to reassure them. "Everyone please stay calm. This is the safest shelter. Our priest has cast a purging ward to clear the monsters here, and our guild scouts are guarding the surrounding area. If any worm appears, they will warn us immediately." He placed his hand on the table. "The third-floor dungeon will close for a while. In the meantime, the Dizari Guild, per treaty with the Crown and the Adventurers Association, will do its best to ensure as many adventurers as possible return alive and safe." Everyone listened intently. Yagi Draus emphasized loudly, "However, if anyone disobeys our control and causes disruption, we have no choice but to forcefully expel that person from the safe zone. So please understand us. We have no choice but to forcefully expel that person from the safe zone. So please understand us." The priest's purging spell allows humans to enter and exit freely, but blocks monsters with a powerful magical barrier. A strange sound came from the trunk of a tree. Bjorn and Misha rested against the tree. They weren't worried about being expelled now. But Bjorn couldn't relax. He thought problems would arise soon. He seriously asked Misha, "Yeah, just asking, but are you confident in your hearing?" Misha beamed, pointing to her ear. "I'm not sure, but people sometimes tell me they like my ears." Bjorn awkwardly wondered what she meant. He clarified, "I mean, can you hear from far away or perceive sounds well?" Misha blushed shyly. "Oh, that? Yeah, I'm confident about that." He glanced at her and added, "Then listen carefully to the nearby crowd and tell me if they share any useful information." A question from behind caught his attention. "Has the third-floor monster lord's appearance been 10 years ago, right?" The other person answered, "I wonder which madman caused this. But luckily a guild from the 6th floor arrived in time. Otherwise we'd be dead." That person was unfazed. Who would have thought low-level adventurers like us would witness a wide area purification spell with our own eyes? A smile tugged at his lips. A powerful guild truly stands apart. Bjorn frowned, watching coldly, thinking that if things on the 3rd floor hinge on this, it's worth betting on them to get through it. Turning, he saw Misha sleeping deeply, drooling. He fell silent, helpless, and pulled his hand away, causing Misha to topple. A loud thud rang out. Misha blinked, clutching her head. "What happened?" Bjorn said casually, "It's about to start." Misha asked again, "What's happening?" "What do you mean?" He ordered without explanation, "Look around." They saw a crowd of about 500 people gathered, probably all the 3rd-floor adventurers. Misha asked worriedly, "So what does that mean for us?" Bjorn explained gravely, "You see, even a strong guild can't handle 500 people. Now there are 500, let's see how they control this crowd." The old man raised his voice. "All adventurers, please pay attention." Everyone listened intently. He said, "Thanks to the purging rite, this place is a safe zone within the 3rd floor. But our priest wishes to see everyone here show reverence to the deity." A smile creased his lips. "The sign of that reverence is 1,000,000 spirit gems per person, payable immediately. You may pay here with mana stones or equivalent items." Bjorn didn't react but admired inwardly. Clever. No adventurer carries 1,000,000 spirit gems. They controlled the crowd by confiscating equipment first. He announced that the 1,000,000 spirit gems would serve as both an offering and everyone's protection fee, even if it costs you some gear or potions. He invited them, saying there was nothing to worry about while inside the safe zone protected by them. Bjorn covered his mouth with a sardonic smile, thinking that even a powerful purging rite was nothing against a monster lord. They couldn't defeat Lyakes, but here they must heed the control. Mischievously, Misha rummaged through Bjorn's backpack. He told her to set aside necessary consumables like bandages, and only pull out things we don't need to hand over. Misha eagerly hugged the pile of items. Bjorn snatched back a purple cap. Lucky, no need to remove the helmet thanks to the found gear. He glanced at her. Besides, without these items, would they starve on the next expedition? He sat under the tree, thinking comfortably how insane it was to demand 1,000,000 spirit gems just to stay alive temporarily. Flames flared as those who refused to pay the protection fee gathered, plotting to flee. Misha casually reported, "I already paid their fee." Bjorn praised her, satisfied, "Good job." He stroked his chin, analyzing the scene. Misha sat down nonchalantly. 300 people paying 1,000,000 spirit gems each equals 300 million spirit gems, reducing crowd chaos and making a fortune, two birds with one stone. He thought that even here people must pray. If Awakens arrives, it's the end. Bjorn scratched his head, reasoning that the third floor was vast, so they estimated a low chance of encountering Awakens. Those who left or stayed hoped for the best. He reflected that he always plans for the worst. Hopping people here would fight rather than flee. Usually imagined scenarios don't come true, but this time he wished for safety. Bjorn fell silent, thinking he'd never imagined this would actually happen. He remembered the reign of despair, Awakens' inner aura, the rising smoke. That skill deals wide area damage, turns the area into a wasteland, and removes beneficial effects. The system's exposure warnings keep increasing the chance of afflictions. Misha trembled, calling weakly Bjorn. Awakens, massive in size with a savage face, charged forward, barring razor-sharp teeth. Everyone panicked. A trembling person revealed it was the leader. "Hurry, stop it." The girl cried, eyes filled with tears, biting her lip. "Don't tell me you're going to abandon us and run. I don't want to die yet." The other barked without fear. "You confiscated our gear and promised to protect us, so take responsibility." The damned Awakens approached the old man. He thought it had come here. The expedition was about to become a slaughter. He shouted, "The monster Lord Awakens has arrived. Give me all the items I've prepared." They held rolls of high-grade power support scrolls. The staff in his hand glowed as he lunged forward without hesitation. Bjorn watched from afar, worried, nodding numerous offensive and defensive scrolls. Consumables were cataloged and rare support gear prepared. In a minute, 10 million spirit gems vanished into smoke. The old man raised his staff loudly. "We have enough support items. Don't be afraid. We all must survive and return. Everyone unite and cooperate." Bjorn tightened his grip on his weapon, smiling at their resolve. He told himself he wasn't alone and considered the worst-case scenario. For the first time, he felt a relief like receiving help. No one on their faces showed fear or tension. The adventurers were battle-hardened veterans who had survived countless fights. What would a real group hunt look like? Not like in the game. Awakens didn't hold back and charged. The villagers froze in terror when they saw his massive form. "Is this a nightmare? We're going to die." A voice warned not to try to block him. He began using his ultimate, spewing a red substance from his mouth. A voice shouted, "Dodge that move." Wherever it went, the ground crumbled into 100 pieces. The old man luckily avoided its strike and called out, "Are the Leos mages ready?" Melee fighters and tanks avoided direct confrontation with the boss, only blocking its weaker, harassing attacks. A voice suddenly cried out, "Amid this chaos, use the healing potions." The man who just escaped death exclaimed, "For God's sake, don't hit it head-on. Warriors must return to the front line to take the hits." After being healed, even the wounded cannot rest. Two soldiers quickly moved in without hesitation or fear. Of course, not everyone could do that. One trembled, eyes brimming with tears, blurted, "Damn it, you can't die like this." The old man, slightly worried, called out a reminder, "Don't be distracted, focus on the fight." Current situation. A warrior was instantly killed, trampled by the worm after being stunned by its roar. 3 archers were lost after being hit by Awakens' deadly, toxin-laden breath. Bjorn watched intently. There had been 4 casualties. Wasn't that too dangerous? Bastards took our million spirit gems and run things like this. They were deploying the safest possible formation. When facing the boss, the frontline warriors held very firmly, and the mages kept attacking continuously to drive the monster back. Suddenly, a massive light erupted as Awakens prepared to strike. Then the old man's voice rang out again. "Stop attacking. We mustn't let it feel threatened. Destroy the dark orbs first. The dark spheres are a major problem, high damage and many projectiles at once, hard to defend." He repeated, "Don't attack Awakens, break those orbs, control your fire to prevent it from entering Phase 2. Awakens was still attacking wildly. Whatever they did hadn't stopped him yet. He was so tense, cold sweat beaded on his brow. They knew that strategy still worked. If this continued, they might actually hold out until the maze reopened. Bjorn held the item in his hand, lost in thought. Just 1 more hour until the maze reopened. He was somewhat amazed. With total casualties at 11, that's 20% of their forces, but that was still acceptable when facing a boss like this. But even so, someone panicked and cursed the incompetent fools. Those beside him, despite their fear, joined in the insults. "How many have died? Are we next?" Bjorn pondered. The real problem was panic beginning to spread through the crowd as they saw so many deaths. He recalled the earlier scene. Every time Awakens struck, countless adventurers, even those who paid the protection fee, died. In his view, it was their own fault. They had clustered too closely and couldn't dodge when the dark orb arrived. Misha spoke in a low voice, saying the atmosphere around that group didn't look good. "Should we do something?" Then he added, "Wait, I'm thinking." They began arguing with each other. We can't just stand by. If you want to live, work together. Too many have died, we have to do something to protect ourselves. But how, when the Dzarwi Guild has taken all our equipment? Their faces flushed red. Some shed tears, pale and white, while others glared in fury. The pile of silver defensive weapons before them glittered and flashed. Bjorn must have sensed something and quietly gave an order. "Misha, we have to leave now." She looked bewildered, not understanding. Now, suddenly a voice from the villagers shouted, "What the hell are you doing? 2 soldiers are blocking the way." Another spoke to calm them. "Please stay calm. If you don't move, everyone will be in danger." No sooner had he finished than someone couldn't hold back and started cursing, charging a protection fee and breaking your promise. Those bastards then shouted, "We have to get out of here. Return our gear now. Hurry so we can protect ourselves." The soldiers panicked as hands reached for them. Before anyone finished speaking, another cut in. "Get out of the way, scum, that's my legendary gear." Even Bjorn hurriedly called to her, "Misha, stay close to me." He ground his teeth in thought. Of course, ordinary adventurers wouldn't know the strategy to counter Awakens, so this chaos would erupt when they felt their lives threatened. Bjorn raised his shield to block for himself and Misha. As they stepped out, monsters baring razor-sharp teeth appeared before them, several creatures blocking the path ahead of Bjorn. Just as Misha was about to turn back, Bjorn ran without hesitation, taking a roundabout route and escaping. He told himself there was no time to deal with each one. They slipped past those monsters. Misha inwardly rejoiced. "Okay," whereas Bjorn was tense. "We need to get away from here as fast as possible." The monsters refused to give up and continued chasing them. He felt restless, just a little farther. Bjorn looked ahead and urged himself on. "If we reach that spot, we'll be out of danger." Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. The monster lord had finished absorbing power after a period of buildup and created a dark spatial field. An area of malice environmental effect applied within a 5-kilometer radius. Bjorn and Misha froze, mouths agape at the enemy. Had this shadow skill and malice already formed? His pupils contracted. He gritted his teeth, sweat and snot dotting his face. That bastard had successfully absorbed power after the fight. Misha softly called Bjorn's name. Her whole body gradually blurred. She asked anxiously if something was about to happen to them. Bjorn's expression remained unchanged, but he couldn't do anything. Damn, so it was true. "We're in danger now. This is an area of malice." Awakens slowly moved toward them, black smoke trailing around him. A wide area creature annihilating skill. Once caught in it, if you don't escape the area of malice within the time limit, no matter how strong the character is, they will die. Strangely, when the skill is cast, anyone anywhere is pulled toward the center. The man shared in panic. "What? I'm sure I was running away, so where am I?" Bjorn frowned as he watched the dazed people. About 200 adventurers remained. Then some wizards appeared here as well. Also, a guild that had 50 now had only about 20 left. Bjorn pondered. In 3 hours, there were only 11 casualties, but in the moment I ran, had our forces already been reduced this much? What clearly happened in that time? Someone a bit puzzled asked, "What's happening here?" Immediately the other sneered, spouting trash. The fat guy growled, "Do you know how many people died because of trash like you? If you come closer, I'll attack immediately." Hearing that, people retorted in turn. "Why is it our fault? If you hadn't taken our gear, we could have fought. Please protect us. We'll pay extra protection fees." The fat guy angrily replied bluntly, "Be grateful I don't kill you here. Traitors, don't think I'll be swayed easily. I could slaughter you lot right here." A damn voice rang out amid the crowded scene. Someone asked, "What do we do now?" He raised his trembling hand. I know about this phenomenon." He bravely raised his hand. "I don't know the details, but if we don't get out in time, we'll all die. It was written in an ancient book in the library." Worried, someone asked him, "What?" "There's a time limit. If we don't escape, we'll die." He slowly explained, "It's simple. If we move in any direction for 5 kilometers, we'll get out of here. I heard there may be monsters on the way, but if we cooperate, we can make it." Bjorn remained skeptical, sneaking a glance at him. Surprisingly, the man's words were all correct. He considered the situation. The problem was that Awakens' decoys and the chaotic sprites appearing along the route would attack if they tried to flee the center of the area of malice. The dark-skinned man urged, "Let's go together." Others chuckled in agreement. "Right, if we stand still, we'll all die." Misha looked at them and asked him, "Bjorn, people are starting to move together. What should we do?" Bjorn didn't answer immediately, only watched thoughtfully. In moments, more than half the people had left the center. The thud of his boots began to sound. "Of course we won't gamble on low odds with such weaklings." Then he said, "Let's go." He thought that to increase our chances of success we needed. Before he finished the thought, someone appeared, put a hand out to block the way and stopped. "The lunatic, if you come closer." Suddenly he faltered, a bit anxious. Changing the subject, "What the hell is this, you idiot? What are you doing here?" And that girl too. Bjorn, without restraint, curled a smile and greeted him. Hey, long time no see. M beside him was horrified by Bjorn's action. He was a bit surprised and quickly replied, What? Long time no see? What's there to greet between me and you? And you're with my stupid sister. Bjorn replied nonchalantly, I wanted to ask if the orc hero's essence has appeared yet. He stammered awkwardly. Well, luckily, I suddenly stopped again. This time his face turned ashen for no reason. Then he raised his sword and emphasized each word. How do you know about that? Bjorn smirked slightly. Well then, the first bet paid off. Meanwhile, 23 guild members survived. 3 clerics, 2 mages, 12 in the support group, ranged and healers, and only 2 melee tank warriors. Iraz M. Seagrain groaned and frowned, forcing down his emotions. Only 2 melee tank warriors are still alive. He recalled the scene. During the riot, many frontline tanks died without support from the backline. Awakens unleashed too many wide area attacks, forcing support mages to work constantly, so the frontline warriors couldn't survive without healing and magical shields. He raised his staff and tried to reassure them, everyone stay calm, we'll find a way to deal with this. If I know about Awakens' area of malice, then I also know we don't have much time left. Iraz M. Seagrain groaned, striking his forehead, thinking to himself that the shortage of tank warriors was a fatal loss. With only 2, we can't push through the monsters blocking the way. Suddenly, the image of town popped into his head. Moreover, the other 2 leaned toward damage rolls, one with a sword, one with a spear, meaning we're lacking an adventurer in the protective position, a solid defensive warrior. He gritted his teeth and urged himself on. Just one more. If only one sturdy protector-class adventurer were here. Suddenly, a hurried voice announced, Vice Captain, many adventurers have left. Please decide, we don't have time. Iraz M. Seagrain clenched his hands tightly, restraining his emotions. We have to move while those leaving can still draw the monster's attention. Vice Captain, please decide quickly. A loud voice answered. Strangely, it wasn't his voice but Bjorn's. That's what I said. I will clear a path for you. Even Iraz M. Seagrain was astonished and confused. He immediately asked, who was that shouting? A veteran soldier replied calmly, recalling the scene of him and the other nearly dying. It seems he's a fanatic allied with Karlstein's sister. Vice Captain, you don't need to pay him any mind. Iraz M. Seagrain frowned. Tell me that was my decision. What did he say to you? The soldier stammered. Yes, I don't know how he knew. But the soldier gently suggested that he wanted our orc hero essence. He said with it he could open a bloody path for us to escape. The old man froze, an instinctive survival skill. The image of Bjorn gritting his teeth and raising his weapon, fearless before anyone, appeared. It was the first time he'd seen such a powerful light emanate from a person. He turned and walked away. Amid the current storm, this skill told him that he seemed to have an answer in his heart. Everyone's breakthrough to survive depended on that madman. Karlstein, seeing him come down, exclaimed in astonishment. Vice Captain, he said without preamble, and went straight to the point. What's your name? The corner of Bjorn's mouth lifted unconsciously. My name flashed through his mind the second round. He calmly introduced himself. Bjorn, son of Yandel. His inner thoughts brightened with interest, success.
Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more awesome content.